Get your butt down over there. So what you did to my flowers? Look what you did. Lay down and go to sleep. You'll feel better. Hey Sharon. Hey Roses. Hey Ashley. I'm folding clothes. I had to come in the living room because hubby has to work tomorrow, so I didn't want to keep him up. And I know last year I was up till after 3 o'clock. I won't go to bed until they tell me that it's over. I got me a frozen coffee, and I plan on staying up until I find out the election results. It's just my thing. It's just the way I am. And this is my night. I have to get some hot chocolate though. I turned on the fireplace because it got cold. So who is everybody rooting for? Anybody specific that you want to see win? This is no judge live stream, so you can shout for whoever you want to shout for, and nobody will judge you. Be your own self. Oh, Ashley, you're the same. Cool. At least I don't feel so bad now. Trump, you know that. Biden voter over here. Ashley's a Biden. That's okay, Ashley. We still love you. I'm Trump. No reason to get deep about anything. We're just here to support our country one way or the other. It's about America, not a party, not a man. I think they should do away with parties anyway and have everybody work together, make them work together, and then this country would be so much better off. No, you don't dislike someone because they vote differently than you at all. One thing I do dislike though is people spreading crap without anything to back it up. Just gonna say stuff just because you saw it. Don't bother copying and pasting because it's probably not true.
Anything like this in history for people that getting out just to vote for both sides of the election, for everybody to get out and vote. But I think what you're going to see after the
I got a
great uniting of this country. And
great surprise today. I have two Louis Vuitton scarves. One is worth over $700 or $800, and one's worth over $400. And I found them while I was out at the Goodwill and had them checked, and they are genuine. So I was like, I've heard of this happening to people, but it's never happened to me. Yes, everyone has their own opinion, and they have a right to their own opinion. That's what America should be. You got tired of hearing you complain. Yeah, I know. So we might have to pull Virginia out of that win column and leave it set for a little bit. Before we go to break. Yeah, we're looking at what's happening in Ohio right now. It is a tightening race, and was expected. So if anybody wants to come on, I put the link up in the very top of the chat. Let's just ride this out together, and if you don't make it and you go to bed, you don't make it and you go to bed, who cares? I might not make it myself. Who knows? But you follow your body. You gotta go mop the floor, okay, honey? And this, say my name is Carmen with a K. I'm a puppy with his I voted sticker and put it in front of me so I knew he did. Smart guy. Why don't you get up here and get warm? Do you have doo-doo? Somebody does. You have doo-doo? Don't get doo-doo. You have a doo-doo on your butt. You better not. This is Leah. I am the mama. I'm the Pomeranian. And this is my Pepe Le Pew. No, this is Carmen again. She's the little blonde girl. No, if you don't vote, you can't bitch. And here's Clark. We named him after Vacation Clark, National Lampoon, and he's the fuzzy one. I call him Fuzz. Quit that. Quit. Oliver, come here so they can see you. See, my name is Oliver. I'm the papa of all this mess. Okay, buddy, get off of me. I was left with all 5 of these for 10 days while he went hunting. I thought I was going to go mentally insane. I'm cold right now. That's why I have this weird thing on my head. He likes it colder at night than I do, so I'm here with the fireplace. Yes, that's the troublemakers. Hear them? They'll calm down here in a little bit, and they'll all be fast asleep for the rest of the night, unless I get up and move, and then they'll follow me. They're not like a baby. You get a baby to sleep, and then you can just tiptoe out of the room. Not them. As soon as you move, they're up. Now, if you don't vote, you can't bitch. Don't complain about one single thing if you don't vote. Yes, they are my little shadows, but good God, give me a break. Finally today, so I could get out of the house for a little bit, I boarded up the hallway. I shut all the doors in the hall, so the only thing was in there was the carpet. And then I put blankets down, towels down, their toys, put a gate up so they couldn't get out. And so there wasn't anything they could destroy or chew except the woodwork. And I felt better about that because I felt like there wasn't anything they could get into, like, jump the trash or something. Which, because they're starting to jump up on things and stuff, and I don't want them doing that. They eat everything, they chew everything. They're maniacs. So I just put them in like their own little pen. I probably end up having to get a bigger gate if they start jumping it. Yeah, all the polls will be closing soon. I'm gonna go get my coffee. I'll be right back.
That's right, Greta. Thank you. So we're keeping an eye on some of the states that are closing, like you mentioned, Colorado, Arizona are coming up in the next hour or two. Now, Colorado is a state that Republicans are trying to fend off a challenge from Democrat Cory Booker, the vulnerable Republican senator. And if Democrats end up flipping that seat, then Republicans are going to have to go elsewhere to hold on to that majority. Arizona, one of the big races that we're keeping a very close eye on, we have incumbent Senator Martha McSally, a Republican, trying to hold on to her seat and finish out the term of the late Senator John McCain. Of course, she's facing a pretty tough challenge there as well. Arizona tends to be a little bit more modern, especially considering where the presidential race is heading to. So here's a look at the map and the outlook. Just to give you a broad overview, 23 seats are what Republicans are defending that they're in play right now tonight. Democrats 12. So right now, this is what we're keeping a very close eye on. But I do want to send it back to Dan now to watch what we're expecting the presidential race to be.
Yeah, when you were there, I was just tracking some stuff, Jen, in Colorado, and it's not looking too good for the incumbent there. But in Colorado, we're going to keep tracking that and see what happens. That could be a loss for Republicans in Colorado. Well, we kind of get our bearing here at the main studio to figure out exactly what's going on with the electoral map.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to probably end up having to do, is build something like that, Becky. When are you going on your vacation? I heard you were going on vacation, but I didn't know where or when. Not any of that stuff. Where is that other plug-in?
Hey guys, again. So I have this question for you guys. We're talking about states, we're talking about members, and I want to divert our attention again.
There's nothing in there for you. Get out.
Individuals and demographics. And here with me right now is Jake Torres. He is the White House correspondent for Omni Magazine. And Omni Magazine published very recently a fascinating poll in which it talks about demographics. Because remember, the Trump administration and the Trump campaign have long spoken about.
I have to go find something. I'll be right back.
Jake, thank you so much. Talk to us about this poll. What was so interesting about what came out of this poll? Who is the forgotten man in Well, first of all, thank you very much for the
We recently published a national poll for the vaccines around the country, and 83% said that they're voting for President Trump in the current election. What's fascinating about that is that, first of all, polls from the previous election have shown that only 54% had voted for Trump.
So in 2016, 54%.
54%, so that marked a 29% surge.
And this is a large poll that you guys conducted.
Correct. So we had 1,000 respondents from across the country. The benchmark that we were aiming for was to try to get at least 15 states should have
Okay, back.
fair amount of representation, and we indicated 22 states. So we felt that that was very, and also you got to understand that there are a lot of states that don't have very good work like Jewish population. So
Oh, she had a Coach bag for sale.
1,000 respondents was about 3 weeks, and 82% said they voted for the president, and then
3%.
correct, and we spoke to pollsters with them.
I'm gonna have some bags in
And they said that the numbers match up.
my auction
There were other
Thursday
polls that were done
night.
on state
They
by
aren't
state,
Coach.
but
I've got a really nice beer
very
tote
close to the results that we got from Florida, just to run
and
And what we found out is that while people were, well, especially
a couple bags I sourced the other day, thinking I was going to keep them myself. But I never end up doing that because I love the one I carry and that's the only one I really need.
over the past couple of election cycles, we'll see a very strong shift towards GOP.
Do you believe that this is indicative? I mean, is this a one-off situation, or you feel this is symbolic of other demographics that might end up switching over to Donald Trump this year?
Well, that's an excellent question, Chanel.
My next bag is going to be a Louis Vuitton because I am not
That is
dying until I have one.
population of about 10,000 in New York. And 95% of Blue Square had voted for Hillary Clinton in the previous election, and now the village committee
I love your red sign. Hey, Penny,
Donald Trump, and speaking to individuals, residents.
my red sign. Oh, I made that. Yeah, it's big. Just bought a piece of thin,
Very close numbers, very like
small,
around 95%.
thin wood, and then I decoupaged it on there and put a sealer on it.
There could be so many other communities around the
Thank
country
you.
that will see similar shifts, but that are not necessarily being reported for that just going under the radar. And even though this is a community of just a few thousand voters in New York, there are so many other communities all around the country, and that is where the real story is going to be, and most likely not even the story that everyone wants to find out.
Dave Turk, thank you so much. Well, there you have it. It's a conversation that is often not talked about in terms of demographics that are forgotten. So thank you for talking about it with us today.
I need a sign that says market.
All right, some nice insight there, Chanel, from the
Send me a picture of what you want.
the main studio, Alex, Jen, and Greta. Let's talk about some more states.
I can make it for you. I have one in my kitchen that I made with stencils. It's big because I have high ceilings, so I have it way up there.
A little bit different than we were just chatting an hour ago, is favoring.
I think I painted it red,
Coming out in Georgia, where
and then the market, the words are in white.
looks like 52 to 55% of precincts reporting in Ohio, and Biden still carrying a pretty big lead there in the Buckeye state. But let's do Georgia first, because that was one of the big battleground states, which Greta, I believe you had said, we haven't seen that state flip since the 80s or 70s. It's been a long time.
Oh, someone snagged the Coach for $15. That's a great buy.
Georgia and Michigan, we were talking about how important it is.
That's fantastic, actually, for a Coach. I would hardly let a Vera go for that. Of course, most of my purses, I don't carry but once or twice, so they're still like new. Unless my daughter carried it or something. What are you doing?
Going into it, I know from Trump campaign officials.
Stop that.
President Trump to perform double the amount within the black code. So I believe he got anywhere from 8 to 10 last in 2016.
An oblong one. Yeah, like long to go. That's where mine is, above the door.
38 electoral votes to play here in Texas. I mean, this is a big, huge state. It's a new purple state.
Yeah, you need one that's
Been saying that
like
Texas is where they're looking
2 feet wide and like maybe 8 to 10 inch tall.
More than 9.7 million already been cast ahead of today in early voting. I mean, Texas is broken record after record in this election cycle. But as you can see, there are only 37% of precincts reporting, and you're going to get your earliest results from the biggest counties.
Where are you going on your vacation, Becky? I thought you said you were taking a vacation.
So we're in Texas reporting, and so you're saying
And so they're going to lean more Democrat
at the beginning.
at the beginning.
Right, right. And then neck and neck, when you look at those numbers,
I mean, it's
24,000 votes. And what I was saying before about Georgia and Michigan.
Now what have you got?
Black voters and the House area
Okay.
votes. When it comes to Texas, it's about those Latino voters. And as of
Get
right
up here and lay down with Mama.
Latino-heavy communities, they're not turning out in the
I have
same
one
way
of
that
those sofas that makes into a bed in my living room, and I have it laid out all the time. I don't ever fold it up so that they can all get up here and lay down with me. I had to make some adjustments in my life when these babies came along.
I mean, that is really close, especially when you recognize the fact that there's only 21% of precincts reported right now. And that is actually some old data, because I looked online, I know they've got about 52%, and those numbers, there we go, it's updating a little update faster, but Biden's still holding.
Now, where are you going on vacation? I thought you said you were going on a vacation.
Half of the vote in, and as Alex
Are
said,
you going just for the holidays or something?
like to actually go to the polls. So that would be very telling to see.
The link is up there if you want to come on, Becky.
A lot of these initial numbers, like we knew would become the folks, and you heard, a lot of the folks who did the mail in, were scared, maybe possibly of coronavirus, and they wanted to not go to the polls. Conservatives are gonna go to the
And
polls.
that's going to be the trend, like you said, Dan, throughout the night in a lot of these key battlegrounds that we're watching. The early voting, the early in-person voting, the mail-in voting, that's where Democrats are going to dominate. The Republicans are counting on the in-person voter to show up and shrink that margin, and we are starting to see that for these battlegrounds.
And I think that as we look at the electoral map there too, there's something weird going on in Virginia right now. And I don't know necessarily.
We're at in Alabama.
Because even when you look at the amount of vote that is in and the amount
'Cause
of mail-in voting.
I live real close to Alabama.
Race, when you look at how big of a lead President Trump has in that state right now. I mean, it's a state that people were saying was solid blue.
I mean, I can be in Alabama in an hour.
Something strange is happening in the state of Virginia. I'm just gonna leave it at that for right now.
Okay.
No information. Our viewers can keep an eye. So you're saying Virginia might be the surprise, huh? Once again, I don't even know what is happening.
It's 2020.
Yeah.
That's
We
the
don't know what's gonna happen.
I think we have some new Senate members coming in as well. And I do want to go back to some of the races we've been following. So
Grant. Let me see. Where is Grant?
Colorado first, actually, guys. So here we see John Deacon agrees, the Democrat challenging incumbent Cory Gardner, the Republican there. Looks like he is running way with it at this point. Not a big surprise going into this race. Gardner was trailing in the polls, and Colorado is reliably a blue state in the presidential elections. That would Joe Biden at the top of the ticket, really helping John Deacon Lincoln.
Marshall County.
He's a governor there. He's a two-term governor, so he has that name ID. He has the
Oh,
money.
it's near Huntsville.
All the odds are in his favor, essentially. Michigan, on the other hand, this is where things are getting interesting. We have incumbent Democrat Gary Peters facing a pretty serious challenge from the Rockmore veteran John James. He's a strong ally of the president. He's a big backer of the MAGA agenda. We can see 59% for Peters.
2.5 hours from me.
Huge if Republicans can pick this up, because again, let's just remind our viewers, it's going to come down to about 4 to 5 seats to see which party has control of the Senate. And if Michigan helps Republicans, that just means that they would, only really looking to off the fight in 3 or 4 other states from the Democrats who kind of flip it.
Well, and that's why, I'm sorry, go ahead. I was gonna say, this would be huge for Republicans, because if these results that we're looking at right now come to fruition, it would be a complete wash when it comes to Hickenlooper and Colorado. That's exactly what I was gonna say. Yep, this is one super important for Republicans, because they all assume to be picking up a seat in Alabama as well, but.
Yeah, this is the Louis Vuitton scarf
It would go to a runoff.
that I found. I don't know if you can see it or not. Those little pink flowers. Oh, there's a shadow.
Unfortunately, so excuses for that, but that is not Roger Marshall. But again, We haven't gotten the results from the rural part.
Yeah, that's all they do all day long is chew on stuff, squeak stuff, roll around and wrestle, bark. When I take them out, they bark so loud I had to get headphones to put on my ears because it was hurting, literally hurting my ears. Yeah, California is a long way from me.
You know from 2016 that President Trump underperformed in a lot of these polls, and like we mentioned, the pollsters.
You'll probably have a great time in Alabama.
Is it coming to fruition? Is that actually what's been happening? I don't know. I mean, we've already started to see some errors pop up, and if President Trump can expand the margin.
You never know. It might be warm. Is it cold there where you're at in Cali?
Like you said, like women in suburban areas, it's going to be huge in states like even Minnesota, where Republicans are really.
Minnesota, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And actually, if President Trump is able to win Virginia, I mean, when you look at the makeup of Virginia, they are typically involved in governments working around that DC area. How ironic would it be
Gorgeous area.
if President Trump ended up winning a state that was deemed to be the swamp?
And so ironic with Virginia, going back to 2018, here's a look at this piece as well, guys. While we're keeping track, so you can see Republicans, Democrats, 23 seats is what Republicans were defending, 12 for the Democrats. But going back to what we were saying, in 2018, that wave that swept through Virginia, that gave Democrats a lot of confidence, essentially, especially they did so well at the state legislature level. They did well in the House.
Oh, 80s. Oh, good Lord.
Do what he's doing right and continue to do that throughout.
I really, really, really hope that we get our House of Representatives and our Senate back both. Because let's face it, the president can only do what they allow him to do or vote for him to do. But still, it don't matter. They're all crooks anyway.
It's a lot.
60s at night. That's beautiful. 60s at night. That is beautiful. I need to set this up higher. Oh, that's okay. We'll get up here with Mommy.
Handedly in 2016, and that's the Republican strategy, hoping to at least prevent Democrats from flipping a lot of those seats. But again, they are expected to stay up in
What we were just talking about Virginia, when it comes to suburban women, yes, that is big for the presidential race. That also dictates the House races as well. I mean, suburban women were the demographic that flipped the House back in 2018, gave it to Democrats.
Hey, Google, turn the living room lamp off.
The impeachment saga, of course, was always from back then.
Sure, turning the living room lamp off.
Thank you. Now, will you lay down and go to sleep? Lay down. Lay down by Mama.
Yeah, and there's some members from the House guys that expand on this.
Well, just going into it again, they were saying going into the House, the Democrats had
Lay down, baby. Lay down. Lay down.
and they would need about 20 Republicans, I should say, would need about 20 seats or so to flip that. It's looking unlikely, but again, they could make some inroads in some of these swingy areas where President Trump was successful in 2016 and appears to be doing okay right now. So that's what we're keeping an eye on as well.
And now I will say this too, I remember back in the 2018 midterms, is that Fox News did call the House generally early, but what was happening is that they were a little bit off on some of the predictions, and I think that
You guys have your hot chocolate. What are you drinking? Becky, what are you eating? I had fettuccine and chicken. Alfredo.
aren't necessarily a good indicator because today we are expecting a majority of Republicans to be voting in person. And that is when you, of course, take your exit poll numbers. You don't do the same thing when you cast a mail-in ballot. So, yes, I know that Democrats are expected to hold the House tonight, but it's going to be a determination of how much they do so.
What's like having a maid? Did I miss something?
How truthful are people? There are a lot of proud Trump supporters out there. And again, I think there's a lot of those folks out there that know he's the best one to lead our country forward and maybe actually don't like the president. And so if they get exit polls, they walk out, they may go, I'm not telling you, or Biden, or whatever. Because again,
Bacon,
how we fear to say,
stuffed Hawaiian pizza, and coffee. That actually sounds good, even together.
To get some of those numbers, but I mean, we saw Texas, Michigan, we're still waiting on Iowa, Pennsylvania, of course, well, Pennsylvania doesn't have any Senate seats in play this cycle, but what we are seeing is there's a game happening right now where we're seeing who's going to be picking up and dropping, because of course, when it comes to the majority in the Senate, as we've talked about, no matter who wins as president, it's going to determine how effective that president is.
Oh, yes, okay, yes.
Plus, we saw
Yes, you just buy special plug-ins to whatever appliance you want it to work on.
They were putting it off pretty much until this election gets called. And so that's
Your area is your area Michigan?
I've been tracking what these top issues are in these battleground states, and as we've talked about, of course, the economy kind of rules everywhere. The economy rules coronavirus, it's more important than coronavirus, but they're linked together because coronavirus has impacted the economy so much. And this is
The way it turned out.
Including voters who cast their ballot by now and early. And as you can see, 82% of voters in Arizona say they trust President Trump on the economy, 63% trust Biden on healthcare, 84% say they trust President Trump on immigration. And you want to talk about a state where immigration is important, Arizona is that state. It's a border state, and they sit right.
What channel are you all watching? I'm watching One American News. I stopped watching Fox after 20 years. I just couldn't. They went too much to it being a personality contest. Too much drama.
And then law enforcement as well. And then Texas, this is that key battleground state. It's a new battleground state. And another state.
Well, I know Georgia is already as red as it can be.
Economy and jobs, of course, President Trump again winning their health care, Biden, but then you can see that immigration issue, 78% of voters in Texas trust President Trump on immigration compared to 22% for Biden. And that is a very important issue to the Lone Star State, another state that sits there on the border and is heavily impacted by illegal immigration from Mexico.
All right, guys, let's check in with our friends Richard Polk and John Hines in our DC bureau, because it looks like we may have some breaking news about the House. We were touching on it here, guys.
Okay,
And
honey.
it looks like the Democrats will maintain control and possibly, 4 to 5 seats. So they're going to expand their power in the House of Representatives. John, Richard, fill us in. Hey, Dan. Good to hear
Oh,
from
that's
you.
not good news for me.
You guys earlier touched on
The House is expanding more Democrats.
But what's really interesting is take a look for a minute at Virginia 2. That is in the Virginia Tidewater, that's Virginia Beach and the environs around there.
I don't know why. You just have to have
Naval Air Force Base, I guess. Scott Taylor, Republican, is leading.
what is that internet?
This is one of the Trump 31. He won in
What's the word I'm trying to say?
He lost it, or rather the Republicans lost it in 2018. It's one of the reasons.
Wi-Fi. You just have to have Wi-Fi. If you have Wi-Fi, it works off of that. And you just buy little plug-ins. They're cheap. You plug it in, and it's picked up on your Google. I guess you could program your phone to do it too.
To 37.7. Pop up to Virginia 7. That is the area just north
Yeah,
of
I wore my
Richmond.
mask today, and everywhere I went, they were like, "I love your mask. I love your mask."
Spotsylvania County, Culpeper, that area. This is a seat that was flipped by the Democrats in 2018. Once again, it was one of those Trump 31. President Trump won it handily in 2016. It is historically a Republican seat, by the way, and our friend Dave Bratt had that. He lost it to Abigail Spanberg. And she went, of course, to the House saying she was going to be independent. She, of course, voted with the Democrats. Now, with 97.4% of the vote reporting, Nick Freitas, the Republican, has 68.8% of the vote. Abigail Spanberger, the incumbent Democrat there, has 39.2% of the vote. That's Northern Virginia, but I would also want to mention that Nancy Pelosi is a very polarizing
Oh,
figure. She's
okay, Becky, that could be. They probably think that you have to run wires everywhere.
Around the mid-20s in terms of popularity. And then, of course, there's the stimulus and Nancy Pelosi failing to go and cooperate with the administration pertaining to that. And I think that there's a backlash against a lot of House Democrats and incumbents. I think the House will still remain Democratic.
I'm watching One American News, OAN.
And Republicans begin to eat into that majority. I think it's possible that this could be some sort of a bulwark against the so-called squad, Ilhan Omar and AOC, etc. Because the House itself
Is Kenny still here?
I think under Nancy Pelosi's leadership, extremely unpopular, and I think that weight is going to be carried by the Democrats in the House, even though they will prevail. And the question then is this give additional influence to moderate Democrats in the House? We'll have to go and see. I might also mention about Michigan. Michigan is trending toward the president in very substantial ways, just outside of Detroit, which should be really friendly territory for the Democrats. The president is.
Do you have Direct TV, Sharon? If you do, it's 347, the channel.
Talked about energy and the Democrats. Well, 159,000
if you have Direct TV.
Are dependent upon energy in Michigan. And I think that Michigan can turn to the president. I think that he will prevail there. And I also think that we do have problems in Georgia. Apparently, in Fulton County, some of the mail-in ballots are not being counted. We may not hear until the morning. But I will say that in general, Georgia is looking very good for the president at this point. I don't understand why anyone has really called Florida for the president at this point. I mean, it just seems to be very clear that this is going to be a big win for the president. And finally, I want to echo what they were saying in San Diego.
See, I don't consider it a big win because if we can't win the House, then we're stuck without being able to make any decisions because they do everything they can against any choices that we want.
I see the president on a pathway to re-election. If you add Georgia, if you add Michigan, if you add Florida, I think it's going to be a very, very difficult question for Joe Biden to prevail tonight. So Virginia seems to be surprised, potentially also Virginia 10, which is.
I am surprised that Blandine is not in here because she's probably having a party.
Republicans hanging in there, including against Donna Shalala, excuse me. She's behind with 91% of the precincts reporting. She's behind with 48% of the vote. That's a surprise down in South Florida. Donna Shalala being so far behind in that seat. And John, I will indicate that an awful lot of members of the Jewish community in South Florida apparently are voting for the president. They are aware of the initiatives the president has done in the Middle East, about the rapprochement between Israel and its Arab neighbors.
What channel are you watching, Sharon?
A very bad warning sign for Joe Biden. Back to you in San Diego. And meanwhile, Alex Sally, Indiana 5 is not quite.
Becky, do you have kids?
Back to you.
Yeah, guys, thank you. We are paying attention to those. John and Richard will check back with you here in just a few minutes. I want to get the team's take, though, on a couple states, Maine, Florida, and North Carolina. They are in flux, all except for Florida, which we'll get to in a minute. But let's start with Maine because I know we want to check on the presidential numbers, but also that Senate race update.
Yeah, so here we have some numbers for the Maine presidential race. You can see President Trump actually is in the lead 53 to 44, which is kind of surprising and a good sign for President Trump considering the fact that Hillary Clinton won the state back in 2016. So
Good.
this might actually be voting a little bit well for Susan Collins.
Democrat and takes the remainder, something of that nature. The same thing is happening in Nebraska as well. So those are two states. We talked about that.
You have a stepdaughter,
Hopefully that doesn't end up
I think that happened in 16.
an angel baby girl. Is, I don't understand what that means. I understand stepdaughter. Is your baby girl an angel, or is she in heaven? I'm sorry. I asked stupid questions. How old is your stepdaughter?
This was interesting for a number of reasons. Number one, Susan Collins, as we talked about throughout the night, did not vote to confirm Justice Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court. That really turned off a lot of Republican voters. But as we know, Collins she prides herself on being a moderate, so she's exactly.
I'm sorry, baby.
Something else that's interesting though, and we talked about this.
Oh, God's word promises that you will see her again.
Ranked choice voting, and essentially what that does is each candidate needs to get to 50% of the vote. Otherwise, they get the second choice gets bumped up in there. There's a third-party candidate that was potentially going to square up with Collins. Doesn't look like it's happening like that right now. But there's Florida president, another very, very tight race that we've been talking about throughout the evening tonight. We see President Trump 51%, Joe Biden 48%.
Look at the votes though, 300 and almost 380,000 votes, 94%. I'm not sure why they do everybody else in Florida.
I mean, this is right.
That is open. He has got Florida, those 29 should be going to President Trump any second. I mean, he's got 94% of the precinct report.
I think it must be a testament to getting how many votes they are getting. Because, for example,
I'm sorry, Becky, that's sad. Couldn't even imagine it. Oh, you got a 20-year-old. Oh, I guess that's not bad. By then, aren't they in college?
And they're minus the panhandle vote later too. So I didn't count those later.
There's the same situation in North Carolina.
Well, if you're in line before the polls close, you're allowed to continue waiting and cast your vote, even if the polls
Wish this thing would stand up straight.
Right, and we talk about North Carolina. I want to talk about this race. Madison Southpoint is now the youngest member of Congress. 55 years old.
Oh, she lives in Georgia? Where at in Georgia?
So what's interesting about this district, though, is it was reliably red for a long, long time, and then it got redistricted. And a lot of people were worried about the fact that now, after the redistricting happened, it included a big Democrat stronghold. But as we can see, Madison Cawthorn still running away with 54% of the vote. So he's been declared lead. He's the winner.
I believe Mo Davis was a decorated Army vet.
He was.
They thought that would pull a lot of those votes there. Madison pulled it out.
He did.
And that is one of those states too, when you're talking about redistricting, I mean, we see what that is doing now for Madison Cawthorn. And we know that, for example, the Democratic governor did win his re-election there as well. So, I mean, when we talk about competitive House races, we have to look at these governor races as well, because Madison Cawthorn, to your point, maybe doesn't win that race.
Athens is
No, and it's interesting.
way
North Carolina, as we know, it's still very much in flux.
east of where you'll be. It's on the east side of Georgia. So, like, you have to come through where I live to get there.
Really, my ears saying we got to show Florida again because the numbers just keep getting updated. We're at 94%. Are we putting that in the Trump column yet, guys? Or are we keeping it just dangling out there so Alex can make fun of me? So that we said that he's got Florida. Put it in the column.
Are you guys driving to Alabama? That map is showing a lot of red there, Sharon.
about the proximity to DC, Virginia will typically go blue, make the state blue state, and that's why everyone called it so early for Joe Biden. But as we look at more results coming in hour by hour, President Trump is
Okay, Powder Springs is
It is interesting. You have to wonder.
5 miles from my house.
I don't know, maybe it is not too long ago when Washington DC and the surrounding areas were seeing lots
Okay.
of place in their neighborhoods. Because we did hear that there was an exodus from the Washington DC area out into Virginia. I mean, the only presumable state that they would be moving to if they worked there, but. maybe
Sharon, you are going to have to get you an iPad because you can take it room to room
right there.
and be on this stream.
I mean, it's within just a couple, 100,000 votes right there, but nonetheless, this is not supposed to be a state that President Trump is even competitive.
Yeah, Woodstock and Powder Springs is the area I live in.
300,000 votes.
And grabbing some quick numbers, guys, Virginia, out of 56 elections. that's
Yeah, you just let me know when you're in this area. And I'll try to
Republican only 16.
meet you or
So
something.
that's really telling. How about that?
Something is going on.
Something is weird.
Talking about Pennsylvania is going to be the big one tonight. By the way, Michelle Young, I mean, nobody's talking Pennsylvania yet because it is so back and forth. But
If you need a place to stay, you can stay here.
Yeah, I hate to say that, but now we've got 3 states that are in flux. Looks like Michigan could go Trump's way. Still don't know about Wisconsin, Minnesota, too close to call. New Mexico just called over Biden. We kind of knew that, I think. Nevada, South Carolina, yeah, we know which way Utah will go, and then Arizona. That is going to be a big one. And I gotta say, I wonder if that Senate race is playing with that because typically Arizona has always been a conservative state. John McCain country was for years, right? The Senate seats, the House seats, almost every seat there.
Powder Springs is just like
They're good. Everything has been
like I'm on the line of Powder Springs and
for the
Hiram.
last 6 years.
Powder Springs is in my back door.
This is a lot of influx from Californians, and your point earlier, Greta, you said that most of the Californians exiting.
In fact, I was in Powder Springs today
Are going to Texas, Arizona, Nevada. Most
shopping.
are Republicans, but not all. There are
That's
a lot of
weird.
Democrats fleeing to
It's a
those
small
states.
world.
That's what's turning those 3 traditional states of always being red into purple states.
And I think when it comes to the Arizona Senate race as well, I mean,
Just get you a used iPad, Sharon. You can take it to any room you want. You can have your TV put on it. I don't even pay extra. We have Direct TV and we have an app. We just put it on our phones and I can watch TV anywhere I want, anytime I want, while I'm traveling, whatever. I have an iWatch that I think I've worn 3 times since I bought it because I don't go enough. I have an iPad, I have an iPhone, I have a laptop, and I have a nice updated desktop because I have to. I do legal documents and divorces and things like that, so I have to have plenty of ways to, like if my desktop goes down or something, I have to have my laptop. When we travel, I have to have my laptop if I'm working on somebody's papers. And every other year, not every year, every other year, I get a new iPhone and a new iPad because it takes me about that long to pay it off. Mine are all paid off now, and I'm just trying to go another year, waiting for a new version to come out. You know, let a new version come out and then let another new version come out, and that's when I'm ready to buy, because that's when I've got mine paid off and I've had no payment for a year. Because we use Verizon and we just get whatever it is we want and then they just put it on our bill. So just get you an iPad. You can get a used one, or when I get a new one, I'll sell you mine. I would not live without my iPad. I'd take it to bed with me, everything. It does everything that your computer does.
So you're going to stand up for it. But in the same respects, you've got people out there that were parents and whatnot,
I love Square invoicing. And you know, one of the main reasons I use it is because they reward you. Like, after so long, you'll get an invitation for a loan for your business and take that loan because they don't charge interest. They just charge, like, say you borrow $400, they'll charge you, say, 80 on top of the 400. But they take a certain percentage out of your sales. That's how they pay it back, and they give you like 18 months or something to do that. And they work with you. So like I've had 4 loans from them for, to use for business purposes. And usually a few months after I pay them off, they'll offer me another one. If you're ready for one, take it. If not, pass it up because you'll get another chance later. So they reward you. They totally take care of all of your tax stuff. They send you all the information you need. It's all at your fingertips. You have access to everything, all of your numbers. I love them. They're so good to me. Anytime anybody has ever had a problem with a purchase or something on their end, they 100% go to battle for me or whatever. I don't have to do a thing, and they take care of it, and I always win whatever it is that the person is trying to get out of me, because they're like, oh, they didn't get their papers or something like this. There's con artists everywhere that try that all the time. And they'll prove it that they're wrong and that I'm right. And every time I've always been right. And I have always been right. It has never been my fault or anything. So I don't worry about that. But sometimes with PayPal, whether it's your fault or not, you still get, credited for it. Which PayPal took $400 out of my account one time because a lady was buying stuff from me all year long and I was shipping it to her. And then all of a sudden, I guess she figured out that it was a con to do this, and she just said that she didn't authorize the payment. They took everything that she'd spent the whole year long, everything, didn't even ask me to prove my side of it or anything, which I could have easily proved my side of it by showing them all the shipping and invoices and everything. They wouldn't even give me a chance to argue the point. Just took the money out of my account, just like that. And that's the main reason why I hate PayPal. I hate them. I only use them because there are some customers that will not use anything else. Doug Collins, the other Republican spinning that vote with her, 24%. Democrat in the race, 28% now. Hi down, baby.
The way that this election is going, neither of these candidates hits that 50% threshold.
But yeah, you'll love them. You will love them. They will treat you right.
Yeah, I would say it is. That vote is so split, and if they could have just talked one of them.
Not one time have they ever mistreated me or shorted me or anything. I've never had one complaint like with PayPal. And the thing is that the lady that did it, her friend tried it and did it too. And that's when I said, that's it, I'm done. I am done. So I still have my PayPal account, but I will not use it unless I have to. And there are some people that if you don't have PayPal, they won't buy. So you have to, every now and then you have to use it. But if I don't have to, I'm not going to. No. They didn't even ask me my side. And when I called them to tell them that I have a side to this, they said it's already a done deal. It's already taken care of. They got their money. They gave it back to her. And she got every single thing that she ordered. from me.
California was up in the polls.
So you can imagine that, yeah, I'm pretty bitter.
Not high enough to make this not as competitive as it is, and we see
I thought that they would at least give me a chance
the ticket there and again.
to prove, to send them all the stuff to prove.
23 seats that Republicans are defending, Democrats are only defending 12, so this really puts a lot of
I don't know what that was about. I really don't. I'd never heard of anybody ever doing business like that before.
Now they might lose that one there.
They might lose,
Okay, so.
they might be getting one in Alabama as well.
I gotta check and see what's going on.
Be able to call the presidential, but not call one to these Senate ones and not know who's gonna control the Senate for the next couple of days or even weeks.
I want to know who's going to control the Senate.
Can we go back to Florida? We haven't solved Florida yet.
If we lose the Senate, we're screwed.
Here's the thing, President Trump he held on to all of his, support from 2016 and then added support. He's added a ton of minority support in the state of Florida, specifically in the Hispanic community, and that's because of his message on socialism. He went to those heavily Cuban and Venezuelan districts of the parts of the state and said, hey, Joe Biden wants to implement socialism in this country. And a voter from Cuba, a voter from Venezuela who has left socialism, left communism, is not going to vote for a candidate who they think could possibly
They're always
threaten
wrong.
the American way of life and take
Always
to
wrong.
what they've said in their
They never learn from their mistakes either. They never learn from their stupidity.
and did a great job holding on to voters.
They predict their predictions last election was so off. It was not even funny, and they had people so thinking that they were so close to winning, and they were so far from it. It wasn't even funny. And instead of learning from that, they did it again this year. Yay, Trump won Blandine State. I'm not trying to slam anybody, if you're not for the person I'm for, I gave you the link. You can come on and talk your side too. I'm not slamming you. I'm slamming who I believe is wrong.
I mentioned this earlier, but every time Florida has flipped red since 1968, Pennsylvania and Michigan have followed. And that is very much a telling thing for this election in particular, because the Trump campaign is looking at Florida as a must-win. They're looking at Pennsylvania as a must-win. They said, we could afford to lose Michigan. But
Sharon, how old is your son?
if they win Michigan, win Florida.
Yeah, earlier they said it was Biden. I know.
And if they win Virginia, which was out of nowhere, nobody thought that Virginia was in play for President Trump, that's huge for the Trump campaign and holding on to this route.
It just goes back to what his daughter Ivanka said now the last month or two right at her campaign rallies is Washington.
36, and he's not married. Has he been married before? I'm just trying to figure out when you're going to get some grandbabies.
Ohio, a state that literally every president, I think since we read the beginning, if you don't pull Ohio,
Same day, September 19th, right?
President Trump doesn't pull Ohio, but ends up pulling Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Florida, which we're calling soon, and regional, but doesn't take Ohio, like every other president.
I'm being nosy. Trying to get you a grandkid here. Oh, his is the 18th. Okay. Yeah, he wasn't born the same year. That's for sure.
Vegas is now up to 64%.
So 60-40 Trump. It was 60-40 Biden when we went in, and now it's 60-40 Trump.
And that's exactly my point. That goal is tonight is about overcoming that. Whether you look at the futures, whether you look at the bond markets, whether you're looking at some of these states, that seems to be the case so far.
Yeah, let's look at some of those states. Now we want to get some boards up for the key battleground states that we've all been debating amongst ourselves because we think we know what's going on. Yeah, right. We're in the same boat you are at home, folks. We're getting the data, we're bringing it to you, and the data keeps changing.
93%.
Yeah, let's look at Virginia. Now, what just happened? And guys, we've got to pull that winner thing above Joey's name down.
Well, nobody has called it back yet because we don't have those votes.
Nobody's calling that.
Right, nobody else has.
We're only,
You know
we're
what?
getting everybody else.
Not to pull off the Fairfax County vote that everyone's looking at. So campaign, they haven't reported yet. And they-
My daughter is going to be
So, and it's a lot of votes in fairness. And we
40
have-
next year.
We have our first upset in the Senate race, thinking Luper has won the Colorado Senate race. It's been called by AP, so that means Republican candidate Cory Gardner has lost his seat away at the first one.
Down one.
Down one.
And John James is gonna take it.
John James is looking like he's on track to win, and Doug Jones is still projected to lose that seat.
Hey, Derek.
First upset with the Senate Republicans, but.
What are you doing?
I have to say something you're trying to save you from.
Uh-oh.
And then just walk back home with it.
Well, the CNN,
If you ask me my projections for tonight, Netflix would set Virginia.
Oh, Becky. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
months on all of our shows. And now we're all talking about Virginia. This is how politics go in, let's be real, Trump.
I gotta go Friday and talk to the boob doctor and see if they wanna
This party
lift
gets
my
this state,
boobs.
this party gets that state, it is over. But again, for what.
Watching the election.
It's gotta be like 90-some%.
You got your coffee, your hot chocolate, or what?
So,
Here's some numbers, some early numbers from Pennsylvania. We haven't gotten much from Pennsylvania because, as we talked about, they have a ton of early votes. They're not going to be kind of a deal tomorrow.
right.
But as you can see there, I mean, those are small numbers, that Biden leading President Trump 51. There's smaller numbers, so that, his lead's going down. But we're only at 19
Yeah,
and a half.
what about Pennsylvania, guys? I got a question for you. You may have seen it there, I know it's more Jen. We recall that the state Supreme Court allowed them to change the rules, and I've been writing it up for weeks, that several states, key states like Pennsylvania, their state Supreme Courts are allowing now those mail-in ballots to come in 3 days late, as long as they were postmarked for today. However, that went to the Supreme Court, we didn't have Amy Coney Barrett in yet,
And they
it's a
tried.
tie with Chief Justice Roberts going with more liberal judges, so it's a 4-4, which means in our legal judicial system, it kicks back to the state Supreme Court.
Oh my goodness, I didn't think you were even as old as I am, Sharon.
Exactly correct.
Derek, the link is at the top if you wanna come in.
Look at Pennsylvania too, because very early on, Democrats were overwhelmingly winning the mail-in absentee ballot contest. Over the past couple of days, Republicans have eaten into that lead very much so, and I'm starting to wonder that.
Drinking water. Good boy.
Advantage for Republicans, if they're the ones that are getting their.
I'm laying on the couch in front of the fireplace with all the dogs at my feet.
Because over yesterday and the day before, Republicans were eating into that.
I just drank a whole coffee, frappuccino.
Well, we saw some this morning already. There was folks I was seeing online where some of the, because you're allowed to have those poll checkers come in and monitor from both sides.
Yeah.
Nothing, nefarious is going on, right? And I saw some videos today, and if they're real, they look pretty real to me, where there were poll checkers trying to walk into some key counties in Pennsylvania and weren't allowed in. And it's unreal, they're not coming in. And the guy told me that I have a letter from the county supervisor, I'm allowed in. In these videos I viewed on Twitter and Facebook, and they wouldn't let him in. So anyway, we'll get to that later in the days to come, if this is all disputed in
Quick,
court.
back to Virginia.
Yes.
If, say, President Trump loses Pennsylvania, that's 20 electoral votes, but Virginia's got 13.
Yep, 13.
So that's a big flip for him on that total number there.
So they're telling me we got some more battleground states we gotta throw up there. We just touched on Pennsylvania. What else, guys? I know we've gotta go back to Florida because it's getting so close to call. Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina. Can we show a few more of those latest ones? So on to Florida. 97.
400,000 votes.
It's just that picture. Because the panhandle numbers came out. Panhandle votes are conservative. Come on now. So he's at almost 400,000 votes with 97%. I don't know.
I don't know about Virginia. For some reason, it looks like on the internet it's showing it's blue.
And okay, so one thing that, and it's going to get complicated, I'm sure of it, but one thing, going back to Florida, one thing that really stands out to my head, I was just thinking of right now, so we have North Carolina, very tight race there. The difference in these campaigns and the sort of ground game is astonishing. I mean, we saw President Trump on the ground in Florida in the days, weeks leading up to election day. Joe Biden making a few stops, but not nearly as many. Surrogate, yes. And on top of that, I mean, here we have the Trump campaign boasting about the fact that they've had their canvassing operation on the ground in Florida for the past year, knocking on doors. And there were some concerns that even the coronavirus was going to stop some of those efforts. By no means
voters, especially the idea that that is once every 100 years. And I mean, a lot of voters even view the coronavirus as not so much about who can handle this pandemic, but who can build us out of this. Go back to what Doug said, the economy. It's all about the economy.
You want to talk about Florida, the voters in Florida, they're in the state that's been the most over the
That's right.
South Carolina.
Yeah,
South Carolina is getting called, so Senator Lindsey Graham looks like he's on to that fifth term there. This is a good sign for Republicans, that race was considered to be close.
You 2-1.
Oh, I mean, two of them are for two back to back. So again, I just want to point this out. This is a big loss for the Democrats. It is the biggest loss, the most expensive loss, I should say.
They spent 150 million.
I mean, this race could bear overlook all over again.
Yeah, I inserted mine into the machine and it counted it.
Comes down to, with now looks like it's going to be Virginia maybe, but our Jeff Casoda is in Pennsylvania to give us an update on what is going on there. Jeff?
They counted them as they went along.
Hey guys, so I've been out here in the state of Pennsylvania since very early this morning, updating One American News with exclusive on-the-ground coverage. Not only have we talked about what's going on out in the counties, where in Bucks County specifically, just outside of the city of Philadelphia, President Trump is looking to see a very strong turnout. We're hearing huge lines. Actually, I had one GOP operative tell me that out in Bucks County, 2-hour lines all day long, and it felt like a Trump rally. There's almost 2-to-1 Trump voters out there, he was telling me. And that here in the city of Philadelphia, that being said, we've only seen those lines up until about 9 a.m. They evaporated since then. Now, partly that, of course, is going to be due to those mail-in ballots, but also it is because there was a very low turnout here in the city. And the Republicans that I've been talking to here in the headquarters for the Philadelphia Trump Victory Campaign, they're telling me that Biden is tracking at or possibly a little bit behind where Hillary Clinton was here in the city of Philadelphia. Now, that is going to be very hard for him to overcome.
Yeah, it was neat.
Lots of reports of strong turnout for President Trump in sort of the center part of Pennsylvania. Of course, we've all been talking about the Amish. But
It was different this year. I don't ever remember printing off my own.
Western PA thought there were 60,000 deplorables came out for him. So now the big
Voted on the machine, and then you print it in the printer next to you. And then you take that and you go over to looks like a fax machine. You stick your ballot in it, and then you can see, like if it had 1,000, you can watch it go to 1,001 when yours is put in.
Here in the city of Philadelphia, there are 90,000 votes that mail-in ballots that were not turned in. That's 90,000 outstanding votes, according to City Commissioner Al Schmidt. In Montgomery County, just outside here, we're looking at 30,000 outstanding mail-in votes. Now, of course, we know that the mail-in ballots in the state of Pennsylvania were about 2-to-1 Democrats, so it stands to reason that those mail-in ballots will be a substantially large margin for Joe Biden. If they're shut down, you're talking about a lot of votes that Joe Biden will be getting.
I just want to clarify with Jack and with the team here, as those bells go off in the back, near one of the halls there downtown in Philly. So we'll take it from here, Jack, while the bells are ringing behind you. The bells are tolling, it sounds like, for President Trump. You heard what he said, guys. So this is going to go back to the U.S. Supreme Court on allowing those ballots to come in, as we were just discussing 3 days later. And now, now you have Coney Barrett sitting on the Supreme Court, so you won't have a 4-4 tie. You could have 5-4 either way, if these ballots are admissible or not.
Challenges leading up to election day. This is why they did what they did.
And Greg, we were right. It's still Pennsylvania. It's going to come down to Pennsylvania because we won't know until it goes to the Supreme Court and they decide.
What is it? A week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks until we come to the election?
Well, Jeff just said if they file that immediately tomorrow,
Okay.
how long will the Supreme Court take to hear it? 2 days, 5 days, a week?
This is interesting. It's getting my attention. Obviously, we haven't called some of these races, but according to the Trump War Room, they're confident that he's not only won Florida and Georgia, but North Carolina and Ohio. Of course, we're still not in those. But it's getting pretty tight in some of those states. So he's taking the lead.
Yeah, but so it's interesting.
want to get rid of the electoral college, you can see President Trump is winning the popular vote as well.
But don't forget, Washington, Oregon, California. All those come in.
It's coming. It's all in. We got around 58 minutes to get some coffee. Obviously, well, and it's interesting again, because when we talk about the popular vote, right, like you mentioned, it's still early on enough, but a lot of this campaign was focused, especially from Biden's side, attacking President Trump's character. And that's something that continued throughout the race. And it's interesting because then you compare these campaigns, President Trump very much so focusing on the people, not attacking his opponent too much on that, but more so policy and record. And that's something that's going to be a very big issue as we head on to the west, Arizona, Nevada. We, of course, haven't talked about those races, but we're still waiting up for those results. Well, and if we're talking about the battleground states, the each candidate's focusing on, Joe Biden spent a lot of time focusing on Texas because he saw that as an opportunity to possibly flip a very long-term red state into a blue state. And early results showed Democrats leading there, Joe Biden leading there. But as I've seen, President Trump has taken the lead in Texas. Texas has 38 electoral college votes. And if we're talking about the road to 270, 38 is a big chunk of that road to 270. We do have some updated numbers for that race there. You can see 51% of precincts reporting President Trump beating Joe Biden 50% to 48%. I mean, it's not a huge margin. He's only up by about 200,000 votes, but all that matters is that he leads in the end, even if it's only by.
Well, again, that's only half of the precincts reported.
Right.
Again, like with all the states, and the message we've been saying, all the mail-in ballots typically came in early and they predicted to be left. Now they're going to start counting the votes from today.
And I know I'm getting ahead of myself here, but to hypothetically, say President Trump wins tonight, you know what the conversation is once again going to be? Is that the Democratic ticket did not campaign in Wisconsin or Michigan enough and spent too much time in Georgia, Texas, and Arizona. I mean, if that ends up being what happens, the Democratic Party is going to make the same exact mistake that it did as Hillary Clinton.
We talk a lot between the three of us here in our newsroom. And what I sent you guys a message a couple weeks ago after last week, we got Trump's final campaign schedule. I said, President Trump is a follow-through candidate. He held 4 rallies on Saturday. He held 5 rallies on Sunday. He held 5 rallies yesterday. 8 of those rallies, total rallies, were in the state of Michigan. He had his final campaign rally in the city of Grand Rapids, Michigan last night. He follows through on campaigning and going and talking to those voters. Joe Biden has held maybe 1 event per day compared to President Trump's 4, 5 events per day. And 3 of them were in his home state of Delaware. That's not a competitive state. Go to Michigan, go to Wisconsin, go to the Rust Belt where you're trying to flip those voters back to a party after Hillary Clinton failed so miserably in talking to those voters in person.
And it comes back to something that I was saying before, is that the Democratic ticket may have overplayed the strength of the coronavirus issue a little bit, because every single time they held a virtual event, they wanted the audience to know, look, we're holding this virtual drive-through because we're in the middle of a pandemic. And yes, that message certainly got across, but did that come to the detriment, as Jen was saying, about knocking on doors in Florida, knocking on doors in Michigan, Pennsylvania?
Call it what it is. They fear-monger, okay? The left is great at saying Republicans always fear-monger, right? Over the last few decades, I've been around doing this for the last 20-some years. They always say Republicans fear-monger. They fear-monger about the economy going down. They fear-monger about war with a foreign nation. Well, guess what? This round, you Democrats fear-mongered the coronavirus, and you thought that would put you in the win column. And right now, as we're seeing these votes coming in from battleground states and states they thought they would hold on to, Virginia, crazy, it didn't work because Americans don't like being told, stay home, keep that mask on, your business is going bye-bye. We'll take care of you. That's not the American way. Now, in some states, that plays just fine. Californians, let's be real.
Well, and think about how long we've been in this situation. I mean, we're at what, month 8? 8 months of this. There is such a thing as COVID fatigue.
It's COVID fatigue.
It's COVID
And
fatigue.
the Democrats play
Whether
this
you like it or not.
fear-monger.
Right, and regardless of policy, at the end of the day, of course people care about their health and they want to take the right precautions, but like Freddie's been talking about, it's always the economy. If you're not out there and you're not working, you're falling behind on your rent and your mortgage, and your kids are going to school, that's going to start to take a toll. And that's something that the president and Republicans have done such a good job highlighting, is that the solution can't be worse than the problem, right? And so that's what's happening with these lockdowns, well, especially in a state like Florida, when DeSantis opened them up and said, hey, your kids, you have the choice. You can send your kids to
That's
school.
weird because what I'm seeing on the internet is
Their kids are in school, and you know, they had a surge at the beginning.
Virginia
and
is
they
blue.
had they started reopening, but they've gotten that under control.
And I'm
We don't need
seeing
a
the
mask
Senate
mandate in place, and
is the Democrats are leading in the
most
Senate
Republican state in our entire country.
41 to
It's
39.
pretty key tonight, this electorate.
That these voters have seen through.
And the Republicans are winning in the House
of the narrative
89 to
by the
66.
media and certain Democratic leaders over the last 8 months, that this is like the most deadliest thing we've ever seen, stay indoors, that we're looking out for you, we're gonna take care of you. And then they 8 months into it, they watch a 74-year-old man get it, recover from it in days. They see reports contradicting left and right every month from Fauci, from CDC, from the WHO, they're all gone now, we don't listen to WHO anymore, showing that this 230, 250, whatever the number is they keep putting up on CNN to fear monger and scare Americans, didn't work because those aren't real numbers. Remember what I said, guys, died with, died from. We have been told now about 130,000 of that 250,000 death count. Those folks were in stage 4 cancer. They were in something else where they were going to die. COVID did not kill them. They died with it, not from it. And so Americans were tired of one, losing money. So it was about the economy, I was going to say. They were tired of being told what to do. They were looking at this and seeing through the BS and going, you know what? This isn't as dangerous and deadly. I'm not trying to play it lightly, guys. Not playing it lightly. People have died. It is a deadly virus. But I think they have now seen through this smoke screen that was put on them for the last 8 months. Okay? And they're showing it at the polls.
And we do have some updated numbers from Pennsylvania, as of course we are keeping our eyes close on Pennsylvania tonight. 27% of precincts reporting President Trump's taking the lead from Joe Biden. 899,000, and what, there are probably 60,000 votes there. That's not a lot, but everything matters here. And we don't talk about Pennsylvania's economy.
Trump's winning in PA.
Exactly.
Hundreds of thousands of jobs. And President Trump, you know, we can talk about how Joe Biden fumbled his message on fracking, but also we need to talk about the success of President Trump in the energy sector. President Trump and his administration have made America, the U.S., an energy exporter. We are not importing energy.
Yeah, they just said
They have focused on these states where that matters so much for their economy.
he's ahead.
Hey, we're going to make you the leader in natural gas around the world for the first time ever in the history of the United States. And we do actually also have some updated numbers from Florida, where 97% of Canadians supporting President Trump.
Yeah, he's winning in Florida too. Right now. For now.
As Florida increases, Pennsylvania will also increase for the Trump administration.
Right, and they were saying that, President Trump needed to win Florida by 1.2 points to push Pennsylvania and Michigan further. And he's winning by 3 points here, so that's more than that 1.2 that he needed. So if he wins handedly in Florida, then that just helps him more in Pennsylvania.
We just had Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah close at 10 o'clock. We missed that 10 minutes ago because we've been having so much fun talking about Florida and COVID and everything else. So let's talk a little bit about Iowa, Montana. We don't really need to. Utah, we know which it's going, and Nevada though still right too. So Iowa.
The key in Iowa, as we see those early numbers there, you see Joe Biden leading, but these are such small amounts of the vote. You've seen like here, such small numbers of the vote. But I want to get back to Iowa really quickly in the Des Moines Register poll. The Des Moines Register poll came out Sunday or yesterday? Sunday, right? Yeah. And they have Trump 48% to 41%, up 7 points. Joe Biden was leading by 4 points in Iowa, I think 2 weeks ago. If President Trump is winning by 7 points in the Des Moines Register poll, that's really good for President Trump. The Des Moines Register poll is seen in Iowa as the gold standard poll, the best poll, honestly, in the entire, it's
Winning.
in the entire United States as being the best at predicting the actual winner of the state.
Iowa, Nevada, 6 weeks or another 12 could go to Trump for sure. And again, smaller population of the states, so we'll go a lot faster.
Well, and going back to Iowa, we're also keeping a close eye on the Senate race there. Joni Ernst, I don't know if you have any numbers for her, but going into this race, she was considered one of those vulnerable Republicans trying to hold on to one of their seats for the Republicans. holding on to. Let's talk about Michigan president.
Yeah,
You know, that's, when we talk about Florida, we talk about where it kind of pushes other states, and it pushes Pennsylvania, and it pushes Michigan. With this 26% of citizens supporting President Trump is handedly beating Joe Biden. I mean, handedly beating President Trump. And then we also do want to look at Wisconsin. That's another key state. Wisconsin here, another key state President Trump split.
Minnesota starts looking like this, guys, we're going to hurricane.
I mean, look at this. This is 45% of citizens reporting. So if you look at the popular vote numbers, 623,574, that doesn't seem like a lot if you're thinking about a state like Florida or a state like Texas. But in a state like Wisconsin, they have a much smaller population.
Right.
And this is 45% of citizens reporting. That's a lot.
I mean, the Trump campaign had said they thought they would take Michigan, take Wisconsin again.
But they
Their
put
last
four
time,
cities in.
But here's the key, okay? It's only 10, just like Wisconsin, but what can happen in Minnesota? And I don't know if we have those numbers, they're a little too early with Minnesota, but if we can get to those guys eventually, let's show Minnesota, because I want to see what happens right along the top of our nation right there, because man, that's going to be tough.
From an electoral perspective too, we've been talking about how Pennsylvania is so important. If President Trump wins with Wisconsin or Michigan,
He can
He can lose Pennsylvania.
he's okay.
But Jeff's in. It's still going to come, if it does, if it's not just a big sweep tonight, it comes down to Pennsylvania, okay, because there is a lot there, there's 20 of them. But again, now we have 9 Supreme Court justices back again, and if they rush that case to get up there, you know what the left will say for the next 4 years, then illegitimate president, blah, blah, blah.
And which is the Supreme Court justice.
Well, maybe your state Supreme Court, filled with liberal judges in Pennsylvania, should have ran a new law changing your voting regulations and rules right before an election.
you know, I'm even like looking at Wisconsin. I know they lose a lot of viewers from there too, but there's one county in particular, Waukesha County, and it is known to be a good indicator of not only that state but also the rest of the nation, obviously the entire country. And President Trump is overperforming in that county right now as compared to 2016.
He was in Wisconsin yesterday too.
I mean, it's unbelievable to you see that it's competitive right now at this point, because that's not necessarily what many in the media were telling us to lead up today. The presumption was that maybe President Trump would win Florida, maybe he could win Pennsylvania, because it's assumed that he's going to lose Wisconsin and Michigan. But as we're looking at this map, and we still don't know what's going on with Virginia right now. Too. Yeah, I mean,
Well, I'm going to make that perfect. And can we shave that? We should shave that Virginia in. If we start picking up Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Virginia flips, and we're going to pull that off. I mean, come on. It's over. We're going home. And I didn't think I'd be saying this tonight. I really thought because of,
I thought it would be really close.
yeah,
Either way, really close.
No, it's a landslide.
But if President Trump wins Michigan, if he wins Wisconsin, if he wins Ohio, and he's winning Florida, I mean, and if he can flip Virginia, then that's a runaway
yeah,
election.
these are three battleground states. This is a mandate. And hopefully we'll hold on to the Senate, and the president can step in now and say, there is no doubt that the country wanted to move towards American principles and values, and Trump's messaging of what he's going to do with the economy, with the military, with immigration, with healthcare, everything. And we are wholeheartedly saying, no, hell no to socialism. And that is the agenda, for me, that was on the ballot this time. I don't care where Joe Biden stands and in the debates, and he's like, hey, you're talking to me, I'm the head of the party right now because I'm the guy. You weren't the guy, Joe. He was never the guy of those 27 candidates. That's not what this new left, extreme left-wing party of the Democratic Party wanted. They wanted Elizabeth Warren. They wanted Bernie Sanders. They wanted a socialist-type candidate, and they got the 78-year-old guy who just flips and flops in the wind just to stay in power for the last 47 years. And you look at what's happening in these states, I think that's what average Americans are saying. They're like,
The west looks gray to me still. We still have a while before the polls close here. Oh, that's right. Actually, was not concerned about the presidential. I knew that, or I know. I'm more concerned about the Senate and the House. Really.
The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. The 10th Amendment was written to emphasize the limited nature of the powers delegated to the
The
federal
Dems said if the media said
that the
they would
national
win,
government possesses
then
only
they would
those
declare it a
powers
victory.
expressly given to it by the people. The Constitution exists to provide a framework for the organization of the federal government and for the relationship of that government to the states.
You can be guaranteed there's going to be some badass trouble.
Centralized government sought to establish a national
We've already got the National Guard and everybody, stores and places like that are boarding up their windows, closing their stores. They're expecting a lot of crap.
To be left free to exercise their sovereign powers. Thomas Jefferson believed the 10th Amendment to be the foundation of the Constitution. For more than 200 years, Americans have enjoyed the freedoms of speech, assembly, and religion. But sadly, thanks to unconstitutional executive actions,
And that's the part that I think is sad.
federal funding extortion schemes, there are very few things in our lives that the federal government has not taken control of. By enacting national laws that go far beyond the federal powers enumerated in the U.S. Constitution, the federal government has increasingly taken over our healthcare, taxation, education, firearms, marriage, and churches, among many others. Governments and political leaders are best held accountable to the will of the people when government is smaller and more accessible. We are a nation that was founded on the idea of individual freedom, and the federalist structure ensures that no level of government gains too much power. One of the great privileges of being a citizen of the United States is being able to vote and have an impact on the decisions that govern everyday life in our nation. Many men and women have fought and died for the right to legally cast their vote. Through hard work and the persistence for equality, all citizens of the United States can participate in the voting process. The very fabric of the United States is made up of many people from different parts of the world. These people have gone through great lengths of time to become citizens with the privilege to vote, as promised in the 15th Amendment of the Constitution. Citizens of the United States should not have their privilege to vote compromised.
That's true, Sharon. I agree with you there.
In the
For
first
sure.
place, we should insist that if the immigrant who comes here in good faith becomes an American and assimilates himself to us, he shall be treated on an exact equality with everyone else. For it is an outrage to discriminate against any such man because of creed, or birthplace, or origin.
I'm going to be right back, you guys.
This is predicated upon the person's becoming in every facet an American and nothing but an American. There can be no divided allegiance here. Any man who says he is an American but something else also is not an American at all. We have room for but one flag, the American flag. We have room for but one language here, and that is the English language. And we have room for but one sole loyalty, and that is a loyalty to the American people. Theodore Roosevelt, our 26th President of the United States.
The Statue of Liberty, a gift from France to mark the alliance of our two countries during the American Revolution and the centennial of American independence. Officially called Liberty Enlightening the World, the statue was the vision of French political thinker Edouard de Laboulaye, who also saw it as a way to inspire France to strive for the American ideals of freedom and democracy. Designed by Federico Gus-Bartholdi, he decided to place the 305-foot tall statue on Bedloe's Island in New York Harbor. After her official unveiling in 1886, Lady Liberty greeted a wave of almost 14 million immigrants, standing as confirmation that they had arrived at the land of their dreams. This is your history, your news.
Welcome back. I'm Jim Ball. You're watching One America News' special coverage of election 2020. And before we get back to the crew here in our main studio, we've got a special guest. Caitlin Sinclair is live down in Florida with Governor DeSantis. Hey, Caitlin.
Hey there, Dan. I promised you guys a special guest, and here we are with Governor Ron DeSantis. So, Governor, it seems that you have a better prediction outcome than the pundits do. You have a better radar than the pundits because you accurately predicted the state and Latino vote. What do you have to say right now?
Well, this is a huge victory for the president. He won in 2016 by about 120,000 votes. He's going to win this one by
Pelosi's term,
400,000
aren't they
votes.
supposed
That's
to
a
be,
3+ percentage point victory.
I don't know, is it 2 years after this?
But you know, the fact that the networks haven't called this is just bewildering. They called Virginia.
Or is it now?
Polls closed, trying to outperform the independent, except for Fox. Fox is keeping it, and yet Fox and some of these others won't call Florida. They're literally, if Biden won every vote outstanding, he could not win Florida. This is over. Book it, and let's move on.
So how early did you call this, Governor?
Well, I knew basically going into the election, as we started to see Republicans turn out, we knew, I mean, we had a
Yeah, she's up for re-election right now.
Once the thing was done, I'm sorry about that. And so we knew that
In
was good.
California.
And I knew that independents would break for him today, and that's what happened. So we knew that he was going to win. The question was the margin. But what's ended up happening is we flipped 2 congressional seats held by Democrat incumbents, Republicans down in Miami-Dade County. And we've also maintained control of the Florida Senate and the Florida legislature and even gained seats there. So across the board, this was huge Republican muscle in the state of Florida. And I think it bodes well for the president. But look, they should call Florida. They should call Ohio. They should call North Carolina. These are all done deals. Florida more than any.
Right. Now, Governor, you bring up Miami-Dade County. What I noticed as a viewer here is back in 2016, Hillary Clinton won this by 334,000 votes. At 8 p.m., President Trump had already surpassed that by over 100,000, and you actually accurately predicted that. First of all, I mean, are you excited? How did you know all this? But did anything surprise you about that?
Well, the 2 things we really tried to do was, 1, register more Republicans, and we did 200,000 more statewide than in 16. So our gap with Democrats is the closest it's ever been. And then the second big thing was improve in Miami-Dade County, because he lost by 30 points last time. If you can lose by just 20, that's 50, 60, 70,000 votes. He lost by about 10 or 12, which is a phenomenal improvement. He flipped over 100,000 votes just in Miami-Dade County alone. And I'll tell you, if you were at that rally in Miami-Dade on, I guess, Sunday night, Monday morning, because it was about 1 in the morning, it was electric. Everyone was excited. And 75% of the people there were Hispanic Americans. And so he won Hispanic in Miami-Dade County going away. And I think that's why he had such a good performance there.
Now, I believe that Miami-Dade County is about 70% of that Latino Hispanic vote, and we've been driving home that message all day. You, of course, also echoed that sentiment that
It says here that
they want a president who is more focused on things like the economy.
she's up for re-election in this election right here. She's 80 years old.
You know a lot about. Do you think that this
And
is the reason that we saw a lot of these voters coming out to support President Trump?
Well, I think Biden's support of lockdown.
yeah, because they're voting on the Senate and the House also.
Worked against him in Florida.
So she will either be re-elected or
Who are sending their kids to school. They don't want
sent
school
packing
shut down.
now.
They don't want their jobs shut down. So it was a fundamental miscalculation for him to do that. I would also say,
According to this, she comes from a family that has mob ties.
And I think the president's getting a better percentage of African Americans. So what he's doing
Somebody
is
named
he's
Paul
building
Pelosi, who had dealings,
multi-racial
mobster,
coalition built around American principles. You know, these are people, regardless of
aka
race, that
Benny
they want
Trotta,
America.
something
They
like
want
that.
America to do well. They don't want this warmed over leftism, pseudo-Marxist.
Yeah, it says Nancy Pelosi is up for re-election on November 3rd.
So we have an opportunity with how far left the Democrats have gone.
I think they vote on them every 2 years instead of 4.
And I think that's why he's gonna win re-election nationally today.
Well, we hope you're right, and it looks like you are. Danny, you heard it here. The governor has already called the state of Florida, and like you just brought up, if the rally here in Miami a few days ago was any indication, we should have taken it there. This is a red wave that we're already seeing. Back to you.
All right, Caitlin, thank you so much. And Governor DeSantis, thanks for just putting it out there, since I've been saying it for the last 2 hours, that Florida is going for President Trump. I'm glad that the governor agrees with me, even though OAN, the Associated Press, is not calling those 29 electoral votes for him. Can we put Florida up there and show what it is? We gotta get, what, 98% now? Because most of all the panhandle.
Members of the House of Representatives serve 2-year terms and are considered for re-election every even year. Senators, however, serve 6-year terms. I didn't realize that.
You look at what's up there right now, 51 to 48, 97% of the state reported. I mean, that difference right there, they called it in the past with less. So I think that tonight media networks are just taking it very carefully. I see that some other networks are saying, just breathe, everyone, take it slow. There are still a lot of states to be called tonight, but there's no doubt that this is a huge victory, as it looks like, for President Trump.
All right, how about North Carolina, guys? Look at this.
This is a huge one, too. And this was one that we were starting at the top of the tickets. Everybody knew that this would be closest as far as the electoral college goes, but Jen was talking about this too. As you go down the ballot as well, this also helps the Senate race. This also helps the
So
House
Senate
races as well.
runs 6-year
I
terms.
mean, going into this, Republicans were trying to.
And then the House gets re-voted on every 2 years.
A pretty serious challenge from Cal Cunningham, and it looks like right now, Tom Tillis, if we can get those numbers up on the board there, looks like he's leading in his race right now. He was last time I checked. So if Republicans can hold on to that seat, that's one less seat than Democrats are targeting them to try to flip the Senate majority. I do want to get to Alabama.
Yeah, she needs to have been sent packing a long time ago. I was sick of her years ago. Before she started doing all of her eye lifts and everything.
But now, look, Alex, look how the tide is turning with about 72% of the precincts in the Buckeye states.
Well, and President Trump is not just leading by 20,000 votes, 30,000 votes.
He's winning Trump's winning in Ohio, which is good. He did last time too, which surprised me.
8% to Joe Biden's 46%, and up to 71% of precincts reported. So, we can talk about what votes are getting counted first, if those mail-in votes. Only 2.2 million early votes, rather, in Ohio. It's about half of the electorate in 2016, so getting more results here throughout the night. And then Michigan. I mean, President Trump and any GOP analyst would have told you before this election that President Trump could afford to lose Michigan, but he's pretty handedly winning here so far. And then also here, look at Wisconsin, 51% to 48%, with 51% of precincts, or over 50% of precincts reported here in
I'm
Wisconsin.
telling you guys, Pennsylvania or Virginia, Southern North Dakota, if he takes Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, it's over.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about the importance of Pennsylvania. That doesn't necessarily matter if President Trump ends up taking Wisconsin or Michigan or both. Exactly. I mean, phenomenal point. And even Arizona, a lot of people are saying that.
Oh, Maxine, circus act.
But Joe Biden would still take Michigan and Wisconsin, and if it comes down to Arizona might be good. So, no lot to go on still this night, but I mean, right now, good early numbers for the Trump campaign.
We just did something on that main map, guys. You want to throw it back up? Our producer was just telling us this a minute ago. We have unchecked Virginia. So thank you for that. We have taken Virginia out of that column for now because it is too close to call for Joseph Biden. And wow, wouldn't that be something?
Too close to call for Virginia.
So settle in, man. I hope you got popcorn, folks. I hope you got the kids to bed because we're going to be here for a few more hours tonight as we try to dissect.
No, I've always said the government is the mob.
Battleground states that the media have been discussing for weeks, if not months, but now we're talking about states that we just assumed that you know what your parents taught you about assuming. You should never use that, right? It'll make a you know what out of all of us. And we've got states now that are looking to go Trump. This could be that red wave we were all, well, a lot of us were hoping. Sorry, I don't put words in their mouth, so.
No, but I think you just touched on your category a little bit too, but just too late, not too late. We're talking about maybe it's a little bit too early to say that Democrats have control of the House or dictate how many seats they also have to pick up, because I know that some networks did call that, but networks have been uncalling a lot of things tonight already. And so I think when you talk about the House control, I would say that then, I think it's a little too preemptive to do that, because we were seeing with some of the exit polls when it comes to suburban women, how they're voting, when it comes to minority voters as well. I don't think that we can compare the numbers that we're looking at right now to the numbers that we saw back in 2016, because we already basically overcame the amount of total votes.
Yeah, we're leading in the House, and we're about tied in the Senate. So that's good.
All the Trump rallies, all the conservative movement in a state that has been red since Reagan, right? And I'm actually going to be surprised. I think you're going to see some flips. It may not be enough because there's a couple dozen seats. So I don't think Republicans will take the House back. But I do believe you're going to see some seats that may flip in some blue states to red for the House, and people are going to go, their minds are going to blow.
And that's already a trend that we're starting to see because of the top of the ticket with President Trump doing how
He said he doesn't believe that we'll take the House, but it's showing that we are ahead on the House. I guess he's going by
pick up some of those seats, even though, you know, President Trump won in a lot of these districts.
what he knows, but I don't know.
Won in 2018 because Republicans just didn't happen to have the turnout there.
Certain ones that are not projected yet.
With the president at the top of the ticket, that's really helping Republicans have that advantage, that edge that they need in these districts that ultimately went for president 4 years ago. And now, you know, this is something that's going to help them in the long run.
Well, I remember saying this back during the 2018 midterms too, is that, you know, I think it would have been beneficial for Republicans if President Trump did a rally in Southern California.
Yeah, I really would like to get the Senate and the House, but these guys are not giving me much to go on.
There are competitive House races in California for Republicans, and I think that if you would have done a fundraiser or something, it could have lifted some of those candidates over those. I think it was 8 seats they ended up turning in California. So I mean, we have to remember that in California, there is the largest conservative population outside of, I believe, Texas. There is a huge conservative population here, and that doesn't mean that they shouldn't be represented at all. I mean, I think we're seeing it in some of the houses.
Yeah, we're going to see, was a young gentleman's name up in LA area, Collins against Maxine Waters. Never know, young African-American veteran. He could pull something there. Darrell Issa running back again after his loss. So, yeah, again, we're getting ahead of ourselves because we won't be talking West Coast for a while. And let's be real, when it comes down to 3 West Coast states, they don't really matter for the presidential race. They typically will always go blue. But wouldn't it be something if they did go red? But we'll get there. First, let's throw it back over to John and Richard and our DC Bureau, find out what they're up to, because you guys are tracking the state that has been shocking all of us here, and that is Virginia, because several news organizations along with us have had about a pull the check mark off of that for Mr. Biden. What's going on with Virginia, guys?
Well, Virginia, good to talk to you. Yes, Virginia I think, is a surprise, or will be a surprise. Virginia, too, appears to be a pickup. At this point, Scott Taylor was the congressman. He was running again. He was a Republican. The Democrat is losing about 89% of the vote. It's counted there. These are both, this and Virginia 7, are both part of those Trump 31 districts, which he won in 2016. Republicans lost them in 2018. Now it appears that they're coming home. And Virginia 7, 98.7% of the vote. Nick Frieden bringing back on it or something. But this is an interesting district, and this is way down in southern Virginia, along the North Carolina border, with 95.56% of the votes counted. You have the Republican, Leon Benjamin, ahead with 53.3% of the vote. Don McEachin, the incumbent Democrat, is an African American, and he 10, which expected to support the president. This is unbelievable since he only got 8% in 2016. I want to move a little bit to Northern Virginia, which is the suburbs of Washington, D.C., and it's very blue. And in Fairfax County, the president is losing only by 7 percentage points at this point, which is really stunning because that is a reliably blue Democratic county, and Biden is just inching it out. And I think that Biden's in trouble in Virginia. I think that Virginia is probably going to flip by the time the evening is over. Now, also look at Fairfax. There are other votes in Fairfax. All of them have gone the Democratic way, except for the Donald Trump numbers, which is really quite interesting. So it's not the question that there's some sort of mail-in ballots that we're still waiting for. The actual genuine numbers, which have been counted throughout the state, the actual numbers are showing that Trump is really very competitive in the state and is leading currently, even though all the other news organizations have a check next to it saying it's a Biden state. So I think that we may be in for a very interesting surprise tonight.
Just parenthetically, guys, I would mention a little bad news as far as the House is concerned. Republicans lost North Carolina 6. That is Mark Walker's old district. Many of us know him. He's a friend of One American News. And that district is going to the Democrat there. That was redistricted by the governor and the legislature there. And that's one of the reasons that Congressman Walker has decided to pursue, apparently, as far as I know, the Senate contest, the open Senate seat in 2022. So it looks like some interesting developments there, I think. All right, gentlemen, thank you for breaking down what's happening there in Virginia. We're going to keep a very, very close eye on it. Let's bring it back here to our team in our main studio, Alex, Jen, and Greta. Virginia. I guess Pennsylvania is still going to be key, but now all of a sudden Virginia is in play. North Carolina still way too close to call. He's jumping ahead of Michigan. He's jumping ahead of Wisconsin. I mean, there's the Virginia numbers again. Look at this. This is not a small lead here. I mean, this is not small at all. 1.376.
Yeah, that's weird. My channel says Virginia is showing Trump is way ahead in Virginia, but Fox News is saying already that Biden won Virginia. Might as well not even be watching this shit because you're not getting the right info. That's why I quit watching Fox News.
Is there enough votes for Biden to come back? That's a bad position for the Biden campaign to be in right now. That's supposed to be a state that they are walking away with. They weren't even worried about it. I would be interested to see if they've ever campaigned in that state at all, because that was not just a lean Democrat state, that was a solid, safe Democratic state. So I don't, as I said, something weird is happening in Virginia, but it's coming to a pleasure for the Trump campaign.
Well, and if President Trump were to win Virginia and also win Michigan and Wisconsin, or win either or Michigan or Wisconsin, it kind of pushes Pennsylvania out of the picture. He could afford to lose Pennsylvania. And everything going into this, every person going into this would have told you Pennsylvania is key, Pennsylvania matters the most. But when you flip a totally safe Democrat state, and if you flip it red with 13 electoral votes to Pennsylvania's 20, that takes those votes and he says, oh, well, maybe we don't need those 20 electoral votes. And it's a total surprise when Biden's campaign was 100% relying on Virginia being a totally safe blue state. I mean, we were at, 5% of persons supporting when it got called super early today because everyone was like, well, I mean, Trump can show whatever he wants in early voting, but it's a safe blue state and he will win.
And as you were talking about earlier before, there are some states that count the votes differently. For example, some of them count early and mail-in ballots first, and then count the general election or the in-person votes. And I'd be interested to see maybe that's what happened with Virginia. Perhaps they counted the mail-in and early votes first, and they saw, okay, Joe Biden seems to be running away with this, but perhaps it was the in-person Republicans who really came away and started creating that gap that we're seeing. Because think about it, at one point, Joe Biden was running away with it enough where every single network called in favor of him. And now we're seeing that not only pull that back,
Hi, Shonda.
Be patient. You may not know on election night. It may take weeks. And so I think they're playing into that because they don't want to give him a win too early.
It's too early to tell right now, but Trump.
So come on. Oh, by the way, they just called Utah. We knew that one was going that way for the Minutes. I mean, look at that guy. That's 60% reporting. He's up by 20. Florida. Did we put the check down? Okay. Sorry. Just every 20 minutes I gotta ask you. Where's the governor? Okay. DeSantis says, I know my state is done. He called me. So.
Well, and David, and some of the key Senate races that we've been following these battlegrounds, not only battlegrounds for the presidential race, but of course for the Senate Republicans that are trying to hold on to their majority. The fact that the president's doing how he is right now in some of these key states, like Florida, like Michigan, where there's a Senate race that's very contentious there as well, and some of the other states, that was very, very well for Republicans.
Here, I'm going to jump in real quick because the powers that be here at OAN have given me the authority to now officially call Florida for President Donald J. Trump, and those 29 electoral numbers will go to him. Thank you. I nominated that again tonight. I feel like I should have grabbed my I only had to fight for the last 2 hours. I'm like, please, for the love, let me call it. All right, now here's one that I'm not going to jump out there on a ledge and say he's got North Carolina, because that's only 60,000 votes, unlike Florida, which is like 300 and what, 40,000 vote difference? So North Carolina too close. Now, he's jumping out to a commanding lead in the home state, Alex. Look at the Buckeye State, 2.7 million, 2.3. I'd say he's got the Buckeye State. Here's the kicker, though. Look at Michigan, guys. Alex. No.
It's looking good.
I think we're going to go home early. Wisconsin, look at that one. I mean, again, and now we're almost all of these Midwest and Southern states, we're well over half of the precincts. We're in the 60, 70, 90% of them reporting. So as we call these, we are safe as heck. Unlike that early call, and I'll call them sorry, but we all did it. We all called Virginia too early. The rest of these now have, again, 61, 67, 79, 97% reporting. There's no possible way to find a Biden lead and win in those states. And guys, real quick, because we want to check in, I want you to be standing by and watching the freezing in front of the White House. That is live in DC in front of the White House for us. And I want to check in because this is something that we alluded to at the beginning of the show tonight, is that there was a lot of online chatter, Christina, about possible riots on election night on the 4th, the 5th, the 6th. I read some things online about Antifa, BLM, a bunch of them trying to actually shut Washington down and not letting even Congress come back in. We're supposed to get back to work in a few days. You're there at the White House. What do you see? I know they're going to protect this wall or barrier. Is there any major protests going on that you can see around the White
Yeah,
House?
I'm on the couch with the fireplace going and blankets and my dogs.
For the last few hours, I've been outside the gate, and there really isn't anything. There's a couple thousand people in front of Lafayette Park, but they're very peaceful. There's some playing music. There's some evangelical preachers. There's some, anti-Trumpers that want to try to protest against the president. There's a lot of different types of groups out front that all have their own message that they're trying to put out there. But none of them are violent. They're all actually pretty peaceful and working well together, even despite their different viewpoints. As you mentioned, there's a huge fence that's around the entire perimeter of the property. It's about 9 feet high. It's the same fence we saw when there were big riots a few months ago. And there really isn't anybody out there. There's some in front of the park. Like I said, there's probably a couple thousand people. And then there's nobody else. I was a little bit nervous about trying to get back into the White House grounds, thinking that there might be a group, gathered up front. I might not be able to get back in, but there wasn't a single person out there. So thankfully, all the riots and violence that was anticipated really hasn't materialized. It remains to be seen whether it comes out later in the evening, but I really don't think so. And the folks that I were interviewing out there, they didn't think it was going to turn violent either. So thankfully, that is unexpected, but for the best.
All right, Christina Buck live in front of the White House there. We will check back in with you throughout the evening to make sure everything is peaceful and calm there at our house, America's house. Christina, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Back to the studio now with Jim, Greta, and Alex. Alex is my nemesis tonight. We're fighting about Ohio all night long. We got to talk more about these Senate races. I heard somebody just conceded a second ago. So we got some Senate races to talk about.
gonna be split, still gonna be going off into a runoff, as we can see, she hasn't quite hit that mark yet, but it looks like it's gonna be her and the Democrat going into a runoff in January. So if we can get this quote, I believe we're working on getting that, but again, this puts her on a path to a potential win in January, because she was favored to win amongst the Republicans in this. Now, again, the big issue now is making sure that they make sure that voters stay enthusiastic for January. But, historically, in Georgia especially, they turn out for, and there's that quote actually, we want to go back to that. So this is from Representative Doug Collins. I just called Kelly Loeffler, congratulated her on making the runoff. He has my support and endorsement. I look forward to all Republicans coming together. Raphael Warnock will be a great disaster for Georgia and America. So there you have it. And here are the numbers for that. So you can see Kelly Loeffler, the incumbent there in Georgia, 28%. Doug Collins conceding at 23, and the Democrat with 29.
So that's just a disappointing. I wish they just could have talked Collins into backing down. It seemed like Loeffler had the momentum. They looked on social media, they heard from the president. I know he didn't endorse either one, so they loved both of them. As the president, he loves everybody that's on his side. But it appeared to me weeks out and the days leading up that Kelly was going to take this one. And I just wish that Doug would have conceded and not just kind of the race weeks ago, and she could have taken this. Because now, if it does come down to where we've only got 1 or 2 seat majority in the Senate, now we have to have a special run, like you said, Jim, in January. We may not know what happens with control of the Senate until then, if it comes down to it.
Exactly. And another race, okay, I do want to go back to that. We haven't called this one yet, but here we are. Tommy Tuberville winning that Alabama seat, 63%. He just unseated Doug Jones. So this is a tough step for Democrats. They were really hoping to hold on to the seat. It was not going to happen. And this, again, is huge. It's just another testament to the power of what the Trump endorsement can do for a Republican candidate in a state like Alabama. Let's go back to the primary. Tommy Tuberville beat President Trump's old AG, Jeff Sessions. And so here's a live look at his speech there. He's celebrating. Let's take a listen to this. You know what?
No,
And I think
looks like you already gave the speech there, Jen, and now they're throwing out the ball. He won.
Celebrate.
That was the party down there. Okay, so that goes well now for Republicans. So we pick up another one there, even though we lost Colorado, we might grab Michigan, and then even if Walker ends up losing in January, we would still be at net right in the middle.
And I think that win that Georgia seat does get to the January, because it's typically where Democrats don't turn out during special elections or during elections that are out of presidential races. So I know a lot of Democrats were hoping that maybe they could make something happen in this race, because it becomes less and less likely the further they get away from this race of flipping that seat. So I think that, a lot of Republicans would like to see a Loeffler-Collins victory tonight. I think that it's a delay in the inevitable to some degree.
Well, totally, if you add up the Republican vote tonight, if it wasn't split between the two of them, I mean, either of them would be winning by a major margin to the Democrats, 29%, so that bodes well for the special election in January.
And Doug Jones, by the way, too, he's been rumored that if Joe Biden were to win the presidency, that he could possibly take over as Attorney General or some other cabinet position in the Biden administration. So to see him going down right there, as you were saying before, Jeff Sessions, the former Attorney General for President Trump, and then losing the primary, kind of weirdly comes full circle in some sort of way.
It does.
Well, and that's the two people. Trump was no fan of Jeff Sessions there at the end. So that was probably part of his demise. Let's be real.
I mean, 100% never endorsed him. And it was actually, it was a little awkward to watch Jeff Sessions at these events and not get that Trump endorsement. So hopefully.
No backbone. Barr's got a backbone. Sessions has no backbone. He's already
And not only did President Trump not endorse him, he was openly talking badly about him.
Openly talking bad about it.
and rightfully so.
And poor Jeff Sessions was putting on his commercials where he's putting on the MAGA
in Southern California, that went blue. Those were vulnerable places that were, I believe, living in California for years, those were Republican strongholds. But now with the COVID lockdown, I'll put it back on the COVID. Oh, and they're cutting me off. If you want to go see our friend Lindsey Graham, here we go, acceptance speech. Speaking of another Senate seat we held on to, here's Senator Lindsey Graham, South Carolina.
Thank you, South Carolina. We did it. And I don't mean me, I mean we. To borrow a phrase from Churchill, come on up, guys. We'll talk with these folks here in a second. To borrow a phrase from Churchill, never has one candidate owed so much to so many as I do. I owe so much to so many, not just in South Carolina, throughout the country. So thank you. This victory is an answer to a lot of prayers. Everybody that prayed for me also voted for me and then some. So to those who've been following this race from afar, I hope you got the message. If you don't get this message, it's hopeless. Here's the message I got. People like what I'm doing, and I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going back to the Senate with a purpose. I never wanted my job more than I do now. I never appreciated my job more than I do now. I've never been more grateful to have it. I think I've never been more prepared to do it than I am right now. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to put our national security interests ahead of everything else, because without national security, nothing else matters. Isn't that right, Coach? To the men and women in uniform, I will continue to have your back, because you've got all about it. And it's my goal, my desire, to make sure that we have the best prepared military to deter war, but if we get in it, we're going to win. To the people in Austria, Vienna, my heart breaks for you. To the rest of America who may be watching here today, Radical Islam could not forget us in Paris. They had been hit hard. I will never, ever take my eye off the ball. No more 9/11s. The other purpose I have is to make sure that every conservative in South Carolina understands this. I will do everything I can to stop the radical agenda that keeps coming from Nancy Pelosi's house. So, Speaker Pelosi, you enact the agenda you're talking about. We're going to bury it in the Senate because it's bad for America. To the people of South Carolina, our interests will be well represented by myself and Senator Scott. We're not going to forget you. We're not going to forget the Port of Charleston. We're not going to forget about the blocking and backing of politics. I will never take my eye off the ball of taking care of the state interest in Washington. Now, I also want to find common ground. Aren't you glad that this election is for the people? I've had 2 calls already. One from President Trump. He's going to win. He's going to win. To all the pollsters out there, you have no idea what you're doing. And to all the liberals in
Sorry for what? What'd you do?
a lot of money. This is the worst return on investment in the history of American politics. Got a call from Mr. Harrison. Jamie, thank you. He was very gracious. Created a incredible campaign for the first time he's ever run for office. Raised more money in the history of anybody in the history of the United States Senate. I think I got a lot to do with that. But Jamie, I appreciate the phone call. I will do my best to guide us where I can. Father, husband, good man. I look forward to working with you where I can. Congratulations to all the people who work on your behalf. Now, this is thank you time. I cannot keep this here forever. I've got so many.
I got into I am the least self-made man in politics. So, Governor, thank you for introducing me everywhere we went. I will steal all your jokes. And the Lieutenant Governor, and we just a great team. But I'm going to start with my family behind me. Thank you, Governor. Thank you very much, sir. Your ad made me cry. That's about the only ad I would watch, but I couldn't get it happening. But Larry and Cole, Art tonight, from the main to the Ball family was very much my family. This journey started in House District 2 in 1992, where Denise ran my first campaign, and we put the kids in a wagon with Greg, we knocked on doors, and Dad didn't know. And everything has just been an incredible ride since. Without what you did for me then in my first congressional race and my first Senate race, there would be no Lindsey Graham. So thank you all very much. She passed the baton to Scott Farmer, who is the best campaign manager in the United States.
I don't know what you're sorry for, Sharon.
He's a terrific campaign manager. He's a better father.
Yeah, Sharon's getting more stuff cleaned out.
I have the best campaign in the history of South Carolina. And it is wide and it is deep. And if you take this on, you better get up early. You better stay late. And $130 million is not enough. So to Scotty Howell, who did the ads, well done, my friend. So we had a really, our seasoned team just delivered it in every way possible. Our communication, TWN, Toby, thank you. Y'all are incredible. I know a lot more about the digital world than I used to, and I thought we competed well in every aspect of it. So it was just a wide and deep, and I just can't thank y'all enough. Team Brown was just a joy to be part of. All I can say is that the results speak for themselves. Tara, thank you for raising $108 million in counting. LindseyGraham.com. 2026 will be here before you know it. So to the South Carolina Republican Party, Drew, y'all really knocked it out of the park for all of us. To the victory team, the best run victory operation in the history of the state. To the state house and state senate candidates who sent out videos for me, thank you. This is a team sport, and we're doing well in South Carolina tonight. To my congressional colleagues and patriots, we have the best Republican House district of House representation of any place in the United States. I can't thank you enough, and let's start with a name. Joe Wilson, you're a great man. Thank you so much for being my friend. Congratulations to you. Nobody works harder, and he loves the military. If you want to keep saying, tonight is the night. William Simmons, thank you for all you did in the Greenville Spartanburg area. You're terrific. You have a bright future. To Jeff Duncan, you won the cyber war all by yourself. I think Jeff enjoyed my campaign more than I did. To Tom Rice, you're just a joy to work with. Thank you all so much. We just have so much to be grateful for.
Lindsey Graham
great representation.
was he's giving his speech because he won the Senate seat, and he, that's the seat that he'll be there for 6 years. So different ones of them come up. Their 6 years ends at different even numbered years, and this is his year that his was up.
where Republicans were still holding on.
And he did win it. He is a Republican.
Jim, with some breaking news, looks like they just lost one.
Yeah, they did. So over in Arizona, it looks like Martha McSally just got unseated. So it's so Mark Kelly won that race. Going into it, like we talked about, Jen, it was a very, very tight race. And Mark Kelly was leading in the polls actually then. Here are the final numbers actually. So Mark Kelly, 55%.
Arizona.
45%. Now again, this is one of those races where
She lost her seat in Arizona in the Senate to a Democrat.
After she lost her initial race to fill out the rest of the term for Senator John McCain. So going into it, sort of still considered the underdog, but again,
I guess she was taking McCain's seat after he died, and she lost it to the Democrat who came in.
So if this stays the way it is right now, we still have a few more seats to keep an eye out. But right now, Republicans still holding on very narrowly to the majority in the upper chamber.
Yeah, and the president's going to need that.
Republicans are ahead in the Senate and the House.
Virginia, and think that the president's going to pull this out tonight. And would it be a shame if the Republicans lose the Senate? But right now, they're only down one. The other races that we've been tracking with Jim, I don't know if they were as hotly contested as the ones that we've already seen and called, like in Colorado, in Michigan, now in Arizona, Lindsay's seat, Mitch McConnell. So we know which way all those have gone. Still a couple more that you're tracking. But again, I don't think any of those were really undecided. It looks like we don't know which way they're going. So it looks like until we find out what happens to that Georgia seat on special runoff, they could be down one, maybe down two.
Or, and just that, what we're hearing from our producers, they officially called for the leader, President Trump, won on by about 2 percentage points, but they're going to do that. I do want to point something out, but let's back to the House. So Democrats are projected to hold on to their majority there. However, this I thought was very interesting. This sort of paints a larger picture about that Trump bump, that Trump effect we're seeing in Florida, where it was, for a while there, unsure. I mean, we saw Republicans flip a seat there, the 26th congressional district. Now, just to put it into perspective, this is Miami-Dade County, where Trump went into this county as the underdog, and he overperformed there.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
That's trickling down. Helping Republicans flip some of these seats in the swing
In Arizona,
and,
there was a lady that took McCain's place when he died, and she just got beat out by the Democrat in Arizona for Senate. But the House and the Senate are still being led by Republicans, and it's too close to say on the presidential. Not enough has come in yet on the presidential. Everything is up for grabs. Be right back, you guys.
Silver State, Montana. We showed up on earlier, guys. I think the numbers were up for Biden, but the percentage was very low. That one typically should go to the president. And then Idaho had called for the president as well. And you had said Florida went through. OAN had called it. Now AP and everybody else is officially calling Florida. So I was hoping that we could all get a first over everybody else and call Florida, which we kind of did. You did.
And I have to say, building on Jen's point as well, I mean, when you look back in 2018, there was that blue wave, if you will, and of course, Florida was actually a big part of that. But one thing that I think is worth noting is that there was no President Trump on the top of that team. And Democrats very much so did have a reason to come out, more so than I would say Republicans did when it comes to House races, because they did want to keep the president in check. You may remember Republicans had controlled the White House, the Senate, and the lower chamber. They came back in that so-called blue wave to take that. But now Republicans do have President Trump at the top of that ticket. And when we're looking at these numbers in Florida, for example, I mean, we're seeing that there's already greater turnout in that state among Republicans than there was back in 2018. So once again, it's an entirely new ballgame. A lot of people can say, I remember what happened in 2016. Everyone at home, this is a new ballgame. We've already had more votes than 2016, more votes than 2018, obviously, but keep your seats right now, because there's a lot that we still have.
Right, and going to your point about turnout, it's all about turnout, especially in an election where it's going to be such a tight race in some of these close contests, like in Florida, for example. But as you know, President Trump dominates with white voters. He's also doing really, really well in outperforming with Hispanic voters, Latino voters, especially in states like Florida. When we get to a state like Texas, for example, on the West Coast, he's definitely outperforming
too, in the states so far that it looks like President Trump is overperforming in, we were going down the list, Michigan, Virginia, Pennsylvania, they all have something in common, and it's that they had what people would call overly strict lockdown orders by their governors. I mean, everybody knows about Ralph Northam in Virginia and his horrible Halloween costumes, and I'll leave it at that. But when you look at what's happening in Michigan as well, I mean, that's a state that had very harsh lockdown orders, and now we're looking at Texas.
Yeah, so that's really good to have real fast, because that is the big prize of the night, of course, the 36 electoral votes. So we gotta show you Texas, because we haven't talked about it yet. Just call, I'm sorry, it's not 36, what is it?
It's up to 30.
Oh, 38 now, that's right, we went up 2 in the last 4 years, my bad. So 38 electoral votes on the line here in the Lone Star State, and we already obviously put the 29 from Florida over the Trump ticket. What I'm seeing now, right now, is about a 50-some point spread, right? Depending on which states are going which way. Some places have called them, some haven't. We're about 50 points divided between Trump and Biden. Biden's around 200, Trump's around 145, 150. But again, Texas is 38 of those, right? That's going to be the big shift. And then we have to see what happens in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Virginia, Pennsylvania. That's what it's going to, those 5 is what it's going to down to. I truly don't believe that Texas, even though we keep saying it's so purple now, it's so purple, it's not going to change. It's not going to happen. I'm so glad. I'm grateful for feedback. Call me wrong, Alex. I never call you wrong. Well, at the beginning of the night, you were Ohio. At the beginning of the night, when Ohio, you were like, all right.
You're definitely right there, but I think when we look at Texas as well too, that is one state that it does seem like it's inching closer and closer more to the left. But I mean, the numbers that we're seeing on our screen right now are almost the exact same that we saw with Ted Cruz and Beto O'Rourke. And even the second race too, when you look at that, we're seeing similar numbers. Maybe it isn't going as far to the left as many people would claim. I mean, there's still a lot to go on tonight, but it seems like perhaps that momentum is stalled at this 20%. So I think maybe that's something to keep an eye on too.
Yeah, Jim, talk real quick. You mentioned something about Senator Furman's race. We know that he won that one in Texas. How are you guys looking for Senate congressional race down there? Are they looking like that state is looking more purple, or are they staying like everyone believes Texas is, and Texas goes red?
They're always up to something, Sharon. You know, you've heard me complain. Can't trust them any farther than throw them. I will say Gia, the mama of these babies, she's so good-natured and good. She never does anything bad, ever, never. The rest of them, yeah. Carmen was looking at the camera. She, anytime I get up and leave the table that I'm beside, she goes over to the table. So that's what she did. She looks to see if I left any chocolate or anything laying around that she can grab.
I have a feeling that they're misinterpreting that for what it means. Are they making a new report? Does that mean that they're going to be super successful in Texas tonight? Probably not.
Earlier in the show, you were chatting, and we all were, about the importance of Georgia. It kind of went back, forth. I know that they've got some new numbers on Georgia now, because it is still one of those places just too close to call. If you want to expand a bit on Georgia, we've got those. There we go, guys. Thanks very much. Appreciate it. That's a big lead now, all of a sudden, right?
Right.
It wasn't the case just a half hour ago. So.
Right, and it's with 66% of precincts reporting, and when we look at the percentage, it's a big lead, 54% to 44%, but it's also a big lead when we look at the popular vote. He's leading by over 300,000 votes, and that's, the kind of margins that we were looking at in Florida for the, last 40% of precincts being reported. So we could probably expect Georgia to kind of follow that. So President Trump, I would say, is safely leading here in Georgia. We're not going to call anything at this point, but 66% of precincts reporting with a 54% to 44% lead for President Trump here in the Peach State. People are looking at this state as turning more and more blue, especially in 2020 and after Stacey Abrams possibly, better than expected run for governor. Brian Kemp did end up winning, and if we're talking about coronavirus, just like Florida, Georgia is another state that has been open kind of the longest at this point. Florida and Georgia were really together when they reopened.
those two states, they border each other and the border between the two of those states, and voters in that state have seen an open economy for a lot longer than a lot of the rest of the country has.
Guys, real quick, we've got to check back in with our wonderful investigative reporter, Jack Pasovic. He is in Pennsylvania, the state that we all have been chatting about all night long. And I've got to find out from him, Jack, if you can hear me. We just saw something online that was a little disturbing, and maybe you can confirm this. We're hearing that there's districts, maybe around Philly or somewhere, that have decided to stop counting for the night. In Pennsylvania, they're going to pick it up in the morning. What are you hearing on the ground?
Yeah, there was actually a statement given by Philadelphia Mayor Jim Kenney to that effect that I think was a little bit of misinformation on his part. The Philly city officials have confirmed that they will be counting throughout the night. They're set to provide another update, they estimate, on those ballots between, and keep in mind, let's talk about the mail-in ballots, but those will be coming in between midnight and 1 a.m., with the next batch to come in around 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. And again, this is only talking about the 40,000 mail-in ballots in the city of Philadelphia. Only about 76,000 of those have come in so far. We also saw a report that only about 10,000 they're able to process in about an hour. So 10,000 an hour, pretty slow. So it seems like they are taking their time to go through these. But of course, obviously, as Pennsylvania inches closer and closer, certainly as we've been reporting here on America News all year long, but Pennsylvania does seem to be the keystone state. Pennsylvania is the keystone about which the entire election is coming down to.
We've been saying it, on OAN for weeks, if not months. You are correct, Jack. But as we look at what's happening now in Michigan, with the president jumping out to a huge lead, also in Wisconsin, we haven't heard about Minnesota yet, Georgia's big lead, and Ohio's big lead. He may not need Pennsylvania, even though all of us talking heads have said it was going to come down to the Keystone State. But it's looking like right now, he may not even need it.
Well, I certainly think that would be wonderful to know, because it would be nice to get some certainty before it's too late tonight. I have heard from inside the White House that they are bullish on Pennsylvania. They're certainly bullish on Ohio, Georgia, North Carolina, and others, they said earlier, and Arizona as well. I know the president's advisors are expecting to do well in Arizona, and yet they are still holding out hope, really, for those Rust Belt states that you just mentioned. But we are, of course, as the results come in, all remains to be seen.
Jack, I want you to reiterate something that you brought up in the last hour for our viewers that are just joining One American News' special coverage here, and that was what the GOP plans to do now with some of those mail-in ballots that state Supreme Court said they would allow to come in 3 days after, which went against their old state voting rules. They changed the rules mid-game. What are you hearing about the GOP that's going to go after those votes and is going to go back up to the United States Supreme Court now in the next few days?
Right,
So
right,
for
Sharon.
viewers to kind of understand that whenever
May not
AG
even need
Josh
it.
Shapiro of Pennsylvania comes out and makes one of those statements about, oh, we have an 0-6 record, he's talking about the Pennsylvania State Supreme Court, which is right now pretty strongly controlled by the Democrat Party. These are all Democrat seats up there. And so when the GOP is going to really take it to the next level, they're talking about federal, which of course means Supreme Court in this instance. Prior to that, there was a 4-4 decision on this, so the lower ruling stood. That ruling actually came out after Amy Coney Barrett had been seated, but she didn't actually make a ruling in that case because she hadn't been quite read in, quite briefed on it. But Alito did leave a big opening for the PAGOP, the Trump campaign, to come back and refile that once the election had started. Of course, we are in the election right now. They do have standing, they can prove injury in this case, and they're going back and essentially they're going to hold the state of Pennsylvania to their own deadline of saying that if those ballots were not returned by the original law, essentially you can't change the rules in the middle of the game. You have to go with one or the other. Elections do need to have deadlines, and if you show up to the polls after 8 p.m., guess what? You're not going to vote because that's how that works. They're going to hold the state to that deadline, and that could mean a lot of votes for Joe Biden. 2-1, that those outstanding votes are likely to be for Joe Biden, Democrat to Republican, that it could mean a lot of vote loss for him.
Then we'll hear the whole nonsense from the left that, the president had to use the courts and stole the election, blah, 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 blah. And everybody needs to remember and remain calm. You have states like Pennsylvania and other ones where Democrats, as you just said, Jack, went in the last days, weeks, months, and changed the rules of the game to try and benefit them. And as you said, if the Supreme Court does strike down these thousands of extra mail-in votes, and don't know how many times I have to say this. This is, you got a football team, they're down 14 points, they go in, it's their home field, they go into halftime, they bring the refs in, they go, we're gonna change some rules real quick, okay, refs, you work for us, this is where we live. And they go back out, and the rules have changed, and they win the game by 2 points. That's what the Democrats have been trying to do for weeks. Change the rules of elections in key states like Pennsylvania, so they can either be voted for or not, so they can stretch things out, run it through the courts, and if President Trump has to go to the highest court with Pennsylvania, then they can pull exactly what they pulled in 2000 with Bush Gore and say, illegitimate president, the abuse the Supreme Court, stole the election. Whatever. Let's hope it doesn't come down to that. And judging by some of these states, as I see some more going red, we gotta even talk about Pennsylvania. Because Virginia, guys, is still, I think, in play. Georgia looks like it's going for Trump. And then we still gotta see what's gonna happen in North Carolina.
Yeah, and I believe too that we're going to be waiting the results not just into tonight, but probably throughout the rest of the week as well.
Okay, so the Democrat Party has 100. The Republican Party for president has 133. They have to reach 218 to be majority. So the Republican Party is leading in the House.
I think that would mean that there was a Joe Biden landslide. I think that was the only way.
Republican Party in the Senate has 44. The Democrat Party has 42. They need 51 for the majority. So the Republicans are ahead in the Senate.
That's a bad sign for the White House. I'm gonna disagree with you right there. I'm gonna say I think this nation and an incumbent president usually always has the momentum. So I'm gonna say that I think people thought it was gonna be a massive red wave. We're seeing states possibly go red. We didn't think so. We're seeing battleground states where Democrats and the mainstream media were already calling for Biden yesterday, which are now going for Trump in the tune of 130, 200, 300,000 more votes with 60 to 90% precincts reporting. I think that people expected to see a red wave. We may not be seeing it as great as we thought, but I don't know that it was when people were thinking it would be a landslide, because again, it always comes down to the economy. Greta, I will agree with you all night on that. And so this COVID nonsense that the Democrats played up to for 8 freaking months and screwing our economy, screwing certain states, Michigan, California, you name it, where they have shut them down. California is what, the 5th largest economy in the world? And you've got a dictator governor who's kept that state locked down. They still can't go to church in that state, gyms, all kinds of stuff. I don't care if you're a Democrat, Republican, not independent, libertarian. You see that kind of nonsense go on, and then you go, you know what, I want a president that's going to get us through this and get the economy going so I can have my job back, so I can pay for my kids' clothes to go to school, so I can buy food. I mean, come on, okay? Economy.
Well, I think actually when we go back to Arizona and Texas, those were 2 states when we were going into this race where people were saying that Biden could flip those states. And here's President Trump's job approval.
I'm trying to see what
you can see
the presidential is.
State, 100% of Republicans surveyed said, or those who said they approved strongly, 100% of them were Republicans. Those who approved somewhat, 8% were Democrats, 84% were Republicans. Disapproved somewhat, so we did get the results there, but disapproved strongly, 97% of those people who said that. And Democrats were 2% of those who said they disapproved strongly of President Trump's job performance were Republicans. I think we also have some similar results for Texas for the same type of survey. Again, you can see here, those who said they approved strongly, 96% were Republicans, those who approved somewhat, 86% Republicans, and then those who disapproved strongly, 96 of those respondents being Democrats. And that's what you expect to see. President Trump has a over 90% approval rating within the Republican Party. And then these are longtime Republican states, even as people look at them as possible purple states, these are longtime Republican strongholds that we can't possibly really get. And here's actually something from Ohio, a survey of Ohio voters there. The question is, would you say President Trump cares about people like you? So that's people who live there in the Rust Belt, manufacturing workers, things like that. You know, they were key to President Trump's win in 2016. Voters who said yes, 95% of them were Republicans, while voters who said no, 89% of them were Democrats. And then the next question here for Ohio, how tough has President Trump been in his approach to China? Too tough, 89% say, 89% of those who say he's been too tough for Democrats. It's kind of split a little bit closer on those who say it wasn't, he hasn't been tough enough, 62% are being Democrats, 35% being
Republicans, and about right, 76% of those respondents were Republicans. The China issue does impact Ohio, it does impact other states like Iowa, as those are, states where you see farming and agriculture. And we do want to go back to Arizona.
Yeah, we gotta talk about this real quick, sorry to interrupt you, but I'm seeing some other news organizations, I think the AP has called it, they're putting Arizona blue already. It does have a high number of percentage vote count already, precincts reporting, I don't know what our numbers show in Arizona, but they are giving Arizona's electoral vote to Biden. Instead of one of the, I don't want to call that yet, I don't know why they're doing it. It looks like he's got a couple 100,000 lead in Arizona. Again, this goes back to those rhinos and moderates and independents that lived in California that moved over to Arizona, and it looks like maybe they got up there and got to it and convinced Arizona voters. I'm going to look this up. I think the last time Arizona went blue.
We got that 1996 under Bill Clinton. That was the last time Arizona was blue. So it was a long time, but
Yeah, 200,000? I find that hard to believe, but again, is that 41% correct on the precincts? Because that could still change big time. That's why I don't agree with these guys calling this early. There's so many other organizations saying Arizona's gone for Biden. Yeah, it's more like even half the voting.
And I'll say this, I see that Fox News is the one calling it right now, but they've already had walked back Virginia tonight, judging by the results that they saw. I don't know if this is necessarily ready to be called just yet. I mean, we're looking at 41% of the vote, an overwhelming amount of votes still coming in from Maricopa County, and that's actually a place where President Trump looks like he was doing a little bit better than earlier tonight. So, I mean, I'll let them Governor, that's like
Maricopa, they're pretty conservative though. Maricopa typically goes right, doesn't it?
I actually think that, well, that's like the Phoenix area, if I'm not mistaken, right? And then, I think that it was kind of a swing district in that sense, because you remember people like Joe Arpaio, I believe.
Sheriff Joe.
Yeah, I think it's about the margins more so that people are looking at. But I mean, right there, you see 9 points. But if this were to be the case for everybody watching home, that puts so much greater of an emphasis on places like Michigan and Wisconsin, because the whole game plan coming into tonight for the Biden campaign was, we can lose Florida, maybe we can even lose Georgia, but we have to win Pennsylvania and sweep the rest of the Midwest, going out to Arizona and then winning that. That is the fight of the game plan. And so if that is ends up coming to fruition, that's good news for the Biden team.
Yeah, I'm just trying to do these numbers here. Yeah, a lot of them are calling some of this way too early with the percentage coming in. We did see there while you guys were chatting, I know you threw up Michigan. Looks like the president jumped quite a bit ahead there. Georgia, we haven't seen anything from Minnesota yet. And we haven't touched on Wisconsin a bit. We know he was up in Wisconsin there for a while. I don't know if we have any of those boards available, guys, maybe Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, or Ohio. There we go, Michigan again. He's jumped up to a pretty commanding lead there. Now, I mean, that's comfortable. Again, though, that's only not even half the precincts.
Yeah.
So that still could change. But, that bodes well for him. It bodes well that the Senate seat went to Republican.
I don't think that's been called.
And then Mr. John James yet. He had a pretty commanding lead on that one. I don't know, do we want to head back into the Senate or House stuff? Just stay on these.
Just to contextualize what we're looking at, for example, what we were just looking at with Michigan was only about 10% less of precincts reported with a
I'm gonna go get a hot chocolate. I'll be right back.
They're not calling that. So it goes to show you how close it still is in the state of Arizona.
Well, and with Ohio, was really close these numbers. President Trump is up, he's at 53%, Joe Biden at 44%. And I do want to mention this, from the data we've come in so far, President Trump has won Mahoning County, Ohio, has not been won by a Republican since 1972. So this just sort of goes to show you the inroads that President Trump is making in the Rust Belt and some of these very swingy districts, very swingy counties here. So that goes well for President Trump. And if he can continue on that path, that might be reflected very similarly in Minnesota, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, of course, for swinging votes.
Well, and the precincts reporting in the Buckeye State now are almost at 95%. I don't think you're going to swing 450,000 votes back for Biden. So I'm thinking that Greta and Jen will probably agree with me. And Alex, you concede like Florida, that he now has Ohio, even though it's called. I'm going to put Ohio in the return.
And let's talk really quickly about first debate, during the first presidential debate, that was ongoing and happening. And so the Trump campaign's message of law and order, we're going to bring safety back to your cities, that brings home for voters in a city like Central.
Yeah, that's that mission that we've been talking about throughout the entire night. Virginia, Washington, D.C. I mean, we could go all across the country and look at the idea that this race is coming down to that law and order type of issue. I mean, it wasn't too long ago where that was what everybody was talking about, that perhaps it would be the idea of these presidents going racist versus is he the law and order type of guy. I mean, that's where the media was pulling up with around this time, and it looks like right now people in the suburbs are choosing President Trump's perspective in the lab.
Well, you bring up Virginia, and we did, if Arizona is flips blue, everyone was looking at Arizona as this key state of Biden flip. But President Trump has flipped Virginia, and that completely negates Arizona. Arizona has 11 electoral votes, Virginia has 13. So if President Trump were to flip what everyone saw as a safe blue vote for Joe Biden, with those 13 electoral votes, then the addition of those 11 electoral votes doesn't matter as much for Joe Biden because he's losing 13 electoral votes that they have counted as safe heading into tonight.
Well, that's the second on Pennsylvania, which is what we were talking about. That's going to be coming into play or not, right? Whether that's going to impact the victory for President Trump or Joe Biden.
Yeah, and I think that too, I mean, once again, a greater emphasis on Michigan and Wisconsin. I know it's a broken record at this point, but I mean, it's truism. I mean, at this point, the path to victory for either one of these campaigns likely goes through Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, whoever better performs there, because up until this point, I believe the Trump campaign has won 4 of the 5 swing states that they were looking at, that they thought were absolutely necessary, or at least were on pace to. I think Florida, Georgia, Ohio, and then they're still waiting, of course, Arizona went the other way. But I mean, there's still a lot of game to be played, but all teams are very competitive.
You guys were just talking about poll numbers, the exit polls, or the polling that was leading up to this election. So let's go a little more depth, shall we? Find out what we're looking at. But some of those states are Richard Polk, live at our DC bureau, and he's going to be joined by John McLaughlin. He's a Trump pollster. Thank you very much. We are honored to have John McLaughlin, who's President Trump's personal pollster. He's been with us on One American News on a weekly basis. John, how does it feel tonight?
It feels pretty good right now because I think a lot of the Biden campaign and a lot of the liberal media were trying to say we couldn't win. There was already a Biden landslide. And remember the Washington Post poll, we said we were going to lose Wisconsin by 17 points. So it feels pretty good because we've always said, tonight's the night that you forget the polls and you start counting votes. And the campaign was built to drive out a massive historic turnout today. We're in Florida. I just got off the phone with my contacts in North Carolina. Won Madison, Cawthorn, and North Carolina 11 to win that seat decisively, not even close. We're holding the House, we're holding the Senate, the state Senate in North Carolina, and the president will win North Carolina. So, and Senator Tillis should win too. So, with those, the networks, the other networks, should be playing.
Here's my hot chocolate.
And they're holding out on polling Pennsylvania or Georgia or North Carolina, certainly.
Hi, Misha. How are you today? Tonight? Yeah, it's still night.
So what about Georgia? Do you think the president's going to put...
Are you watching the election?
Yes, the president's going to win in Georgia. And as they keep counting votes, what's a good sign? They stop counting votes, the mail-in or the early votes in Fulton County. When the Democrats stop counting votes, it means they don't have enough to steal the election. So they're looking for some more. And that's what's going on in Philadelphia, where they threw out inspectors out of there. There's going to be lawsuits all over. So they stopped counting in Philadelphia. It means they've got to find some more votes. And,
What did I do? What's so funny?
Finally got the 8 still there on the mail-in ballot. So,
Who's funny?
Or they're going to find some more dead people that can vote. So the Democrats have a history of doing that. So, but that's good because it bodes well for us in Pennsylvania, bodes well for us in Georgia. So
watching election. I made us some hot cocoa with whipped cream. Who is funny? What happened? What did I miss?
What's happening is, basically the heartland of the country has said,
If you were here, you could have
we don't
some.
want to hear from Washington or the political elites. You know,
Who are
maybe
you
Lady Gaga
rooting
is
for,
the way
Misha,
that we had
if I may
in
ask?
Alabama, it didn't go over well with some parts of people in Ohio and Pennsylvania.
We're trying to keep it civil here.
They should be calling Ohio for the president. They should be calling Iowa for the president a little bit. So we'll see if the
Which is
networks do
not that
But,
easy
they
to
can't vote
do.
for the president.
Mm.
And that's the Heartland Coalition. You have the Sun Belt Coalition combined with the Heartland of the country, the Rust Belt, and those working class voters, those people who don't want a $4 trillion tax hike, who don't want Joe Biden selling us out on corruption to the Chinese, who basically want to keep their millions of jobs in the
Sharon,
oil
who are you
industry,
laughing
trucking
at?
industry. They're basically voting against the Democrat elites today, and that's a very good sign.
One of the things I'm interested in is about Virginia. All the networks called Virginia very early.
Super cute. Now Angie coming in with their big mug of cocoa. What's wrong with that?
It's encouraging because I was checking some of the county votes, and the president got a big vote in Chesterfield, which is a key suburban county outside of Richmond. So he's winning the Virginia suburbs.
Might as well. It's election night. All of us old bags have to celebrate something. My God. We've already had all of our happy days, our weddings and babies and grandbabies. Blah, 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 blah. It's time to celebrate something. Thank you.
All right, finally, let's talk about the African American vote. Have they come home to President Trump?
Well, we only got 8% of the African American vote 4 years ago.
Oliver, what are you doing? Get up here and lie down with Mama.
Particularly with African American men in key states, and that's what's got the Democrats nervous about Pennsylvania and Michigan. I mean, they got Joe Biden out of the basement today. They had a silver alert as he drove up I-95 from Delaware to Philadelphia. And he found an only place nobody was there, and basically he wasn't really enough to get the rest of them. And they proved Kamala Harris to Trump to get plenty of places around.
You were celebrating.
You know, Macomb County, you have lines in Oakland, Michigan. And guess what? And we are getting double-digit
We got a
support.
red velvet cake in there and a big thing of cupcakes because my husband had his birthday Sunday. So I guess his mom bought him a cake and then I bought him cupcakes. I didn't know she bought him a cake.
Congratulations. It appears as if you've been one of the architects for the president's unbelievable comeback.
Dunkin' Donuts caramel macchiato cereal. Oh my God.
The votes that shouldn't be counted, because we'll count the votes that play by the rules. And we'll make sure, we'll do our best to make sure that we can.
I have got to go. I smell dog shit bad and it's about to make me want to puke. And I hope it's not on the butt. I hope it's in the floor. I'd rather clean it up in the floor than on the butt.
Things are, as you said, Alex, turning a little bit better in some of the states.
Oh.
Especially with key battleground states.
That's terrible.
We are getting some surprises.
Hey Google, turn on the living room lamp.
Arizona, as
Okay, turning the living room lamp on.
are calling Arizona. We think it's way too early.
Where is it? I smell it.
It does go blue. I would consider that a big surprise. They did add that to the battleground states, but typically we never used to talk about Arizona. It's always Michigan, which I know we want to bring up the latest number there. Michigan, Wisconsin. I never thought Ohio would be. That's obviously in the bag now for Trump, which is there. But Georgia still in play as well. And we'll have to see what happens in Pennsylvania with the votes coming in days later, which most likely, as Jeff said, will go to the Supreme Court. Right. And you have to ask yourself, too, if President Trump, for example, was able to overcome the 5-point deficit in the polls in a state like Florida, who's to say that he can't do the same thing with a lesser margin in a state like Arizona, a state like Michigan, a state like Wisconsin? That's why I'm a little bit hesitant for Arizona to be pulled right now, because I know what some of these networks are doing. They're going based off their models, off
Got it. Turning off the living room lamp.
I don't know if anyone's prepared for that, but we might have to be.
Everything at this point has been going to that non-exhibit right now, because the map that we're looking at right now is the lead up to exactly what you're talking about. At 269 to 269 type of change, but that is kind of an issue that we might have to address at some point as we move on to the
I'd
second.
like another acceptance speech here, guys, so we need to walk up to there real quick, but I think we've got everything. Yep, there we go.
Really, I'm gonna go back home tonight, I'm gonna watch the election results, and I am praying that President Donald Trump gets reelected.
Better be praying.
Is there anybody here, I've asked this in crowds of almost 30,000 in Hickory 2 days ago.
It's a cereal, Misha?
Think of one promise that Donald Trump made that he hasn't kept, raise your hand. Not one. He said he would cut taxes, he said he would cut regulations, he said he would hold China accountable, he said NATO had to pay their fair share, he said, I'm done.
Oh, Sharon, you're fine, honey. Go to bed and get your rest. You did great. You stayed in here for 3 hours.
Is any one of those promises still left unkept?
Good night, sweetheart.
President Trump and I have probably different styles. But
Misha, you did not say who you are rooting for. And it's okay to tell me it's none of my business.
And tonight, I hope that everybody of every race understands that this president cares about Hispanics, he cares about African Americans, he cares about women. That's why they were employed at historic numbers just back in February. And that's why, when he gets reelected, they're going to be back at that same point in a very short period of time.
Trump!
But tonight, let's pray for this nation. Let's pray that we can heal. Let's pray that
Misha,
we can
Misha.
transition of power. Let's make
She's
sure
a
that we're
Trumpster.
magnanimous in victory, because that's what we should do. And then let's make sure that we go back and
Shonda's Trumpster.
be obsessed with making sure
Sharon's a Trumpster.
has the opportunity that so many of us have had to realize our American dream. Thank you all. God bless you. And thank you all for the great work that you've done.
I'm a Trumpster.
Bringing up President Trump a lot, not just his own campaign, but bringing on the president. As I think you said earlier, Jen, he probably owes this win big time to President Trump. Come in and help him out.
I mean, one of the presidential challenge, especially with the impeachment scenario that happened, Senator Tillis was one of the Republicans that stood by President Trump that entire time. And, going into this race, Tillis was considered to be neck and neck with his Democratic challenger. Now we're seeing him walk away with a very easy win there. It's looking pretty good for President Trump in North Carolina as well. It's, of course, a little too early to call. But if the cards are right and we're seeing this win for Tillis at the bottom of the ticket underneath President Trump, he should be on his way to victory there as well. Reminder, President Trump won North Carolina by about 4 points in 2016. Going in today, he was projected to be behind Biden, but as the votes get tallied in there, we're seeing him close that margin. It's not too far off.
And it's one thing, too, to talk about, for example, how President Trump may be overperforming in the polls because there's talk of this shy Trump voter, things of that sort. I don't know what you would count to, for example, polls being wrong about Cal County when he was supposed to be defeating Tom Tillis. I mean, that's not shy Tom Tillis votes or anything like that. Perhaps polling just needs to be kind of reconfigured a little bit because conservatives
Oh, I'm Trump crazy.
I mean, I think that's what we're looking at right now. It's something that is.
Well, I'm sorry, and we want to talk about Arizona.
100%. And then some.
Saying we called it really early. Something I'm seeing right now, on Twitter is that we called that the 73% increase in reporting,
But I didn't want to offend anyone if they came in and they're not for him. I would never want to offend anyone. I just wanted to have this so that all of us that stay up late and watch it, can't go to bed until it's over, would at least have somebody else to talk to. Because I remember last election, it was 3 o'clock in the morning and before he ever gave his speech. And I did not miss 1 minute of it. And my husband, has to work the next day, so I was like all by myself. It was so exciting.
Yeah, can I get a OH?
Well, and let's talk about the means though, for the Determined States that we've been talking about. We're keeping an eye on still on Michigan.
You got a red colored chat.
Wisconsin, Ohio is in that vicinity, so the fact that the president is doing this well in a state like Ohio, which is oftentimes considered one of the key determining states in a race, he had seven, how many presidents have been, no president, one that got rid of Ohio? Thank you. So this is big for President Trump. He's on the right track with
And sorry to interrupt you, but one issue that I have been very just not talked about this race, and as we're talking about the important states, Pennsylvania, Ohio, is the opioid epidemic. I mean, President Trump
I just stopped checking it on my phone because nothing adds up to the TV, the phone. None of it matches. So
and so to see that what the Trump campaign has done on that front, which is objectively good, and to see the states that are really suffering from that, such as Ohio and Pennsylvania, I think it could have been a stronger campaign issue, but perhaps the people in those states do recognize that that is something that he has done.
Guys, real quick, I'm seeing online, I didn't get the board up though, but it looks like the gap in Virginia is getting even wider in favor of President Trump. Wow.
the gap in Virginia is getting wider for Trump.
Virginia, again, President Trump now widening his gap there. We're calling Ohio for him. It's a big.
What channels are you all watching it on?
But again, Michigan's still pretty close, but that leads
Like
to the bigger.
Fox News or what?
Still too close. Yeah. So could we be headed
I'm
towards
on
a time
OAN, One American News.
If we start calling Michigan, Virginia, and Wisconsin, it's over.
Yeah, we still have Wisconsin. And then we want to look at that right there. I mean, we see that margin kind of staying pretty steady right now. We kind of think that Joe Biden is getting a little bit closer. We see President Trump uptick a little bit. And you see at the top of the screen right now, 80.2% of the precincts reported. I mean, if the Biden campaign is going to make a push in Wisconsin, they got to do it soon because for the results that we're seeing coming in, it's not a lot of the votes that are remaining.
Oh, you're watching it on Fox?
Talk about what Greta was saying earlier. Kenosha, Wisconsin.
The areas that are going to go to the right are the ones that are always late to count.
Yeah, and we were talking about that county before, Waukesha County, in Wisconsin as well. I mean, that is something that's very early on. A lot of people were saying that the Trump team is overperforming there, and it looks like that is the case when we look at the final results.
So I took it in 2016. I think that you hit all three. You did, Alex, and Bill. You guys talked about crime and the big outbreak of crime we had over the summer with all the riots and Kenosha being a focal point. The president took it 4 years ago. He saw what was happening with Antifa and BLM folks, and the God think those rural folks, those suburban towns, said, you know what, not in my hometown, and they went out and voted Trump.
Yeah, well, and another big.
And really, it's a no-brainer.
Coronavirus was in a sense on the ballot, but what we are seeing is that.
Even if I knew nothing about politics or anything whatsoever, you could clearly see that an 80-year-old dude that did nothing but steal was corrupt.
Sort of closing on those margins that, Democrats are here, Republicans are definitely.
Corrupt in the biggest sense of the word corrupt.
So I do want to go back to some of those.
You know, the Bidens have an island next to Epstein's Island. The whole family is corrupt.
And that's with a little over 70% of precincts reporting. So this is good news for Republicans and their journey to.
And I tell you what, just watching that man, the way he touches people and little girls and talking about his hairy legs and stuff like that is just like, even if that was my man that I was supporting, I'd be like, what are you doing?
Going into this race in particular, for those against Justice Amy Coney Barrett win very heavily, but again.
I don't know how a wife could be that dumb. My husband acted like that, I'd know it in a heartbeat.
As we were just saying about Joni Ernst in Iowa, I'm seeing that local news is calling that race in favor of Joni Ernst. Usually I'd be a little skeptical to say anything about the networks, but when it comes to local news outlets and stuff like this, they're usually spot on. They might put their own constituents in the wrong, if you know what I mean. So when you look at what's happening with Joni Ernst, it's a good sign for her and her campaign today.
Can I quick throw social media under the bus? Because I love doing I said Zuckerberg on purpose. And Mr. Jeff, you know what, Dorsey. So they've already got little warnings out there for the places that we have called and other organizations that, yes, we're a little right, like OAN. Guess what? They're saying, well, officials haven't told those yet, so we should be hesitant in the question. So they're already giving warnings. So if you're doing cards out there in social media like, yay, Florida, yay, Ohio, and it's a little notice, that's going to continue. They are warning people you shouldn't be calling those. Trump's got Ohio, Trump's got Florida. Looks like Trump might get Michigan. Let's just keep going there. One that we haven't touched on yet.
Cameras.
Come down to 6 votes to
Are
bring
you still up? Don't you have to go to work?
the Silver State.
I look stressed. Well, no, I'm not really stressed. I'm just tired. I shopped all day today, and then the election has me on pins and needles. But other than that, I'm fine. How are you? Don't you have to work?
Well, and you know what, I think the people of Nevada were again, and here's why. So going back to the restrictions like we were talking about, a lot of these states, in particular Nevada, their shutdown to the degree that it's heavily impacting a lot of the nightlife, the restaurant life. That is what Nevada thrives on, is casino. They have a 12%. And they have a 12% unemployment rate in Nevada right now. I mean, if you're trying to make a living in Nevada right now, it's awful. And with Joe Biden on the ticket, obviously, to potentially continue these lockdowns, I mean, we're seeing.
Oh, that's right. That's right. California. It's almost midnight here. Having some hot cocoa in front of the fireplace on the couch with the Afghan and the dogs. StreamYarding and watching the election. Is that not the real housewife? It's keeping it real. You like the color. What color? Color of what? God, my hair is freaky. It's like freaky. Freaky. Freaky.
Well, what I think is funny too, and I just want to point out, at the beginning of the night, everybody was going to just take a deep breath, let's take it slow, and then we have calling it so early. Well, and kind of the interesting thing about Arizona is
Yep, she is.
literally all based on vote by mail.
Kimmers, who'd you vote for?
Any results from the in-person voting today.
For president.
Election day. We do actually have some breaking news. Texas has been called presidential. 30 big electoral votes for the president. Democrats went into this race thinking, oh, we could possibly flip this, take those 38. Well, President Trump is there in the Lone Star State, and you can see it. Pretty good news for him. It's not just 60,000.
Trump. You're on the Trump train. You're in the Trump chat.
Million votes for President Trump.
Make chat great again.
Heavily winning the popular vote there in the state of Texas, which gives him 38 electoral votes. It really helps him on that path to 270.
It was wishful thinking on the Democrats' part, and again, it was the mainstream liberal media just trying to pump that narrative of purple state.
Oh, sure, Shonda.
There's no way in hell that the Lone Star State, when you talk about.
Yeah, me too. I just, Republican, I'm done.
In my lifetime. Period. All right, we got a special guest, and I volunteered with this guy big time. Our Jen Pellegrino is live with Nigel Farage. You guys all remember him, right? We were a Brexit and everything over there in Britain. Let's hear from him tonight because I absolutely love Nigel's humor and take on things, Jen.
That's right. Well, we all love Nigel Farage. Thanks so much for being here with us.
Thank you. What an amazing effort he's been. It's very true.
I'm watching One American News. Oh, my husband loves those peanut butter filled pretzels. He gets them at Sam's Club. Jug about this, plastic jug about this big. They're good. Be careful on that salt, though. I got addicted to those pretzels when I quit smoking, and that's part of why I blew up like 100 pounds.
Trump kept talking at the rallies. You know, Section 230 of the
I
US
never
Act.
had been heavy in my life. I always wore like a size 9 at the biggest.
Stop part of this break. The economy, this president, he understands deregulation, he understands tax incentives. Biden will take you back to taxation, and I suspect, with the impetus of that, a conversation that America's never ever seen before. So, economically, big tech may feel.
Yeah, you just limit yourself. You can still have things, you just can't eat like you're a damn fool like I do.
What do you think we're going to see? Any surprises looking ahead this evening?
Well, I mean, you know, from here, there were 3 states that matter Tuesday: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. And Trump needs to win 2 of those 3 to win. And you know what? He will.
You think so?
I do. Although, that's the problem. That all 3 of them say.
Who'd they call Texas to?
So unfair on voters.
Trumpy Bear.
So unfair on America. So unfair.
What do you guys think about that Trumpy Bear commercial? I hate that commercial. I'm like, God, why are you doing that to the man? That's my man, and you're calling him a Trumpy Bear? I don't know if they're making fun of him or what.
What are you hearing from people downstairs in terms of how they see things going this evening?
Yeah, Georgia called. I'm pretty sure Georgia's been called for Trump.
Yeah, remember this. Most people voted Biden. Did so because they were either left or centre, or didn't like Donald Trump very much. But there was no passion, no conviction. Trump.
Yeah, that's the only reason people voted for Biden is because they didn't like Trump. They didn't know even what Biden stood for. Except he's going to put us all in handcuffs and take our guns away from us and own us.
I am the most outspoken British supporter of Donald Trump. I've never wavered in my view that he was right for America.
To take our freedom away.
So people downstairs are anxious because they care, because there's passion. You know, at that rally at Stanton yesterday, there was optimism, there was hope.
I agree, Becky. Like Trumpy Bear. I love my Trumpy Bear. I'm in the Marines, and my Trumpy Bear goes everywhere with me. Yeah, right.
Stuffy party of the old guys in DC. You couldn't put up with anybody other than themselves. And it's now this exciting political movement with real momentum. I hope and pray that he wins. I believe that he will. But even if he loses, even if he did lose, it's not over.
You're absolutely right. The president certainly captured the attention of people that perhaps never were interested in politics before.
Yes, and crossing the racial divide. You know, doing well with Latino voters, doing very well. Certainly, the black vote is improving. All of COVID. His problem has been COVID. I was with him on March 29th, that leap day we had this year. And for all the world, he was living in 40 states. COVID comes along, and where he's suffering a little bit tonight with older white voters who probably are quite comfortable financially, are scared of the virus, and want to lock
Senators and Congress and all that, those most corrupt people, they are the mafia. They are the ones that are mafia. Like that woman,
I'm surprised to hear you say that because if you take a look
Kamala
at Democrats say that
Harris, that he picked for his vice president.
that those older white voters would be more in favor of President Trump.
She payoffs. She was a district attorney. Instead of prosecuting Catholic priests that were molesting, she would get payoffs from the Catholic priests, the church's lawyers, as a contribution, which was more of a contribution than those lawyers ever paid anybody. They were very strict with their money. So she was getting paid off by their lawyers to not prosecute. And that's the way she ran her life. That's the way she ran her
insight, kind of movement that he started over across the
as a
pond.
prosecutor job, and now she's a U.S. senator. Do you think she is not crooked as a dog's hind leg? Do you think she is not crooked and takes bribes and money and dirty, and a lot of them that are dirty like that, all that money that they take comes from us working. I'm watching OAN News, One America News.
Yes, it was a rough, rocky road at the beginning. People may not like the tweet and some of the things he says and does, whatever. But now, after 4 years of results, we're seeing, and I think we're seeing it on this map right across the country. People are going,
I dislike Biden too. I'll tell you what, I dislike Hillary worse than Biden. I was praying to God, please, because she's one of the most corrupt people out there. She is part of the mafia. She has had people killed more than once. All these suicides, they said, good God. I mean, they could pin all of that back to her, and they've never done a thing because it all rolls into one, and it's all run by the mafia. And that is the gutter that Trump thinks he can clean up, but he can't. The Senate and the House have to agree with him, and all they've done is work against him because they hate him so much because he's going to bring their dirt and filth out, and they don't want him to.
That a lot of nations that are moving towards were not good for some of those individual big nations like us and Britain. And so they started going, maybe we need to pull back from this whole global movement.
Every single thing they accuse him of is what they do.
And stood for putting America first and actually benefits your people. And not to be cold-hearted about the rest of the globe, but at the end of the day, as the president said, we're not voting for a president of the world. We're voting for a president of the United States of America tonight. With that said, let's go to the White House and find out what our good friend Chanel Leon, she's got a special guest, fill us in on the mood there and what's happening at our house, the White House.
Hi, Dan. So speaking of an administration that focuses on being president of the United States, I have a constitutional lawyer standing beside me. Many of our viewers may recognize her as Jenna Ellis. She works for the president, works and gives him some legal advice, and she just got out of the White House party inside, a very exclusive party inside. Tell us what it's like inside. Yeah, so the atmosphere is just so incredibly positive. It's everything you would expect from a MAGA party, of all of the red hats, all of the people who are his closest friends and confidants and advisors and supporters, who are there really to support him for another 4 years. And the atmosphere is so positive and enthusiastic, like President Trump has been the entire time when he's been rallying all across the country. We were all talking about how amazing it's been that he's crisscrossed this country to really show the American people that he's putting America first. And I did an interview with a global network earlier, and it was really interesting because the guest right before me was saying that they actually hoped that Biden would be elected so that the American president would not put America first. And I thought it was so fascinating how even our global partners recognize that President Trump is so committed to putting America first, as he should be. I mean, as an attorney, for all of my clients, I need to put them and their interests first. That's what public trust is with our president. He is truly a citizen president who understands his constitutional role, duty, and obligation is to put the best interests of America, our citizens, and the constitutional mandate to protect and preserve our fundamental rights that are God-given first. And so we're really excited for another 4 years. Well, certainly a lot of excitement and some surprises tonight on the pleasant side. What were some of the bigger surprises in there for you? Yeah, well, I think that we were very happy that Florida has been called. Texas has now been called. I mean, that was kind of within a little bit of the margin. Of course, we've been very confident that Texans would come out and support President Trump. And so, we're still looking at Georgia. We're looking at a couple of others. But I think that when we look at the pathway to 270 now with what has been called now very close to midnight, we're seeing that the president is continuing to gain ground, gain traction. And hopefully the states like Pennsylvania that have had some real election
concerns, that litigation and that potential for litigation won't even matter to the presidential race. Now, you've been on the campaign trail also with Women for Trump, and you have quite an interesting pulse on the demographic of women who have supported President Trump in this particular race. Tell us what you're seeing now.
Your husband's flipping the channels.
Yeah, well,
Mine would be too if he was away.
A lot of women, especially faith-based women as well, people who understand, women who understand that America is all about opportunity to make the best decisions for ourselves and our family, and that the Constitution actually protects the rights of each individual American to make parental decisions, for example. And so when we look at the Constitution, how it gives specific limited power, the keyword is limited, to the federal government, to the state government, but the 10th Amendment also protects that we, the people, also have inherent rights and powers, which include parental rights, choice of education, all of those things that are really important to women, like my sister-in-law, like my mom. She homeschooled me all the way through. School choice was such a huge issue growing up in my family, and I think that for women, understanding and raising our children, making the best decisions for our families, this president has really protected our constitutional rights to make the best decisions for our families, and that has resonated across the country. And I think in 2016, when a lot of us voted just as a, well, we hope that he'll preserve and protect those rights. We've seen now it's not just running on promises, it's running on promises kept, and that really matters. Now, switching gear real quick, what if there is not a clear pathway tonight, legally? What is your perspective on that? Yeah, so first that would come
Got to that, jump out lawyers.
States like Pennsylvania or North Carolina or some of those that have had some of the legal challenges. We have to remember the Constitution always provides the guidance. We are a nation of rules, not rulers. The Democrats do not rule America. The Constitution in Article 2 says that the state legislatures select the electors. In Pennsylvania, for example, it hasn't been the state legislature. If they wanted to act in the last 9 months to change their election law in the midst of COVID-19, they could have done so. They have not spoken. So it is not up to the governor, it's not up to the Secretary of State, it's not up to the Attorney General, any other actor to change or manipulate election law outside what the Constitution designates. So President Trump has always been an advocate for the U.S. Constitution, so we will always make sure to preserve and protect our rule of law. And as a pleasure as always, thank you so much for visiting with us tonight. Back to you, San Diego.
All right, thank you, Chanel, great insight from Jenna there. I have a feeling she's gonna be used here real soon, if we can't figure out what's gonna happen in some of these states tonight. But let's hope there is a clear enough path that we can call it. But I have a feeling Pennsylvania, along with Minnesota, Wisconsin, some other states may have to go several days out while they're still counting, and then possibly, and unfortunately, have to go to the high court. But we'll see how that all plays out. Right now, before we hit the break, I've got a count of about 204 to, it looks like, 216. Biden up just a little bit on the electoral votes over President Trump. And that is with putting
It's 204 to 216, they just said.
Florida and Ohio for President Trump. So again, it is neck and neck, just a little over 200 electoral votes for both Biden and Trump. Again, I've got 204, 216. It changes. This is all fluid tonight, folks. So bear with us. We're going on what, midnight East Coast, 9 o'clock on the West Coast. We're going to pay some bills. Take a break here. You're watching One American News special.
Oh, he's going to win, Kimmer.
We're back in 2. Don't go anywhere.
For a person, you need to get a razor and lather up. For a place you want to go, you need to settle for the electric. But what if you really want both? Nick Fulton here with the newest addition to our tactical line, the Bell & Howell Tax Shaver. Designed with the needs of our military in mind, Tax Shaver gives you a quick, razor-smooth shave, whether you're at home or on the go. It even has a built-in trimmer for sideburns and beards. And it works wet or dry for a great shave, even the harshest conditions. That's right, the Tax Shaver is completely white. In fact,
No need to puke, he's going to win.
Maybe guys, Tax Shaver is small and compact, so it slips easily into any pocket. Yet it also has 3 powerful rotary heads that can easily take off even the coarsest hair. To prove it, I'm going to do something I never do. easily handle even my stubborn stomach. Now that's what I call military tough. So let's review. Tack Shaver gives you a quick, razor-smooth shave, features a built-in trimmer, works wet or dry, even underwater, and has 3 powerful shaving heads. I mean, there's just nothing like on the market today. Out now to get your Tack Shaver for the
No
special
worries.
price of just $29.99 with free shipping. It's the only shaver that features genuine Bell & Howell precision and quality and is backed by our 10-year warranty. But wait, call or click today and you can get a second Tack Shaver. Just pay a separate fee. That's right. You can get 2 Bell & Howell Tack Shavers for this special TV price. Here's how to order.
To order, call 1-800-915-4564 or go to tackshaver.com. That's 1-800-915-4564 or you can order online at tackshaver.com.
For your home and the field, to protect and provide. With over 200 models of rifles and shotguns to choose from, there's a Henry that's ready for you. Henrys are made in America or not made at all, backed by a lifetime warranty. They're reliable and affordable. For a free catalog and decals, call the number on your screen or visit henryusa.com. That's henryusa.com.
Sanders Montego Bay, Jamaica's newest and hottest resort. Call 1-800-SANDERS.
Your logo can identify your company, inspire your customers, and energize your team. Fort Imprint can help your logo create moments that matter. Explore thousands of promotional products, including business gifts, at fortimprint.com. Fort Imprint. Forster.
Pros have to do whatever it takes. The Home Depot is here to make that easier. We've got the products you know and trust in store and online. Delivery options to get what you need exactly where you need it. And we'll keep you up to date on the status of your order so you can keep doing what you do best, whatever it takes to get the job done. The Home Depot. Our doers get more done. I wish I could get a deal on a smartphone, but I'm not even trusting.
Well, actually now.
You need to put it on OAN News. They're pro-Trump.
That is historic, which means I'm making history, right?
Yeah, I don't know if I'd be proud.
Very proud. Existing customer who got the greatest deal in history.
Just like every other customer gets.
Oh, that's cool too.
It's not complicated. AT&T is making history. Everyone gets our best smartphone deals.
Welcome back to One American News Special 2020 election coverage. I told you folks that it was going to be a long night.
I watched Fox News for 20 years.
Nowhere close.
I finally got sick of their shit because they want
The team here at our headquarters, Alex,
to drama everything and
you can tell us slow on
like some kind of personality contest.
yeah,
And they started getting down on the president, and I said, that's it, I'm done with you.
216.
This OAN channel is wonderful.
270, the magic number. States still too close to call, but the president taking a bigger lead. Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia. Virginia, though, now has gone back a little closer, not towards Biden definitely, but Trump's losing his lead there. Pennsylvania, we are not going to know what it looks like because we're not going to finish counting. Take it away, guys. We're not close yet.
No, it looks like a situation where we're kind of going to be left with a lot of the states that we knew that each candidate would win, and then waiting on the big ones that we've been waiting for a long time. I mean, it looks like we're not going to get results for Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania tonight. However, there are still a lot of races that we are keeping a close eye on. Virginia is the bizarre one of the nights, but what happens in Arizona as well, there's a greater emphasis now on Nevada, and as well as Iowa. That's a big one that I think was just called for President Trump.
Yeah, some news organizations are calling Iowa for President Trump. And I would say with that big of lead, you're talking about 116,000 votes, with a 90% increase.
Slap the shit out of him.
And it would be one thing if that was, for example, in Texas. You know, that's not so much. But Iowa, small population.
We watch Fox, okay.
People are giving it credit for. You look at the percentage right there, it's actually an 8-point lead. That doesn't look like anything that Joe Biden is.
That's why I quit watching Fox.
When you look at what has happened to the polls so far, it's been President Trump overperforming in the
I
polls,
know.
not the other way around. So for Joe Biden to come in, we're coming to 30%. Mark a few, but I think a lot of people will right now.
I quit watching Fox
And
because
also, like you said, think about this too. When you look at the
some of them
Senate
started
races that are
hating
left,
on him, and
that
I
one
was like,
Georgia
I'm
that
done.
you were talking about Gary earlier before, the one that may go to a
They do that
runoff
shit to
in
get
January,
attention.
it's looking more and more like it's going to be 50
They became personalities instead of news people.
Only not 50, depending on how that team ends up going. Because you're talking too that we did see that Collins conceded the race too often. It looks like she's going to be the one taking on that race, but there's an even greater importance on that now as we're talking about Senate.
And there have been the numbers, guys. I'm so glad. Thank you, production team in the back. I know that we had some issues.
Just go over there and just slap the shit out of the TV. See what your husband does.
On Twitter, Instagram, emails, and then holler at us, trying to get that bitch taken care of. So in the meantime, if that big map cannot come up, we want to show you what our count is currently right now. That's about what I've got. 210, President Trump, 227, Joe Biden. Again, with still not knowing Pennsylvania, Georgia, Virginia. I believe we still don't know which one of the Carolinas was not called. They're called North Carolina, right? And then Wisconsin, Minnesota. So you've got 6 or 7 big ones out there, but this is still neck and neck. And unfortunately, as you guys have alluded to in the last hour, it could come down to a tie. Yeah, that's right. Sorry, take it.
No, and as we watch these races, of course, like Dallas mentioned, we're still waiting on results in Michigan, Wisconsin, 2 of those key states that border each other, and that's, we're still counting, we're still waiting, but we can look to see where this might potentially be headed as some of the down ballot races. So of course, we're keeping a close eye on the Senate race there. Michigan, where Republicans feel that they have a pretty good shot at unseating the Democratic incumbent there, Gary Peters. Last time we checked, his Republican challenger, John James, was doing pretty well for himself, and actually taking a step back and looking at the polling heading into election day, John James is actually polling higher than President Trump, which not typical of this sort of race, especially considering the fact that he competed in 2018 and lost his race, but he was really gaining ground towards that.
I hear you.
And what's also pretty surprising, but also not surprising, again, because at the same time, this might
We
be
have
a
our
somewhat
taxes and
that Trump's going to be doing.
insurance and an escrow.
Michigan 3, and that was Justin Amash's old seat. That was open and decided, of course,
So we pay it in our house payment.
with the whole stance on impeachment. Of course, we know he was for impeachment, wanted to get President Trump out there. So here's where we are in Michigan 3. You can see the Republican Peter Meyer there with 60%. And to the Democrats, 40%. Now this is big because this is a trend that we're seeing in several other Michigan districts where Republicans are going to see some upsets to the Democrats there, and that's huge, especially as we continue to count the vote tally for President Trump. This might be an indicator of where people in this key swing state, how they feel as we continue to count those votes in election day tonight.
Yeah, and Jen, when you were talking about the Michigan Senate race as well, that we're looking at right now, you can see that gap right there. And you was even saying that John James was leading Gary Peters, John James was leading President Trump in the polls. And I think that's actually a good example about the testament to the idea that there is a shot at Trump voter. I mean, you don't see, for example, the Senate candidate winning in one party and not the next presidential candidate necessarily. So I think that is a testament to the idea that there are a lot of people who aren't willing to say, I support President Trump, but they were willing to say, I support John James. And when we look at what's going on in the presidential race, we can see actually that President Trump actually has a similar type of lead right now in the state of Michigan as John James does. So I think there is a parallel to be made there as well.
Definitely.
When we talk about these Midwest states like Michigan or like Wisconsin, we talked earlier about Kenosha, Wisconsin, and how they're turning out for President Trump in this election, like we've never seen before in a city like that. And all of that, I think, can go back to that message of law and order. Kenosha, Wisconsin, in particular, saw violent unrest there in the city, riots and looting and burning of the city. And we do have some survey data from Wisconsin on how President Trump has made the country safer. Look at that. So the question is, has President Trump made the country safer? Those who say he has made the U.S. safer, 96% of Republicans say so. 94% those who say that he's made the U.S. less safe are Democrats. And then at 50-50 there, 47% to 47% say he hasn't made much of a difference. But this is an important question when you get to those types of districts in those cities where they have seen an unrest and President Trump Trump and Vice President Pence have gone to those areas and told them, you're the law and order candidate, we will bring you safety. Looking at Wisconsin as a state overall, President Trump is beating Joe Biden 52% to 47% with 86.6% of precincts reporting. I don't think we'll see this race there called tonight just because they do still have a lot of, mail-in ballots and stuff to count. But with 86% of precincts reporting, he's got a pretty good lead there. So I think President Trump, you could see him hold on to Wisconsin, you could see him hold on to Michigan, which were states that he could, afford to lose if he kept Pennsylvania. So maybe he can afford to lose Pennsylvania if he holds on to Michigan and Wisconsin tonight.
That's what we've heard all week from the Trump campaign and the RNC is that there are multiple ways for President Trump to get to victory. Just because you see the door close on Arizona, that doesn't mean that the race is over or anything like that. It means that the pathway changes. And it seems like tonight there is a greater pathway through Michigan and Wisconsin than a lot of people were saying just this morning. So we also look at what's going on in Pennsylvania, another state that I know is frustrating for a lot of people that we can't get direct results tonight, but I think it goes along with the idea that we wouldn't be having this conversation if it wasn't close. And a lot of people were saying there was going to be a Biden blowout tonight. We don't have that Biden blowout tonight.
No. And Michigan, I was just checking out some of the numbers because I forget if it was you, Jim, that pointed out there's only about 10 or 11,000 votes. That you, Alex? Michigan last time in 2016 is just under 11,000 votes. And that was a total of about 4.5 million voters. Those Michigan numbers we just showed, I believe, were around 49 to 52% of the precincts reporting, and those numbers were just about half, right? It was about 2.1, 2.2 million people have already been counted in Michigan, so we're still halfway to go in that state. It is way too early to call it, but if it goes similar to it did in 2016, and you have 4.5 million turn out, there we go, there's the numbers. So 52% in, and you're looking at almost 3 million, and you back up 4 years, you have 4.5. Now, they expect obviously bigger voter turnout in this one in 16. So
Meghan McCain
if it stays along those lines,
just tweeted Trump doing better than was predicted by the vast majority already. The big loser tonight are the pollsters and most of the media who no one will ever believe anymore.
But let's go on the ones that are counted right now. Some of these are mail-in, obviously all.
Donald Trump just tweeted,
We've got 60%.
"We are looking really good all over the country. Thank you."
This is becoming a little bit more important as if it wasn't already more as important as it is, but we're also seeing now that the Associated Press is calling Minnesota for Joe Biden. So that's 10 points that goes to the Biden campaign. And that does put a greater emphasis once again on the state of Pennsylvania, because if, for example, Minnesota isn't there, then it does put that pathway, no longer with Minnesota in the picture, but back to that Rust Belt pathway, back in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So I think that's where the focus is going to be for the remaining 24 48 hours.
Getting late for the folks on the East Coast, about 12:24 back there for them. I'm just seeing an alert that we are awaiting remarks from Vice President Joe Biden any moment. I wonder what that will be. Probably, obviously, not a concession speech, but come out and say, hey, it's late, we don't know, so remain calm, go home, be peaceful, let's go to bed, and we'll have to wait for several days to figure out if I'm the winner. Is probably what we're going to hear from Joe Biden. I might be wrong, but we'll find out here in a few minutes.
And we did also hear from the Trump campaign that they were expecting the president to speak tonight in some capacity. Of course, it didn't come directly from him, but that was the message that they were putting out, saying no matter what the results are, win, lose, or, for example, if we're winning results, the president was expected to talk from the White House sometime tonight, but I'm not sure if that's necessarily still going to happen because we're still waiting on a lot of these results. But I think that this is starting to enter the realm that a lot of people were talking about would have happened, that we're not going to get an election day type of surprise or an election day type of big announcement, but that just means that election day is probably 2 or 3 days this year.
But I think it's very telling that Joe Biden is the first one that wants to step out and address the American people. Is that because he's worried? Or is that because he wants to calm nerves?
I think his campaign looks at that Arizona call from Fox and says, oh, well, we can win because we flipped Arizona. But let's just hammer him for our viewers again, that all of the results that we've gotten from Arizona so far are vote by mail, early voters. They have not released any numbers yet from today's voters, those walk-in voters on election day who tend to be the Republicans.
Was that 50% of the ones that counted so far out?
73% is where Fox called it. And it's really only Fox calling it. Even MSNBC, the most left-leaning outlet out there, said, hey, I'm a little early there, Fox. They're not calling it. MSNBC, once they said Wisconsin, that Fox said that. So I think it's quite hard.
CNN and I think they call it Arizona Plus. You have two major, mainstream networks now saying those 11 electoral votes from Arizona are going to Mr. Biden.
Yeah, I think that one thing that is nice, no matter what the election outcome ends up being, it does kind of testify that we are a 50-50 country. I mean, a lot of people were saying Joe Biden might come out with 10 million popular votes. I don't have to discuss the kind of all that, but in fact, I'm seeing right now that Fox News has retracted its call on winning Arizona.
Maybe you should listen to them a little bit more. But Martha Hart, we go in on to start Haley Zuckerberg and Dorsey. Why don't you pay attention to the mainstream networks tweets, not ours? But real quick, I gotta follow up on what you said there, because don't forget, people think we're a divided nation when they see a vote count. We have 328 million people in this country. Now, I know we're gonna have a record number of voters this year, but are we still even seeing 50% of the population connect their presidential vote? No. So guess what? I still think this country clings to its conservative values. You just don't see it at the polls because not the entire nation is voting. If you can get all 328 million people to vote, I think you'd see a lot different results. Because typically, your major liberals that come out and vote are on the coastal states, and you know that's a large population. And you also have a lot of rural folks in all the flyover states, in the middle and the south, and everywhere else, Bible Belt, Sunshine Belt, that don't vote, which I wish they would. And so again, to say that we're evenly divided, I think that's incorrect because the whole nation doesn't vote. Maybe politically active, yes, we're divided probably down the middle.
Yeah.
We're calling, okay, we're getting Montana. Now here goes Fox again. Fox now just called Minnesota. We're calling Montana, and we're not going to call Minnesota because it's way too dang early. There's still 27% of the vote in Minnesota to come in, just like Arizona. And so once again, those good old boys over at the Foxy Network decided to call that state, which I think is way too premature, like they did with Arizona, and they're going to have to call Minnesota back.
And, you know, I don't want to harp on any other network, I get it. Oh, I'm already at but I will say this, there is a level of degree of responsibility when you do something like that, because, I mean,
No, it's too early to call Minnesota. Fox called it too soon.
in anticipation of lies. I mean, to call something prematurely and to create any doubt in our electoral process, that feeds into that type of agony that's taking place on the streets right now. So I think that every network does need to be careful with what they're doing. And when you are finding yourself twice now in one night saying, actually, we're going to work that back, that does not instill faith in our democratic process.
Well, it doesn't instill faith in the media, but then we know there's a reason that people use the phrase fake news nowadays. And it's not just because the president started saying it, it's because American viewers started seeing these discrepancies in reporting over the last several years, whether it be on President Trump, COVID, you name it. They're like, wait a minute, I used to trust these people, and then I read a different report, and it contradicts what CNN is saying or whatever. So, all right, let's get on the board up if we can. There's the Nebraska one. That one, done deal. That's almost 76% of the precincts reporting. Donald Trump there, 55% to 43. We're going to give Nebraska to the president as well. Do we have that lower third, guys, to bring up that shows the total count again? I know that we had some problems with our big overall map, and viewers are getting a little frustrated about that, so we will try to keep up that lower banner, folks, on the screen that shows the total count for the electoral.
Okay, Becky, I'm still here too.
Magic number 270, and putting Nebraska and Montana now in Trump category. We are not going to put Minnesota or Arizona over in the Biden camp. That still then puts them neck and neck right there in that low 200 range. I still got Trump right about 210 now with that Nebraska one. Is that right, guys? And then Biden maybe 226. Yeah, so 218 to 226. You're talking about 8 electoral votes. 8. That's what I got on that part.
There is something to worth noting when you come to that. But when it comes to Nebraska, too, that is one of the states that can split their congressional districts for a vote. So yes, President Trump is going to win the state. It's a matter of whether he's going to win it all, or he's going to win, I think it's 3 or 5. I think that's something like that. Yeah, so there is, and that plays into the tie factor that we're talking about. We don't want to even talk about the tie unless that's exactly where we're going. But I'm sorry, I got through the point that you were
No, so as we're watching these results, I am saying there's several Republican upsets happening in the House, and this is big because, I mean, even though the Democrats are still projected to keep their control of the House, the House has the power to launch investigations, issue subpoenas, as we saw, of course, with President Trump in impeachment. So here, this one's, for example, Florida District 26, Carlos Jimenez has unseated the Democratic congresswoman there. Now, this is interesting. Part of that swingy Miami-Dade district that, as we know, how presidents have yet to dictate.
You're here too.
Manufacturer in Florida. I mean,
I'm here too. I gotta go to the potty. I'll be right back.
Here, Florida District 27, Maria Salazar unseating the Democrat there. And now, again, some of these flips that are happening, some of them are long-term Democrats, some of them were, a rematch from 2018. So that's what's interesting is Republicans are doing some of the so-called blue wave from 2018. And it's the same sort of happening in other surrounding states around the East Coast. Here in New Jersey District 2, I mean, this is huge. We all remember Jack Andrew, of course. He initially started running in this district as a Democrat. Last year, parted ways because he was not for impeaching President Trump, switched to the Republican Party, and he has now just flipped District 2 in New Jersey to red. I mean, this is huge, and again, another testament to what it means to be a part of the Republican Party that President Trump leads by more than 90% approval rate.
I mean, it goes to show you that, this district is fascinating in that very sense because Jack Andrew, as you were saying, was previously elected as a Democrat, and now you see him with that R next to his name, but apparently all it took was support from President Trump in order to get him over that hump in a close race against another Democrat, which speaks to really how little, I guess, that district is. So, I mean,
well, yeah, and just going back quickly, because, if there by any chance Biden does end up winning the White House, it's important for Republicans to hold on to these seats and flip them because there are some allegations against the Biden family, as we've been reporting, based on Hunter, business dealings abroad, things like that. So if the Biden presidency were to kick off, I mean, they start with investigations, and it's up to House Republicans.
Did you come see the camera?
In that sense as well, of course, it's way too early to be calling that, but just something to keep in mind. This is something.
Come back, sweet fur baby.
it's an excellent point because, for example, even
She goes over there every time I get up. She to come back. Say hi. Say hi.
Need to sway other House Republicans or Republicans in the Senate because even as we're looking at the House or the Senate races tonight, it looks like the House.
Yeah, say hi. Look in the camera. Look in the camera.
So I think that even though one party may win the House or may win the Senate, that difference margin is still very much so important because, for example, every Coney
I'll just hold you like a baby.
under the same Senate, which
See the camera?
required more senators to be Republicans in that position, and nothing to take that.
See the camera?
Guys, so we're still tracking some more results here.
You don't like the camera?
With the numbers up, I'd like to see Georgia and North Carolina because some of the tracking I was doing while you guys were chatting shows President Trump's lead now widening once again in Georgia and North Carolina with more precincts varying. That's what I announced. But we still have 2 out of the other 3 major networks now officially calling Arizona with.
Oh, shit. Didn't realize the TV was about to turn off. Check device power. What are you talking about? Receiver was on. How long is the time it shuts off?
I think it's 15, is that correct? Can you get my little
So I'm assuming that they already have counted all their mail-in and absentee ballots.
She said you was cute, little girl.
With 99.96%
Little fuzzy ears.
80,000 votes right there. I mean, it looks like they should have all of them in. So hopefully we'll get a decision from that in London tonight.
I see why some of them are doing Arizona is because so far with 25% left, and with 75% of the precincts counted in Arizona, Biden does have about a 200,000 vote lead. I don't know how the heck that happened in Arizona, but I also don't know what 25% looks like. How many more ballots are coming in? They're so confident. Again, 2 out of the 3 majors are calling Arizona for Biden. Is it the fact that only 25%? Is that under that amount of vote? There's no way that Trump can take it. Again, we're going to be very hesitant
I'm sorry, the president is not going to be able to take over and win your votes. I'm sorry, we're not wrong. So they have not actually pulled back their call for Arizona that was going on Twitter, but they're standing behind it and saying they don't think that he can get the votes to get over that vote by mail results that we're seeing so far. And then on the Georgia presidents, I'm seeing a lot of Twitter, people are saying, even the New York Times Needle is now leaning toward this going to Biden. Now, if you look at these numbers right here, so President Trump is ahead and by a very large margin, about 400,000 votes, or 300,000 votes. The reason that people are leaning toward this maybe going for Biden is pretty much all of the results are counted in Georgia now except for Atlanta. And Atlanta is a city in Georgia that does lean heavily Democrat. They have a Democrat mayor, and so people are looking at that caveat and saying, well, that's all the results we have left. It's going to swing way far to Biden right here at the very end.
Well,
I'm not entirely sure.
There's about 18% left of the vote count. It's at 2.6, I think. So we're at 18% left in the state of Georgia to be counted, with the president up about 311,000. So the key is how many people are in that last big district of Atlanta need to be counted. Is it more than 330,000, 140?
And that would be huge for the Biden campaign, actually, if they were to
Total Georgia.
because, I've been seeing that everybody's starting to call Florida to your testimony in your day. But when it comes to Georgia, that is one of the states that the Trump campaign has to win in order to go through many of these different ways to be competitive. I mean, they could still, for example, end up sweeping the Northwest, the West Coast, go through Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, but to lose Georgia would be very, very bad for the Trump campaign.
Now, he's up big in Michigan now. I'll tell you those numbers now, just keep at 413,000 votes that I'm seeing online. 413,000 in Michigan. Now, again, I gotta throw it out there, that's at about 60%. So, but you've got to imagine that in Michigan, just like the rest of the states we were talking about, those votes are already turned in early in the big populous areas. And Michigan has a lot of rural areas that have come in yet. So are those 42% that have been counted in Michigan, are those going to be for Trump or Biden? We'll have to see. All right, we're going to run through a bunch of the states to give you an update if you just tuned in, or you've been drifting off the sleepy pile on the East Coast. I know we're going on, 20 minutes till 1 a.m. for you folks on the East Coast, Eastern Standard Time. So here we go. There's Michigan. We've been talking about that one. Huge, huge lead there. But again, only about 55% of the precincts recorded. So, if that happened, there's still potential that Michigan could be lost, but I think with all the groundwork that Trump did there and winning it last time, I think he's got that one. Wisconsin, same type of thing there. That's about a 100, what do you guys got there, 120, 115,000 vote difference, but with 80, almost 89% of the precincts recorded.
And to what Glenn was saying before, kind of the same way with Georgia, where it's a matter of where those votes are coming from.
Right.
I mean, the difference between calling this state and waiting to see what we have is a difference of whether or not they're coming from the rural part of the state or if they're coming from Milwaukee or Madison or something like that. So,
North Carolina. All right, there we go. Situation. Are we, so North Carolina obviously looks like one of the presidents.
I don't know if you can't call it with 100% of
Well, we can. We can. Not a huge gap. It's not a full 100. It's about 77,000. That's a big enough gap that I think we can call that one. If they have said all of the precincts have reported, let's put North Carolina in that box for President Trump, and that will be another 15 then for him. So that should bump the count up then to, we're getting neck and neck here. It's about 230, I sort of want to hit Arizona. It's about 227 to 225. It's about my count. If you pull Arizona out, we're 227, 225. The president only trailing by 2 electoral votes. Again, you throw Arizona in, okay, there's 11 more, so now he's got, Biden's up 13. And this one, that's the count out.
This one was a big one for the Trump campaign early on, too, because it set the tone to kind of reaffirm the idea that they are going to be competitive in this.
I never worry about it.
Yeah,
I never worry.
And it's important to note that if Joe Biden were to win this race, he'll be the only president ever to not win Ohio in the presidency. But if we're looking at Ohio as the bellwether of who's going to take home the presidency, President Trump winning Ohio by a big margin here, nearly 500,000 votes. I mean, that's not a small win by any margin in the state of Ohio's population.
Yeah, and Ohio folks, let me tell you, I'll brag up my hometown state there. They're pretty sensible, middle-of-the-road people. They're good, salt of the earth, conservative. There are farming communities, there are factories, but people are really open-minded.
No, that happens to everybody. It's not from the type of surgery you have, it's from surgery, period. Surgery causes your stress on your body, and the stress shows up in your hair loss. And it does grow back, and mine grew back even thicker. If you're taking 60 grams of protein a day, you don't need any more than that. Just depends on what you're already taking. You're supposed to have about 60 grams a day. Yeah, it'll fall out a lot for a while. Stress, it's a surgery. Any surgery will do that to you, no matter what kind of surgery it is. Surgery is a major stress on your body.
It's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying votes is finished. And it ain't over until every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the next is
yeah, it'll grow back in even thicker.
That's a turnaround. We also just called it from Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not what we expected. We're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I talked to the folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning. But it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. By the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Hey, John, did you go? Yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he yells, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandmama, she probably don't know, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The patience is great. Let's walk over here.
All right, guys, you've been listening to Joe Biden speak to a crowd there of supporters in Wilmington, Delaware, his home state.
Do you count your protein? Do you know how much protein you get a day, Kimmers?
He still thinks will turn Pennsylvania in his favor. He also went on to comment that he believes Michigan and Wisconsin will go in his favor, that it's not his duty or the president's duty to declare victory with the American people. No kidding, Joey. It looked like this was the first time he's probably been up 12:45 since he was 50. He lost it there for a little bit when he was trying to brag up Senator Coons and the governor there in Delaware. I couldn't figure out if he knew where he was going or if he did.
Maybe that's what I did. Like, when I talked to Joey, I appreciate giving her the celebratory speech here in Iowa, like listening.
don't know, Becky, if I'm gonna continue doing that Thursday at 2 o'clock thing, cause it just seemed like it was just more trouble than it was worth. Nobody really showing up and all that. I think I might just do upcycle videos and just put them out as a video instead of something live where people have to be there. Because I love doing the upcycle stuff and the recipe stuff, but to have to be somewhere at a certain time is not what I'm looking for in my life right now. Been there, done that. I just want to do it at my own time when I feel like it. And some days I do and some days I don't.
And real quickly, President Trump just tweeted, I will be making a statement tonight, a big win in all caps.
Okay, Cameron. Wow.
So again, we're right there at that low 200 range. What I've got again is 226 to 213. 226 to 213 is
People say stuff like that. All they do is show their own ignorance.
And I know the Fox and the other networks are saying, no. There's no way it can turn. I'm going to hold up for Arizona for a bit more. But again, it's only 11. The ones with higher numbers that really matter, as we've been talking about all night, vision. 16, right? And then Wisconsin and Minnesota, there's 10 each, so there's 20 more, there's 36 right there, which would propel the president up to about 260. We gave him both Carolinas now, I don't know if we have that in our account. And then we just got to see what's going to happen with Pennsylvania and Virginia.
Well, in Michigan, if we want to look at these numbers.
Oh, what do you mean, Becky, a pop-up live type of thing? You mean just whenever I want to, but then people won't have their stuff and be ready and know what is coming next. And I hate doing just like surprise pop-up because it's like somebody, if people are doing something different, then they're not going to come there. But if they can plan for it and they know it's coming, then they'll come there. Oh, good. Good, Cameron.
President Trump still maintaining that lead, 52% to 47%. We likely are also not going to see Wisconsin called tonight as they do continue.
Have you guys ever heard that when you get to heaven, you will see a book about you, and it's like a movie that you go through and you see your entire life. There's been a lot of after-death experience, people that died and actually saw heaven, and I've watched hundreds of them. And I truly believe this, that you will see a film of yourself, your life, and everybody that you hurt by your words, your actions, or anything like that, you will feel that hurt that they felt. You will see how they felt, and you will know how deeply they hurt. That makes sense. I've been learning a lot about that. Also that everything that everybody thinks that when you get to heaven it's just going to be nothing but worshiping God. Oh, the Lord, the Lord, the Lord. But they don't know, what they don't realize is God's word says that everything you enjoy now will be magnified in heaven. So that means like all of the things that you love about your life and about life will be magnified when you get to heaven. So those things will be there. They'll just be even better. All the foods that you like, everything, all the things you like to do. Worship of Jesus, yes, but it will be out of love because you want to. There will be no sorrow, no sadness, no pain, no nothing. Everybody will live as one big family. Because people have questions about, well, what do I do if I was married like 3 times? Who am I going to be with when I get to heaven? You're all just going to be one family. Everybody's going to love each other. And this will go on for eternity. There will be no end.
It would require votes in Maine being split, because they can split their electoral votes, as well as in Nebraska. But what would happen is that the House of Representatives that's elected today, they would vote, but it's not a straight up and down vote based on a simple majority. It's about the state
There's a lot of things you can learn by watching those after-death experiences that people have had.
To the White House. And then the Senate would vote on the vice president in that matter. So, I mean, there's a lot to get to before we even talk about that conversation, because I lose my friends that are freaking out. But it does kind of, it is a long shot still at this point, but it's very much a possibility at the same time. So, everybody home, breathe a little bit, but still the ball.
I know I'm watching Twitter from a lot of our viewers. Thank you so much, by the way, folks, for sticking with OAN for all these hours. And they are all, one, thanking us for our honest coverage and not calling some states too early, but also calling states that we felt were going for President Trump. They like the energy, they like that we're keeping them awake and keeping them going. So thank you guys. Keep tweeting, keep letting us go. How about we take a small break from us here in the main studio? Let's find out what our guys, John and Richard are doing in our Washington, D.C. bureau and what they are tracking. We haven't talked a lot, guys, about the House races. Jen touched on a little bit on how Republicans probably aren't
And
going
they
to take
just
the House
stop and
back,
think,
but it's not going to be a huge
not
deal
wanting to
for
hurt
Democrats.
anybody,
What do you guys see?
if not for any other reason for that.
You're right, Jen, you're absolutely right. The House
I hope all the boyfriends that hurt my feelings can feel it. Get to feel that.
This was not supposed to happen. This is a repudiation of what a lot of the House.
Night, Kimbers. Love you too. Thanks for coming, honey.
But also, just let me talk about Pennsylvania, because we all want to know how Pennsylvania's going to break.
Oh yeah, they're all washed away. He washed them all away. All of our sins are already forgiven once we accept him into our life. But you will still see. You will still see your life. And that's how forgiving Jesus is. And he will love you and hold you and hug you after he shows you the film and let you know that, you know, this was your life. This is what it felt like on the other side. I'm sure there's a reason why he wants us to do that, but it doesn't mean he plucks us out. No. It shows that he loves us even more. And that shows you the extent of his love. Amen, sister. I don't know what got me started on that. It's late at night. I can't be held accountable. At least I'm not drunk. My daughter said her and her husband were taking shots every state that Trump won tonight. I was like, oh, Lord.
He should not be doing this well. He did not barely won in 2018 because he was also a target. He certainly wasn't doing that well in 2018. Then take a look at our good friend Conor Lamb in Pennsylvania 17. The Republican there is doing very well, leading. That is Western Pennsylvania, around the Pittsburgh area. That's another seat that everybody wanted to win. Another potential flip is Pennsylvania 7. This was held by a Democrat. The Republican was ahead there by 71% of the precincts for 30. Republicans got 55% of the vote.
It says there's only 2 of you watching. It must be Shonda and Becky.
Wisconsin 3. This is a Democrat.
It says there's only 2 of you watching. It must be Shonda and Becky.
It says there's only 2 of you watching. It must be Shonda and Becky. He's just barely ahead. But he's only performing. Which means you got more Trump voters exceeding expectations in that part of Wisconsin. That's a good sign for the president. And I know that Richard has been talking to John McLaughlin, and I'm wondering if this comports with what you gathered from your conversation with the president's pollster earlier.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the things that's really interesting is in West Virginia and Ohio, it was a complete blowout for the president. That's adjoining the western part of Pennsylvania. I think that really suggests that Pennsylvania is going to have an overwhelmingly large margin for the president. And I think that it's really the president to lose at this point. I think that despite all of the different types of mail-in ballots and the shenanigans that are probably going to be undertaken and the lawyers that are going to be deployed, nevertheless, I think that from a regional point of view, Pennsylvania is, I prefer to be Donald Trump than Joe Biden at this point in terms of Pennsylvania. The two adjoining states are just absolutely solid for the president. I think it's just going to follow up with them.
You can also take a look at New York 11. This is Staten Island, working class. This is a Trump 31. It's coming home. 95% of the precincts reported with Cuomo Takis, 57% to opponent Max Rhodes, 42%. What this means, I mean, I know New York's going to be a blue state, so that's, whatever. But what it means is
I'm surprised we don't have trolls in here
Trump voters
since
are coming home to
it's 1 o'clock in the morning here. That's usually when they start showing up because there's no other lives for them to play in.
Georgia, David Perdue would not be winning Georgia if the president were going to win Georgia. I don't think that would be possible in Georgia, so I think that Georgia probably looks pretty good too. So things seem to be going, logically, things seem to be trending towards the president in a lot of these states that we still haven't seen a final tally in. So I think things are moving in the president's direction at this juncture of the evening.
Things are moving in the president's direction.
Keep hanging in there. We're not done yet. Let's bring it back here. Jen, good. Well, what do we got to do now? Not much state-wise to really call. I still think we're kind of in an impasse because we're still waiting to find out which way Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Minnesota go. That's the key. In Arizona, I'll still hold on to hope that 25% still remaining to be counted. But everybody's now putting Arizona in the Biden column, except, you got something for me?
Well, Arizona Governor Doug Ducey did speak with Kate Powers actually, and she said that he told her that there were still about 90,000 votes counted, not counted in Maricopa County, and that when you look at how it breaks down, it's about 2-1 Trump. I was talking to Alex. Maricopa County does tend to lean a little bit more towards President Trump because of their proximity to the border and their proximity to the illegal immigration issue. It does really impact them in their economy and everything about their city and their county in particular. So I still think it was too early and irresponsible to call Arizona. We're going to leave that untied here. But when you look at those numbers, yes, Biden is leading pretty handily so far. Right, but it is all mail-in votes and it's early votes. Of course, 900,000 votes, just like in Maricopa County, not overall, but just in Maricopa County. That's a really large margin that could go. I want to cycle through you guys since we're heading out west and we're seeing some of those results, just to cycle through some of these competitive House races that we're seeing in California, especially typically in a presidential election year. California is a blue state, and there are some competitive Republican races. And so if you look at California District 22, Devin Nunes, a strong ally of President Trump, he's in a tight race there. He's projected to win, but right now where the results are, it's neck and neck. So we're still waiting on several of these precincts. I mean, we're about 90%. So it's definitely going to come down to be a very close race. We're also watching California 50. That was an open seat, of course. That was Hunter's. And we're going to, before we get to California, we're going to mix it up a little bit. So Georgia Senate, as you can see, the incumbent Senator David Perdue, he is winning his race there, 50% to John Ossoff's 45%. Now,
92% too.
Yeah. So, and it looks like, based on what we're seeing now, that with this number of precincts reporting, it looks like Republicans are going to hang on to that seat.
I hope so.
And we're also keeping an eye on Michigan. So this is another big one heading into this. This is an opportunity for Republicans to
54%, incumbent Democrat Gary Peters, 44%. And to build off what John Hines said, Maine, similar situation there. Susan Collins, 50%. She was seen as vulnerable. Not looking so vulnerable now. Sarah Gideon, the Democrat, 43%. What I was saying, going back to what John Hines is saying, is although we don't have results for states like Michigan, like Wisconsin, you can look at some of these down ballot races, and that's sort of signaling where the support is pointing to. And right now, especially in a state like Michigan, looks like President Trump's doing pretty well there. At Minnesota Senate, you can see Tina Smith, the Democrat. This race was to be expected, but we are seeing that Republicans are putting up quite a good fight in some of the other down ballot races in Minnesota. We've seen some Democrats flip some Republican seats again. Some of that anti-2018 blue wave happening in 2020 with Trump at the top of the ticket.
Well, and Jen, as you shuffle through all those Senate races as well, I mean, throughout the night, I think you're exactly right. We have kind of overshadowed some of the GOP victories because of the focus on the presidential race, but Lindsey Graham destroyed Susan Collins. Susan Collins, she was supposed to get blown out tonight, and Tom Tillis as well in North Carolina. Republicans in the Senate very much so overperformed what many people expected. I mean, we were talking about tonight that perhaps they might lose control of the Senate, but now it doesn't look like that's the case. And in fact, when you look at what's happening in Minnesota, you look at what is happening with Doug Jones, yes,
It doesn't look like they're going to lose control of the Senate, so that's good.
Very strong night when it comes to the Senate performance.
They have it, and again, that speaks volumes for a lot of these big races that are keeping a
No, I don't think I asked a question.
signal where the race is going to go there. Of course, we're still waiting for results, but it's optimism in the Trump campaign.
And I thought it was interesting too, as we were shuffling through that, we're seeing only 55% of the votes coming in Michigan as well. It's a little bit frustrating when you look at some of the states there on the West Coast that, for example, have no problem counting their votes, getting them all in. And meanwhile, here we are as well with the rest of the country tonight, waiting on some of these states, Wisconsin, Michigan.
They just said it looks like it's leaning towards the president. And it looks like they're probably going to keep the Senate. I don't know if we'll gain the House back or not. We need to.
Here's the thing, they knew this was going to be a record-breaking voter turnout. Even just looking at the early voting numbers in states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, they could have said, you know what, hey, we need to triple the number of ballot counters that we have so we can make sure that we get these results out in a timely manner so we can tell the American people who the next president is going to be on election day. We are not going to know tonight who the winner of this election is because of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and you might throw Virginia in there as well, and Georgia. They don't want to call them. I mean, enough of the precincts are in, I think, to call them. Wisconsin's up there now as well. Are they touching 80 or 90% of the precincts in Wisconsin, guys? I know that we're getting close on some of those. I don't know why. I'm not trying to come up with conspiracy theories here, or why they wouldn't want to call those or wait and count tomorrow. It's already 1 in the morning. You can't keep your people there and keep counting until 2 or 3. Why are you going to shut down until 9 in the morning and then have the country hanging and waiting when we already know there are plans and plots out there to do unrest and violence across this country? Let's get it over with as soon as we can and get moved on.
Yeah, and even when it comes to, for example, it would be one thing I could understand why news outlets could want to do that. They want to get the ratings, they want everybody off in the way when they do that. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the actual constituencies, the governments not being able to count their votes. I mean, it does kind of speak to something, but we do want to go through some of the reactions that we're seeing tonight because I know that there's a lot of frustration out there. This is Ryan Savita of the Daily Wire. He says, Arizona political insider text, I don't know what Fox is doing. Arizona is still in play. And we just heard what Brenner was saying from Arizona Governor Doug Ducey. That's exactly in line with what they're saying because at this point, the population in Maricopa County alone, the ballots that have not been counted yet, that could sway this decision going either way. It's not necessarily a pro-Trump demographic or a pro-Biden demographic. And as we look at this one more time, I think that our viewers really need to know exactly what's been said. Katie Pavlich say, just spoke to Arizona Governor Doug Ducey's office. There are at least 900,000 votes, large number, outstanding that haven't been counted. About half are Maricopa.
paying attention to the election day misinformation as they're trying to prevent that. It just showed that tweet from President Trump. I will be making a statement tonight, a big win. He did send out another tweet after that, which we talked about earlier. A second tweet with a warning saying someone all
I'm still here, guys. I just took the camera off of me for a while.
If I click view, that tweet says, we are at play with the trying to steal the
So
election.
I'm gonna lay down right here with this puppy dog.
After the polls are closed. I think what
I'm still here though. I can still see what you type.
In most states, they're not letting you cast it, they're just counting if they get it in late. So I think that's what Twitter will say that that's the reason that they flagged that tweet. But if we're talking about the control from big tech and the message that Americans can get on election night, just another example there that they are deciding what Americans can and can't see on this night from their president.
Yeah, that's what they do. All right, I think that we got the electoral college map maybe fixed now, because I know people have been blowing us up online. We've been reading your tweets. We're not ignoring you. We've been trying to fix the big 50-state map to let you know where it stands right now. But real quick, let's show you Pennsylvania again, because I started the night at 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Eastern, and all of a sudden that it would come down to Pennsylvania. So you saw the numbers there. The president's lead getting even larger and larger in Pennsylvania. But again, we do not have a bunch of those mail-in ballots. How many did you say earlier in Pennsylvania that we could still be seeing outstanding that they won't finish counting until the next day or so? Oh, I believe it was 2 million. Was it 2 million?
Yeah.
It was between 2 and 3. Yeah. That's a lot. 2 to 3 million. All right, let's look at the latest count. And
Okay,
again,
John.
this is off of what I've got, but hey, I'm going with whatever the OAM.
You start snoring, I'll wake you
I've
up.
got 212 to 223. If you look though, I thought we were calling North Carolina. Well, I guess we have not done that.
I think that we're still waiting on the Associated Press to make the official call, because I also see Arizona there as well, and then of course we're waiting on Georgia and Pennsylvania, but I think a lot of people can see the avenues that are taking shape right now. I mean, and we started the night with a lot of gray up there at the map, and now we're starting to fill in those spaces, and you see the two different avenues right there. You can see that you can go through Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan up the top there, but then, Dan, you're exactly right. I mean, we see a lot of red, and there might be more red coming with the North Carolina, Virginia, and Georgia still waiting at the bottom. But of course, when you get to the West Coast, all the way to the west, that's Nevada. That's when that could become more important as the night goes on. But also Arizona.
Doesn't that be crazy? If it did come down to a tie and the good old silver state, which Nevada usually is not in play for I don't know how many decades, goes red tonight. But it was so interesting to see that. And again, if you put North Carolina in the Trump campaign, you're giving Michigan, you're giving Georgia, and then lose Minnesota, pick up Wisconsin, let Pennsylvania go, and Arizona still goes to him. I'm so glad that it's a win. He's
Well,
got it.
no, he can win it even without winning Arizona. If he wins Wisconsin, he wins Michigan, he wins North Carolina, Georgia, and Alaska. That's 274.
I thought we already called Alaska, guys. We didn't. Most all of the listeners are calling Alaska for Trump. We didn't do that one. I mean, it's only what, 3? It's 3. But again, every one counts tonight.
So he could win again if he wins. If we're looking at this, if he wins Wisconsin, if he wins Michigan, he can lose Pennsylvania, lose Virginia, take North Carolina, take Georgia, Alaska, which we'll say is called. He would win the election without
He can still
even
lose
with
Nevada
Arizona.
and Arizona both.
Yes,
Right?
he would be at 274. So he could lose Pennsylvania as long as he wins Michigan and
Michigan, Wisconsin.
Michigan and Wisconsin.
You're still here too, but you're not laying down.
And they're all right next to us. Yeah, by the end of the night, it's Minnesota.
And but I say this, if we were sitting here at 1 o'clock in the morning, if we were to tell someone, for example, at the beginning of the night, that we'd be sitting here at 1 in the morning saying, President Trump might not have to win Pennsylvania because he still has an avenue through Michigan and Wisconsin, not how we started. No, that's not the conversation that anyone was talking about. I think it's clear that there is some momentum here. And I do want to read one quick fact before when it comes to the state of Arizona, because I'm still not sold that is exactly called. Because today, for example, 113,000 election day votes have been counted in the state of Arizona. 64% of them went for President Trump. So that means, yes, there were a lot of mail-in voting, but I have a feeling that they're using models to count the uncounted votes from today, saying, you know what, it's probably along a 55-45 margin. That's not what we see today. We're seeing more of a 65 type of third.
And Governor Doug Ducey said there's 900,000 left. So if you have 800,000 more that are going 60% Trump, that's a win.
What Arizona is still at only 75%
seeing that there are plenty of ballots out there still floating around that could potentially be going for President Trump and going against what we've heard the conventional wisdom of a lot of these mail-in are for Democrats. We don't know that yet.
Right, and Jen, to your point, nearly 1 in 5 Arizona residents are 65 years old or older. I mean, that speaks to exactly what you were saying. And also, when it comes to Maricopa County alone, right outside of Phoenix, as we were saying, it accounts for 60% of the state's total votes back in 2016. Not to mention that it was a county that President Trump won. So, once again, that means we're waiting on maybe 60% of votes that have been ranking 2-1 in favor of President Trump. I just think it's too early to call Arizona.
We have a lot of military in Arizona, a lot of veterans in Arizona as well. And I believe that you brought it up, we all remember Sheriff Joe, Pilot, thank you.
I'm stuck to the ship. I have an early appointment tomorrow and Aaron's out. Oh, I understand, Becky. I have an early appointment Thursday with the dentist and an early appointment Friday with the boob doctor.
I'm seeing almost 71% of the precincts reporting, and there he has a margin of 162,000 votes. Do you not know? Yeah, 162. So he's got a 162 margin. The other numbers I saw by some of the other reporting agencies show about 122,000 with 75% reporting. So again, to everything you guys keep bringing us and showing us is we still have thousands, tens of thousands of votes to count in Arizona. I don't know how, like I said earlier in good conscience, you can call those 11 electoral votes for Biden. If you pull those, you're then sitting at 227 to about 213. It's only a 14-point gap. And it comes down to, again, all the states we said it was, the battleground key states in the Midwest, and then Pennsylvania at the end. And here's the thing, Arizona is not a swing state yet. I think people are getting a little bit too caught up in this hype. It's going for the Republican president in every single election absent 1996 where we went for Bill Clinton. This isn't a swing state, it's a trending state. And I feel like people are treating it as a swing state, calling it the same way that we would Georgia or something. And almost all the major networks did, except us, and we're gonna sit here and hold on it and not call it, because I would love to wake up and for all of those other alphabet soup networks get egg on their face.
Well, I want to take this moment really quick just to remind our voters where we stand on the Senate. I know we've been covering a lot of these races, and just to sort of give you a snapshot, going into this, Republicans had a 53 majority to Democrats 47. We just had Joni Ernst in Iowa win her race. She's keeping that seat, so that means that the Democrats' path to that majority there continues to narrow. Susan Collins is leading in Maine, Tom Tillis is leading in North Carolina, and Purdue is up in Georgia as well. We're seeing Senator Kelly Loeffler going into that runoff, so that means that Democrats would have to flip at least these seats. Montana, right now Bullock is up right now. Here's the map, as you can see. And so essentially it's going to come down to about 3 or 4 different races. And, with Gary Peters losing to John James as it stands right now, I mean, the path to a Democratic majority in the Senate is continuing to narrow as the night goes on. So that's some good news for the Republican Party here.
I'm gonna go on a limb, I'm gonna say that, you're looking at what's happening right now in the US Senate, and Republicans will no doubt hold on to the Senate. Will they hold a 4-seat majority? We may not know, obviously, for another day until some of that final counting, like you just said, comes in, Jen. But I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna even go on a limb here, Republicans will hold the Senate at least by 2 or 3 seats. May end up just like it was with a 4-seat majority, but I'll give them 1 or 2. But I believe right now we can maybe not make it official, but I would say Republicans got the Senate, no problem. And to what John and Richard were saying earlier, and Jen, I know you guys kind of agreed on some states. I don't think the Dems are going to see the pickup in the House they thought they were going to see, because of, and you're seeing it in a lot of the lockdown states, people are upset with their Democratic leaderships, whether it be senators, congressmen, governors, mayors that have locked them down. And so I think the big explosion of blue wave in the House they thought they were going to see on the Dem side won't happen. Republicans will hold the Senate, and I'm still thinking President Trump's going to pull this one out. Looking at these states, these numbers, they're 75 to 80, 90% reporting in some of those Midwest states already, and the Arizona thing, Georgia, even Virginia now. I see a clear path past 270 for it.
Well, and I think John James outperforming in Michigan is more telling for President Trump, because when we're looking at the presidential race, we do still have a lot of votes to count, and they're going to continue counting those tomorrow. But when you look at the Senate race, it's more indicative of where Michigan voters are leaning and who they're supporting. And they are supporting John James so far in the results that we are seeing.
And look at his
That's
district.
important. Right.
Look at his district.
Sure.
People thought that was a Democratic stronghold.
Mm-hmm.
So again, if that is has any bearing on the presidential race there, looks like James will get it, and then I would put Michigan in the truck that again.
It would be huge to be another history-making win for Republicans. It would be the first black senator in Michigan. So, and we talk about these new swing states or trending states like Arizona, and people are looking at. We haven't talked about Texas in a while because it has been declared for President Trump. But when we talk about those states where Democrats were looking and saying, "Hey, we can flip Texas, we can flip Arizona, we can flip Georgia." An interesting point that I've just seen is that President Trump was declared the winner in Texas's Zapata County. I hope I'm saying it right. Which is just north of the Rio Grande Valley there, right along the border. He won that district by that county by 6 points, 53% to 47%. This is really important. It's a huge swing because Clinton was a plus 33 in that county. Obama was a plus 43 in that county. So that is a huge absolute flip for President Trump in a county like that, which is the immigration issue matters so much to those counties that are right along the border in 6 states like Texas and states like Arizona, Maricopa County, right there on the border of Arizona and Mexico.
You're right, it was a pilot.
Is it Pat?
Yeah.
Okay. That's good. That's good. But I just think that matters a lot to talk about those specific counties. We're going to look at them, big swings like that, and it is the President Trump's campaign has worked really hard to flip the Latino vote in particular to vote for him. That we saw that happen and worked in Florida tonight, the Cuban and Venezuelan population in Miami-Dade County. Right, so, and a Latino voter will typically, values-wise, lean toward a Republican because they're Catholic. Legal immigrants are not fans of illegal immigration because they've done the work to get here and they do it the right way. So when you see that flip happening, it's working for President Trump to get Latino voters on board with him instead of where we've usually gone with Democrats.
All right, guys, we're going to take a small break here from the main studio. Let's find out what's going on at the White House because we are waiting, and the alerts keep popping up that the president will be speaking to the nation very shortly. Arsenal Riyad is on the line at the White House. Fill us in. How long are we waiting here for POTUS to give us the good news?
Hey Dan, so actually it could be within the hour, but we are still on standby. There are many of us who have been standing out here on Pebble Beach shivering because the temperatures are dropping, but the excitement has not subsided, at least from the administration standpoint and the campaign standpoint. You have this consistent optimism that President Trump has far more paths to win than Joe Biden does. And you have Joe Biden now and his team now looking at the Rust Belt states with extreme trepidation, and his pathways to victory are becoming more narrow as the hours tick on. And so that has been the fuel by which the White House continues to have a lot of optimism. We have not had a lot of activity in terms of people meandering out of the White House party, which is where the activity is at tonight. We have about 400 guests inside the White House now in the reception room, kind of watching all of this come in, and everyone's limited but still optimistic. So we just saw that the president tweeted out that he will be delivering a speech. We've been hearing that all evening, that he is going to deliver a speech one way or the other, regardless of whether the results are clear. So we are simply on standby, as are everybody else who have special badges to get in, and we'll be there to be in the room and see what the general mood is as he delivers his speech, probably within the next hour, but we are still on standby.
Chanel, real quick, we asked this of Christina probably about 2 hours ago because I did see online there was a lot of chatter that folks, the extreme folks on the left, whether it be Antifa, BLM, or just some wackos, plan on trying to shut down D.C. come tomorrow. What are you seeing there at the White House on the other side of that protective fence and wall that was put up earlier this week?
Well, the noise just starts going, the volume level on the protest noise goes up as every state that goes red pops up on the screen. So as more of these leftists realize that moment, you have some Antifa folks starting to gather outside the White House, and it's a little bit cold, so this might actually cause some of them to slow down a little bit, but they are gathering, and we had some reports of arrests being made. A dumpster was, a trash can was set on fire. Handful of moments like that so far, but nothing that is so remarkable that news crews are running out there from the White House. So we are keeping an eye on it. It is ratcheting up slightly, but we're just watching it from afar at this point.
Okay, so mild skirmishes, we'll call it. Chanel, we are there live at the White House as we take a wide shot there on our screen as well. We are just awaiting President Trump's comments to the nation. As Chanel said, it could be coming in the next few minutes, up to an hour. I believe probably he's there with his advisors. They're watching these key battleground states that we keep talking about. And I just saw a bunch of tweets, so we've got to get to it and bring the board up. We all have been saying, okay, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and tons of people have heard of. Have you said anything about Virginia in the last hour and 26 minutes? So Virginia, which was the first one of the night, that multiple major news outlets called for Biden. I mean, we were one of the first ones to retract it. They weren't that confident about it, to say, whoa, hold on, something's going crazy in Virginia. Right? And so if we can, guys, as I pull the numbers up for Virginia, because viewers want to know what the heck is going on in Virginia. And again, that's what, 13, right? Yeah. Electoral votes. So it's been up and down all night, but it was a dramatic swing from the beginning of the night where everyone was calling it for Biden, when only there was 25% of the precincts reporting. Now I'm not sure what the numbers are up to till we bring them up as far as we were 70, 80, or 90% in Virginia, and Trump still holding on to the last numbers I saw, a commanding lead in Virginia. But that may have changed. Ready, you got new ones?
What I'm seeing from AP Online, which is AP is where we're getting our numbers tonight, 82% of precincts reporting Joe Biden has retaken that lead, 52.5% to President Trump's 46%. Joe Biden up by about a little over 250,000 votes there. So it seems like he will keep that state blue state, yeah. And definitely that comes down to those results that we did get out of Fairfax County, those updated numbers. Here's that for our viewers.
Yeah, to your point though, I mean, and compare what we're looking at right now to what's happening in Arizona. I mean, what happened in Virginia was kind of what a lot of people are expecting to happen in Arizona. Traditionally, Democratic areas you're looking at right now, they finally got some of the numbers in from the different areas that they were looking at. That's very much so the situation that could happen in Arizona tonight. I mean, it was very premature, I think, to call it for that state, the same way that perhaps it was premature to call Virginia, but this is the reason I think what many people were confident to do so is because they were expecting a lot of those Democratic stronghold counties to finally rush in their ballots, and that's exactly what we're waiting for in Arizona.
Yeah, well, like what Travis said, is that Fairfax is that area where a lot of the DC elite and the deep state folks that work in the government, they live in Fairfax. A lot of them lean left, obviously, or extremely left. And so those numbers must have just gotten dropped off, and now Biden shot back at their lead. But Virginia isn't a state that really any of us were looking at for days, weeks before this election. We went blue last time. We figured it could go blue. So not disappointing that Virginia, I would say we probably need to put back into the Biden category in our count. I don't know if the AP is officially doing that, but we probably can. But it's Arizona that is still up for grabs.
Right. Well, I just wanted to jump in quickly. So I know we were talking about John James' Senate race over in Michigan, and right now I'm seeing that Michigan election officials are saying that they don't expect to have most of the vote in until noon tomorrow. So, I mean, it just goes to show you, even though we can have some of these wins on these down ballot races that are so crucial and so telling as to how the president might be doing, it's still going to be a while until we get results for states like Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, like we've been talking about.
I mean, the states are going to close up shop and go home till the morning.
And a lot of people are. I'm starting to see that.
Then what are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? The American people want to know, right? We're here for the long haul to tell you what the heck is going on with our country so we know the future for the next 4 years.
You're supposed to go to bed tonight not knowing who won the presidential election.
I don't know. I want to go to bed.
And I do want to touch on something that Chanel said too. It is good news that we're not seeing widespread unrest tonight. I know that a lot of cities were preparing for that. I mean, it was kind of funny when she said there are some Antifa anarchists out here, but it's getting kind of cold, so they're going home. It kind of goes back to who it is.
But if you look at some of the online chatter, Alex, that I just did in the last 2 days, they are making plans for the 4th, 5th, 6th.
going in western Pennsylvania, Kenosha, Wisconsin, Kent County, Michigan, interesting trend in the Rust Belt. And that is exactly what we here at this panel have been saying all night. Brought up Kenosha, Wisconsin before. Jen was talking about Kent County, Michigan, western Pennsylvania. That's something that we've been talking about all night. Those are the counties. And, we talk about Arizona perhaps shifting left. We talk about maybe Texas could be shifting left. Perhaps the Rust Belt is shifting right. I mean, these are places that Barack Obama was supposed to be winning handedly. And that was not only President Trump being competitive in 2016, but now once again in 2020. Perhaps we have seen a little bit of a geographical realignment.
Well, if you ask yourself why, I mean, if you look at, again, I go back to President Trump's agenda as far as the worker and the economy and the trade deals, that heavily impacts those states in the Rust Belt. I mean, a majority of the jobs out there, the gas and energy, the manufacturing jobs, those count on good trade deals, which, President Trump's touted, especially for, let's take Pennsylvania, for example. I mean, 700,000 union members in that state alone, and they don't want their jobs shipped overseas. And that's something that plays into what Biden's promising to do, some of the changes. So that's something that when some of these voters are facing that choice, do they want to keep their job in their home state of Pennsylvania? Of course they do.
Well, when we talk about the state of Pennsylvania, we have talked about the issue of fracking and Joe Biden's kind of failure on the message of fracking. We haven't though talked a lot about trade and trade with China in particular. And the other big industry in Pennsylvania outside of oil and fracking is steel. And President Trump put really large tariffs on China, tariffs on and penalties for them for dumping steel in the U.S. and that's protecting jobs in Pennsylvania, in particular in their steel industry. Here's the latest numbers that we're getting out of Pennsylvania. 8% of citizens reported President Trump ahead by 700,000 votes nearly. I mean, that's pretty big, but again, for our viewers, we won't be getting election officials in Pennsylvania say we're not getting any, official calls anyway tonight.
We have 2 to 3 million votes still to come in, is what I'm hearing in that state. But that's the one that could end up going to the Supreme Court, like Jack told us earlier. We've all been saying on our shows for weeks, Pennsylvania will go to the Supreme Court. And it won't be interesting. If all we've been saying for 4 or 5 hours turns out, once again, to be Pennsylvania and a Supreme Court decision like we saw 20 years ago in Florida. I hope not for the sake of the country and for unity and healing after this election that it comes down to that, because then you're going to have people outraged that the court had to decide it. And let's be real, we don't change the rules in the middle of the election. And that's what the Pennsylvania very liberal state Supreme Court did. They changed the rules mid-election to allow these ballots to come in, which open you up for cases of fraud. Because where are these millions of ballots that are floating around for the next few days? These ballots were sent out, and they are not, I'm a vet, they are not absentee ballots. When you get an absentee ballot, like a military member overseas, okay? You get it, it's in the envelope, your name's on it, there's numbers that coincide on the actual ballot you rip off, that go with the ballot envelope that it goes in. You have to sign a witness sign, all kinds of stuff with absentee. But the Dems did in a bunch of these states, they mailed out millions of ballots with none of those checks and balances. Now, those are going to keep coming in for days and counted. That is what President Trump is talking about. Right. He's saying we can't have these millions of ballots coming in that were just loosely thrown around this country and then count them 3, 4, 5 days after. The voting is over, it's done, and these ballots weren't distributed properly in the first place.
Well, and think about what this means, Dan. So if we're thinking about what sort of action Congress has and has not taken based upon lawmakers waiting to see who wins the White House, it's not just those ballots that are going to hang in limbo. It's action on a coronavirus stimulus bill. It's action on a bill to keep the government open. They keep passing those minibus bills that only keep the economy open for X amount of months. I mean, there's some big pieces of legislation looming, and the longer it takes for Congress, and not just the majority of Congress, but for lawmakers themselves to know which administration they're going to be operating under, that's how much longer the American people have to wait for an extension to the Paycheck Protection Program, which, as we know, has helped a lot of these small businesses stay afloat during the pandemic. Whether Americans are going to get some more direct cash payments into their bank accounts. So a lot's weighing on these ballots, like you said, that we're waiting to hear back from. So it's not just knowing who wins the White House, it's knowing what sort of path forward are we going to have with this pandemic and the economic recovery that's to follow.
Well, and when we talk about the economy in these states like Michigan, like Wisconsin, I was talking about trade with Pennsylvania, and for Pennsylvania, trade with China matters a lot because of their steel industry, but for all of these states, the USMCA matters a ton. When you talk about the auto industry in Michigan, the auto industry in Wisconsin, that was very heavily impacted by the USMCA and NAFTA killed that industry across the Rust Belt, and those auto factories have shut down. President Trump renegotiated NAFTA, got rid of NAFTA, which, just remember, Joe Biden supported. He has since, of course, come out and said that it probably wasn't that great of a deal, but he voted in favor of it and he supported it. President Trump replaced that with the USMCA, which is an overwhelmingly bipartisan trade agreement. It is not just a Republican trade deal. It is supported by both Democrats and Republicans and Mexico and Canada, as beneficial for all three countries, but especially beneficial for the U.S. and the U.S. auto industry in particular. If you're talking about where the economy sits in Michigan and Wisconsin, that's where it sits.
Well, I mean, you have a governor in that state that during COVID put them on extreme lockdown. Turned out she was a big hypocrite. Folks found pics and video of the husband of the governor there running all over the place when she was keeping her state on a just insane lockdown, almost probably as drastic as California's lockdown. Obviously, we're not going to see California flip or change anything, but Michigan, I think you are seeing numbers now, and I was just looking when you were checking, I've got different reports now, 64% of the precincts in Michigan, and Trump's still holding on to a 312,000 vote lead. Now, again, 36% is still a lot more to come in, but what were the numbers, Alex, that you or Jan, one of you told me earlier in this evening? What did Trump pull Michigan out over Hillary Biden? It wasn't massive.
Less than 11,000.
Yeah, less than 11,000. So, I think all three of you said that. Yeah, it was. It was about 10-7, 10-6. So, now depending on which counties are still outstanding of those 36, 35% that needs to come in, 312 is pretty substantial. You know, in Michigan.
And we were talking about this before, but there is something to be said about the fact that, for example, Dr. Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan, the state Supreme Court rejected what she was doing there, and it's happened to several governors around the country as well.
California too.
Exactly, and it shows you that the coronavirus pandemic opened up the opportunity for President Trump to have the greatest power grab perhaps of any president in modern history, and he rejected to do so. And I think that goes to show you a little bit of brilliance, because I don't know if many other presidents would have done that. I mean, there were people quite literally saying that the president should declare martial law, implement lockdowns, mask mandates, things of that nature. It could have given the president so much authoritarian power that he resisted. I think there's something to be said about that doesn't go talk about.
He does it because he understands this is a republic. Everybody, I think, forgets that. Okay? And in a republic, yes, the governors have to take charge of their states. And the president got that. He put it on them. Some performed properly. And you see how now, like you were saying, credit to Governor DeSantis' credit. He was smart in Florida. There were other states where Republican governors were smart. They opened up early, got back to work. They're thriving. The states that are still closed are not. Speaking of those gubernatorial races, I think we have some boards we want to run through here real quick. Take it away, Philip.
Yeah, so I mean, once again, I said this at the beginning of the night, there weren't very many competitive governor's races, but that doesn't make them any less important for a couple of reasons. As you see Chris Sununu taking his victory over Dan Phelps, that was a race, once again, that he was expected to win, but these are still very much so important because, of course, we know that the census was just being taken, and now that information is going to be applied to the states to allow them to draw their redistricted maps. And I mean, if you pay any attention to the House, you know how important gerrymandering is, congressional redistricting, things of that sort. So, for example, Chris Sununu now will be the one who either vetoes or approves those maps as they're drawn by the state legislature. So he's just one of the individuals that we were keeping an eye on tonight. But as we shuffle through the other governor's races, these are the players that are going to be involved. As you see another Republican, Bill Scott in Vermont. He's likely going to be the one that does that in his home district. As you see that, he's going to carry that race. 97% of precincts reporting. It's going to be Phil Scott that is overseeing the state legislature, drawing those types of maps, and then you go to Delaware. John Carney, this is another race where, once again, it wasn't expected to be very competitive. There really only was one competitive race tonight in the governor's races. But once again, John Carney not only leading his state of West Virginia, but then Jim Justice in West Virginia as well. This was another state. President Trump carried it easily, but there is something to be said that there is a vulnerability for a lot of people there too, recognizing the fact that we need you from West Virginia. A Democrat still is in that state, so it shows you that they don't necessarily just have to be Republican. Same thing in Indiana. Aaron Pocock, he's winning that state, but as we've been talking about all night, there are other House races throughout Indiana that aren't really a bellwether for the rest of the country, but help dictate who controls the House going into each cycle. So this was the probably most competitive race where we see that Greg Gianforte is going to be carrying that. It looks like 53 to 44%. Still 64% of precincts that are reporting right now, but it looks like he is getting a margin right now as you see the numbers change right there, 53, 43. It looks like he is going to be carrying that state, and I think that's going to be more important than people think over the coming days because Montana seems to be a little bit more competitive than people think. But then we move on to North Dakota as well. We know that Doug Burgum is going to be the governor there, but we've also seen in South Dakota too, we see figures like Kristi Noem rising as GOP political figures all across the country. It's not just a matter of being a state executive. I mean, that is important, but we see Kristi Noem, for example, rise as one of the rising stars in the Republican Party. Many people think that she could have presidential aspirations after this. And then Spencer Cox as well in Utah. This is an interesting state because President Trump, yes, he won this year, but he actually performed a little bit better than perhaps he did in 2016. Utah's Republican population is a little bit different than Republican populations in other states. They're a little bit more perhaps values-driven than it is ideologically driven, anything like that. So it is a good sign to see, for example, that Republicans are finding a uniting type of figure in not only President Trump, but Spencer Cox and the other races down the ballot as well. So I think that if you're a Republican, even if you're a Democrat, you kind of got what you were looking for the most part coming out of the gubernatorial races before. But nonetheless, I mean, what we're looking at right now is setting the framework for the conversations that we're going to be having for the next 10 years when it comes to the governors, the Senate, and the House.
Wisconsin's a little interesting, guys. We're going to hit some of those Senate races in just a sec here, but I wanted to point out that I saw Wisconsin now is up to about 88 or 89% of their precincts reporting, and the president is still holding about 100,000 vote lead with 88% reporting in Wisconsin. So very telling there. That again is 10 more. That would put him up right neck and neck with Biden, and then we're still waiting on, as you would say, all right, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada. Okay, we'll see. North Carolina, which I think we've already determined. Georgia, though, still too close to call, and Virginia. Yes, I'm sorry, I forget all the people who've been tweeting names. I can't let you all, but guess what? I'm sorry to say we're probably going to have to put Virginia back in the Biden column. As Greta told you about 20, 30 minutes ago, the numbers are just too far, and they're now reporting at about, 80 and 90-some percent.
Yeah.
So Virginia looks like it will go to Biden.
Well, and I want to remind our viewers, let's remind our viewers where Republicans are, as we know that the races have been coming down pretty close here. So Arkansas, we see Tom Cotton walking away with an easy win there, 67%. That was to be expected, but nonetheless important as Democrats are looking to, of course, flip the upper chamber. Then as we scroll to some other states, we're going to see some races like in Colorado, and this is one of the very few upsets for Republicans. We see the Democrat John Hickenlooper walking away with the win, but of course, this was also kind of expected going into the race, considering the fact that Hillary Clinton won Colorado back in 2016, so not a big surprise there. Republicans did make up for that elsewhere. Tennessee Senate, we can see here, Bill Hagerty, 62% against the Democrats, 35%. Again, no surprise there, Republican presidential candidates and Republicans down the ballot typically do well in Tennessee. And we do want to keep cycling on through some other ones. New Mexico. Now, this one was close at one point. You can still see it's not too far off, but Biden was declared the winner in New Mexico, so he seems to have helped Ben Ray Lujan there, the Democrat. So they're walking away with a win there. Some other states, though, that have been interesting tonight. South Dakota, Mike Brown, 68%. I mean, this, again, solidifies just how deep red some of these states run, especially, it's interesting in certain states like South Dakota, where we know President Trump was expected to win. Texas, a similar one as well. John Cornyn, for a moment there was some whisperings of the fact that he might be in danger because a lot of people were pointing to the fact that Beto O'Rourke got so close to unseating Ted Cruz back in 2018, but as we saw, that did not happen. Millions of dollars down the waste, John Cornyn walking away here with a win, 54%. Georgia Senate race, this is one of two we've been keeping a very close eye on. Senator David Perdue, the incumbent, 51%. John Ossoff, the Democratic challenger, 47%. That is with 93% of precincts reporting, so it's very close. It's not called yet. It looks like it's going to be in the back for the Republicans. North Carolina, 100% of precincts reporting. Tom Tillis, 49%. Cal Cunningham, 47%. I mean, this race was neck and neck. Heading into Election Day, all-day Election Day, but it looks like it's going to be a win for Republicans here.
All right, guys, thanks for wrapping those up real quick. Let's show the overall map here. Right now on the Senate side,
however, becoming the first Republican to win re-election there in more than 70 years. So that just goes to show, even though Minnesota going into tonight was not necessarily considered competitive at the presidential level, it does go to show that the fact that President Trump is only 45,000 votes away from a victory in 2016, there's some lingering support here. Again, some of the riots that we've been seeing in Minnesota, a lot of several factors playing into this. Another race.
How cool are you, by the way, since we had that story from our friends at Project Veritas about the ballot harvesting? I'd like to know what type of lead she has. She won.
Well, she did win pretty handily.
Because that is a left-leaning district. It has been for decades. It's Minneapolis, right? St. Paul area. It's still out there, okay, so she got 65%. Oh, just curious.
Yeah, that's one of those races where perhaps if there is going to be an upset, it's going to happen in the primary. Kind of the same way that when Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez upset Joe Crowley. That was the big race. Nobody was really like, well, let's see the Republican challenging there in Queens or wherever it is. But it is, to your point, I think that the president tried to make this race when it comes to Minnesota about Ilhan Omar. And when it came to Michigan, about Rashida Tlaib, I mean, so often it was Joe Biden and the squad. And I think that's what President Trump was really trying to hammer this home about, saying Joe Biden is a vehicle for the left. And we're seeing polling results saying that was successful in the state of Florida especially. So perhaps it was a successful tactic, but I guess we still have to see exactly what happens in Michigan, Wisconsin, those states.
Well, the president stated it very, very clearly because, let's be real, Joe Biden, if you look at his political career over the 47 years, he's a flip-flopper. He goes with the wind. He goes wherever gets him elected. Is he an extreme left winger that this new part of the party, the AOCs and the rest of them, are attaching themselves to the Antifas and the BLM movements and all that? No, Joe Biden's not that guy. He's their puppet. And let's be real and not forget, if for some reason, folks, by the end of this week, we are declaring a Biden presidency, hope not, guess what will happen? Why would Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats several weeks ago say they're starting the 25th Amendment Commission to look at removing a president that's unfit? And then she giggles and chuckles. You all remember that at the press conference? Well, maybe not for this president, but for future presidents, we're doing this. Aha. Why are you doing that for future presidents? Because you were preparing that if your puppet wins tonight, which it doesn't look like he's going to tonight or the rest this week, I still think it's going to be a Trump presidency for 4 years, they're going to remove it. And you're going to have a President Kamala Harris. They've got two ways to remove it. He's mentally unfit. We've all seen it for the last year on the campaign trail. Even the left-leaning mainstream media called him out on that last year and earlier this year until he became the actual nominee. But they were calling out for it. And two, yes, the scandal kind of died down the last couple of days, but that laptop is real. It's been authenticated, and he is compromised by China. So all the Dems have to do, if for some reason he takes this presidency later this week, is enact the 25th and say he's unfit for these two reasons. They have their hearings, they boot him out, and here you go, President Harris.
And building on that, Harris is the DNC pick. She couldn't even make it to Iowa where it's based on actual voting.
45% is the biggest numbers of all time, right?
Right. But I do know we want to get to some reactions that we're seeing across social media. We do want to hear from our viewers as well as other news outlets. This is something from ABC News. Latest, Gwinnett County, the second most populated county in Georgia, is experiencing a technical issue that is delaying the counting of absentee ballots. County Communications Directors tell ABC News. So perhaps that's one of the reasons that we're not getting an update from Georgia. But when it comes to Arizona, this is from Jim Brewer, former Arizona Secretary of State, it's way too early to declare a winner in Arizona. Thank you. As former Secretary of State, I know that hundreds of thousands of ballots still need to be counted, especially early ballots dropped off today at the polls. We must count every vote, as she's saying right there. And now we're also seeing, too, that there's slow rolling in Arizona. 147,000 election day votes were counted today. That's an updated count. 147,000, almost 148,000. 65.3% of those going for President Trump. So the election ballots from today are bringing towards President Trump, and numbers far greater than we were seeing in 2016 or really any other race that happened in the
Let me tell you, they're going to have egg on their face with Arizona. Every single one of the media outlets who's called Arizona for the Biden camp is wrong. The Virginia thing was a mistake on all of our parts. Jumping off the bandwagon at the beginning of the night tonight at 7:15, 7:20, when they wanted to go for Virginia.
map that we're looking at right now, I mean, this is very much so in play. If you're part of the Trump campaign, you are very happy with what you're looking at right now coming out of this night.
Assistant Press hasn't called North Carolina yet. I don't think that's gonna go for him. Again, that'll add 15, so that would pump him up
And they're not
to
calling them.
28. And they didn't call Arizona, which I think is the right call, just like we have not called it. So let's say he takes Arizona, which again, with 8 to 900,000 outstanding ballots, easily could go for him. There's 11 plus, what did we say, North Carolina's 15, there's 26. So now you're putting up with them 239 to 224, add 3 from Alaska, put it up to the 242, right? Now we're getting way, way closer. We only need Michigan and Wisconsin.
And going to those,
Pennsylvania.
yeah, or take Michigan and Pennsylvania, or take Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, but you can call it a bunch of things. Right, and just to point out just where the margin stands as far as the Rust Belt states go and President Trump's state, and of course, we're still waiting for results, and like we've been saying all night, we're probably not gonna see them tonight, unfortunately, possibly tomorrow, possibly in the next 2 days, but just to compare some numbers for our viewers, in 2016, the Wisconsin margin for President Trump was a little over 22,000 votes. This year it's already nearing 105,000. Michigan 2016, a little over 10,000. This year, nearly 290,000. And that's just with 61% of precincts reporting in Michigan. And then in Pennsylvania, the margin for President Trump was 44,000 at this point. 2020, we're nearly at 697,000. 66% of precincts reporting. It is going to be a tight race in the Rust Belt.
I'm gonna throw it really quick, but I just wanna do an ask of our production crew just because our Twitter and everything's blowing up. Earlier, guys, we were able to take the lower ticker, bring it down, and keep up the count, the electoral count. If there's any way that we can keep up that count, if that's possible, let's keep that up because our viewers are begging for that current count so they can see where the electoral college split is. Go ahead and take it away, we'll see if we can get that up there.
So we talk about these states that still haven't been called yet. The keys there are Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. We have some surveys from voters there in that state on how they plan to vote in this election when they're going to the polls. Of course, all of those votes have been counted, and this poll was taken before to find out how they intended to vote. So let's look at Wisconsin first as we look at that. So how voters intended to vote on election day. You can see those who said they were voting on election day, 68% of those respondents were Republicans. And we do expect that from the GOP. They like to vote in person. They like to vote on election day. Early in person was pretty much 50-50. 49% Democrats were part of that, and 49% Republicans. And then you see the mail-in voting there in Wisconsin. Those who said they were voting by mail, 73%. Democrats, 24%. And Republicans. And so we are looking at the results that we're getting from Wisconsin tonight so far. Those are those election day votes that were cast on election day, and we would guess those were votes for the GOP, which is why we're seeing President Trump leading so handily there. Same thing in Pennsylvania, you're getting kind of the same sort of breakdown. Election day voters, 65% of them were GOP voters. Early in-person voters, 54%. Said they would be 54% were Democrats who were doing early in person, 42% Republicans, and then kind of the same breakdown for the mail-in voters in early voting in Pennsylvania. More than 70%, or nearly 70% of Democrats.
No, I'm still here.
And so that matters a lot.
Still watching it.
Are
you asleep? I guess not.
And so those are just organically going to lean more toward the GOP because Republicans vote in person on election day. And as we get more vote by mail results and early results as they're counted over the next couple of days, it'll be interesting to see how far that might swing more toward the Democrats, and if that election day turnout for Republicans is enough to offset that vote by mail from Democrats.
And I'm also seeing that there are several counties in Pennsylvania that are pausing their counting overnight. They're going to restart tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern time. But exactly what you're talking about, I think that no matter really what happens tonight, we are seeing staff.
Hey, Amy. Just laying down watching the election. What are you doing?
Working class that is okay with putting on Harris, doesn't look out for that African American, that reaching out to Black and Latino voters. This is a new Republican Party that we were talking about even 8 years ago, let alone the one that our parents had talked about, for example.
I'm beginning to wonder if they're going to tell us anything at all.
There's an effort by the Republican Party to reach out to Black voters, and you mentioned what it would be to get James from Michigan into the Republican Senate. There's only one Black senator, Senator Tim Scott right now. I mean, the Republican Party does need to diversify.
You're up late, Amy.
No matter what the media is telling you,
Doritos sound good.
Regardless of who wins, whether it be Biden or President Trump, the changes that President Trump's brought, this America First, this, person and worker over party, that's going to stay. That is here to stay. That's something that, whether the establishment Republicans, Democrats like it or not, that's the mark of this administration that's going to continue for years to come, which is huge. It's ultimately changed a huge faction of the Republican Party, like you said.
And Brian made a point before to say,
I'm gonna go and get some cheese and crackers. I'll be right back.
2016, Democrats didn't show up, and look what you did. They handed the election to President Trump. We're at 2020, and we're having the best turnout of American politics in over 100 years. I don't think it was about turnout in 2016. I think that Dan made a point before that perhaps if you get more voters out, it's not necessarily just an advantage for Democrats. I think that a lot of Republicans are coming out this time around and say, you know what, I see what's on the line. It's no longer just necessarily about getting rid of President Trump. We're seeing a lot of people coming out and saying, we need to make sure it is President Trump because we know what the alternative is. The alternative is the changing the direction of our country. That's what they see. I think people saw that in the talking about the heartland, the Rust Belt, the flyover states, those states that are typically conservative states, right? Where Democrats thought, we've got it in there because they've been hurt with COVID, they've been hurt with their economy. Trump screwed all that up according to them, and so they thought they could get into some of those states and flip them. But again, I'm going to go back to what we were discussing earlier with the count of how many people are voting versus how many citizens we have in the country. You're right, Alex, we were seeing a record number of voting in almost every state across the board, right? But it's not necessarily meaning that it's going to go left or it's going to go right. I think if we could poll the entire country, we would find a big, different picture than what the left and the mainstream media portrays this country as. We're getting much more progressive in this country. We don't cling to these ideals of American greatness anymore, and we're not clinging to our guns and our values.
Yeah. I'm normally sleeping right now too, but it's election night. I wouldn't be normal if I didn't stay up for it.
But this country has come so far in so long. Looks like the president getting ready to speak, so we haven't showed up. Don't like the
President's getting ready to speak. Why are you up, Amy? Yeah, it says he's going to in a minute.
Like an AP are trying to call these races, they look at 117 as more than 96,000. So it's not necessarily safe to call that race for something that's that close because that 100,000 is left, that 117 could be the turning point for races like Tom Tillis in North Carolina and President Trump in North Carolina, as both of those races do remain close there.
And as we wait on the president, I'll just make one more call for it if we can, guys. I know that we can't always pop up the big map, but
I'm back. I had to go pee and take my medicine. I'm waiting on Trump to talk. If one of you cracked again, hold on.
So I just think it's so early to call Arizona.
Hey, Google,
Even if those vote by
turn on the living room lamp.
There's so many in-person votes.
Sure, turning the living room lamp on.
Enough to make the difference there in the Canyon state.
Yeah, it's, for example, right now I'm trying to find updated numbers on Georgia, and it looks like if 99% of the votes counted, it's something like 51 to 48%. Wow, so it's
still 3% still of that, like, if the call is good, 99%?
right.
But the issue, sorry, Alex, the issue is still the Atlanta area really doesn't have all of the results in, that's going to be heavily Democratic.
Sure, sure. And that is a big number. That's what, 16 or 18? What is Georgia now? Georgia's 16? Yeah. That's a big number.
I just want to give a little bit of a flashback when we started this night, by the way, in the New York Times Needle had something like 10%, the 538 average gave President Trump something like 10%. Then the futures market, then the betting market, and then the dumb needles, whatever they're called,
they went all the way up to that.
Hey, Google,
President
turn lamp off.
5% chance of winning the race, and now it looks like they got
Sure, turning the living room lamp off.
So it seems like it's been a volatile night when it comes to the percentage of blue jays, and that nature, but it looks like even right now, it's calm before the storm, and we're sharing with a lot of our viewers right
Yeah,
now.
he'll be on here in a minute.
Is being felt throughout the entire country right now as people are waiting on these essentially 3-4 states to decide who will be our next president.
All right, you guys lay down. Be quiet and don't bug me the rest of the night.
Not because Wall Street is looking at
I'm
this
not
one,
moving.
thinking it's gotta go one way or another, because Wall Street is looking at this and saying,
Well, hello there, James. How are you?
maybe tomorrow, maybe the end of the day on Thursday. And so they're uncertain, just like us, America is uncertain on what the future of our politics look like here in America.
Yeah.
Both sides, you saw it online. Big blue wave, big red wave.
We are watching
You're thinking that everyone's thinking like
the election.
so folks expected to see this massive red wave.
Doing good. Just laying in front of the fireplace with my hot chocolate and my dogs. StreamYard and One America News. How are you doing? Do you have an auction tonight, James?
Anything for the silver state, what's going on in Nevada? Alaska should be Trump, Hawaii should be Biden. But again, those last 2 or 3 states we keep discussing are going to decide the next president of the United States. And really, truly, folks, if it comes down to it and you think about it, if you pull your bias aside, that's kind of what I think we all really do.
Did you vote, James?
The country has been divided over issues. But I'm going to go back to Alex and I's little back and forth on
We're waiting on the president to come on. He's going to make a speech.
versus our population. Let's really truly think about that. 328 million people, and we're only going to see a popular vote. We haven't done that in a while, by the way. I know that Biden was leading the popular vote by, what was it, a mill, 2.5 mil. Hillary got 3.5. Yeah, 3.2 overall on his best. Again, once California, Oregon, and Washington are counted, then Joe will shoot up on the popular vote. But this is a republic, so it doesn't matter.
I think we do have some updated numbers for our viewers from those states that we are still watching: Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, possibly Georgia. As we
Oh, okay. You're live where you talk about
Georgia, where over 90% of
all kinds of subjects.
And here we can see, it's kind of there, but you can see the numbers. You can see 51% President Trump, 48% Joe Biden. But if you look at that,
I always catch them later.
we're only having a difference. President Trump has 2.366 million votes. Wow. Joe Biden 2.248. So that's close. Even with 99.4% of precincts reporting, like we were talking about just a second ago, when you have parts of Georgia like the Atlanta area that aren't included in this yet, that matters when you're looking. Don't look at the percentages, but when you look at the popular vote there, the vote totals, that matters when somewhere like Atlanta, those totals aren't in yet, and that's why people aren't counting the state of Georgia. Here's Michigan, 66% of precincts reporting so far, 53% President Trump, 45% Joe Biden. I mean, that's big, but just another caveat for our viewers here. The votes that are being reported in Michigan tonight are election day votes, and as we saw from those surveys,
Oh, you're going out of town? Where are you going?
90, 80, over 80% of voters that were voting on election day.
Where do you live?
Republicans, and so that of course does matter for President Trump, and that's why you're seeing such a big lead early. And then also Wisconsin, 95% of people. It did at 51% to 47%, but again, a lot of their mail-in votes and their absentee votes have not even been started to be counted yet in states like Michigan and Wisconsin. So that could make a really big difference. It might not make a difference to flip it, but I think it will tighten it.
Yeah.
Even if President Trump holds on to the lead, Joe Biden will tighten that there. And in Pennsylvania, 72% of precincts reporting, you can see they're apart like 700,000 votes, and that is a big margin, even when it comes to counting the additional absentee. We have 2 million votes. And let me look at my notes here. There were 2.4 million of early votes cast in Pennsylvania. So, that can make a difference. And we have gotten some of those results so far in Pennsylvania, but we haven't gotten nearly all.
So look, folks, you're not going to go Pennsylvania tonight. If you live there and you're excited and you're staying up late, you're not going to go Pennsylvania.
Well, what we do know from some of the races, some of the Senate House races, we do know that the presidents outperform the margins that we
was victorious with back in 2016. So that makes this race very competitive still, and we, like Brad has been mentioning, we still have plenty of ballots to go. So, I mean, it's going to be a few hours from now.
I think though, with Georgia and North Carolina being at their, North Carolina 100% reporting, and Georgia at 99.4, again, how many votes would still be coming out of the Atlanta area when they're saying we only have a half of a point to report? I think that you're going to hear the president come out. He's going to be confident that he's got Georgia, he's got North Carolina, which is right there. I know that you won't call it. I think he's going to say, I've got Michigan, I've got Wisconsin, and I've got Arizona. And so it doesn't matter which way Minnesota and Pennsylvania go. He's got it. I think that's what he's going to allude to. He probably will be cautious to claim victory because you never know what can happen in this crazy 2020 election. But to me, that's the states he's going to say he's got, and I've got it. We're going to wait till tomorrow as some of these states are still counting. He's probably going to put it out there that they are lending themselves to interference and fraud in some of these states who are allowing ballots to come in late and counting them for days after, and those will be fought in court as they should be. Nothing wrong with that. But again, North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona. Those five still say he's got. And then we're at Pennsylvania and Minnesota, so be it. End of that.
Jen, looking at the Senate, it's staying the same at this point, right? Because they split the Dow Jones seat, so the four governors won, right? Yes, and with Montana being now in favor of Republicans, the Republicans, excuse me, they're ultimately going to walk away with the majority. Democrats got pretty close there, but it's looking like that's not going to happen. Even though the Georgia races, one of them is going into a runoff that's likely to stay Republican as well. So for now, at least, they're looking like they're safe.
So is that going to stay with a four?
I think it's the same.
Plus one. So they were plus three.
They were plus 3, yes.
But it looks like right now they are going to be 52-47, waiting on that runoff. There is also the prospect that John James could win Michigan.
Right. So,
One, with a game left.
and then okay.
So it's Senate and game.
Yeah.
Think about all this talk.
Well, and when we talk about the special election, we're only going to run off because Doug Collins, I would say, was what we agreed to.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
He wanted to run, split the vote. And if you look at how that vote split between him and Kelly Loeffler, it would have been a runaway election for Kelly Loeffler, where the Democrat had less than 30% of the vote. And it just delays that victory, and then they're very
And that delay, by the way, will still get that Senate member, whoever it is, in time for President Trump, for example, but it would be just
I'm still here. I just turned the camera off of me. I get tired of looking at myself.
I mean, it's not like there's too much necessarily at stake, and I think that if you're a Republican, you're pretty happy with what you're getting out of it.
I just wanted to touch back on that, like, because we've talked about it, but I wanted to make sure that our viewers and Democrats see that we didn't really gain anything. It could be losing in Wisconsin. Yes.
And also, I mean, if you're a Republican tonight, and you've seen that, for example, you might be chipping away at the House majority, and at the same time, perhaps building on your Senate majority, it's not a bad 2020 right off the bat. There's still a prospect that you could win the White House. And so I think that kind of goes to show you that sometimes this big media spectacle that we've been talking about, because I've seen it on both sides. I've seen some on the right say, President Trump is winning California this year, President Trump's not winning California this year. But for example, I've seen some of those on the left also say, what, this is going to be another blue wave. This is a rejection of President Trump. Now, right, it was not whatsoever. It's not at all. It was to show you that, to your points, like perhaps this country is a center-right country, to say the very least. And I mean, right now, we have the greatest participation of the American people in recent political history, and it's suggesting that it is a center-right republic. So
I think we still are, and let's hope to God for our kids' sakes and our grandkids' sakes that it stays that way for a long time, because socialism, even communism, has tried to creep into this country. We did it back in the late 20s and 30s. We did it in the 50s into the early 60s, and it's creeping back in now. And I think Americans will continue to reject a socialist
No.
agenda.
Well, I think it is important, and Alex has touched on this, but for viewers.
No, I was just being silly.
Populist message across the world.
Peace out.
Populist candidate Joe Biden is not.
No, I'm hanging in here.
Liberal candidate who does not speak to populist voters, even on the left side. There's really far left populist Bernie supporters who say, we gotta support President Trump because he is the candidate that agrees with them on trade issues and things like that. I mean, a lot of
looking at, 2024, a whole new wing of Republicans running. And even if he does win re-election, we're looking at a whole different group of Republicans running in 2024 after he finishes his second term. A lot of the speculation about who will be running in 2024 is a lot of old school Republicans, people wanting to kind of get back to the old way of the Republican Party. And then you have a whole group of people who have accepted the Trump era of the Republican Party and have embraced his message and his policies. And just, let's look forward to 4 years from now. Then why not?
Yeah.
Only
4 years until election.
It felt like 2016 was yesterday. So St. Mark Meadows AAA and the president's family there. So I think he's getting ready to speak. But it'll be
Yeah,
interesting.
I think he's getting ready to speak.
To see, do Republicans continue with President Trump's policies and his type of presidency, or do they reject it and go back?
I think most likely they do. I just had a discussion with one of our producers the other day about how you look at what Trump has done to reform the Republican Party and bring them more into this decade, right? Because let's be real, 2020, the Republican Party is not the older party of your grandparents, my grandparents, that's for sure, or my parents. It looks like the president and First Lady just entered the room, so let's we'll let the president speak. And then we'll talk about it.
Okay, here he comes.
I appreciate it very much. I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support of me and a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people, and we won't stand for it. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, you were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, it was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record number. Record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to. In Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. We won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% to 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina. We're up 1.4%. Or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight. He said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that we would have gotten. It would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount. We're up 600, think of this, think of this, think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania, 600,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the voting, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like the president. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, wow. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in, and we're winning Wisconsin. So we don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, Greg Abbott. He said, congratulations. He told me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. And he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. And I tell you what, nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote, Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, they said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of pounds. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said, Ohio, didn't miss. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 460, almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud on our nation. We want law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, it's a very sad moment. And we will win this. And as far as I'm concerned, we already have won. So I just want to thank you. And I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us. And
join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation. We're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again.
He is pissed, you can tell.
Several of those key battleground states, which I would agree with him on, because a lot of the votes were either trimming his way or the precincts are almost done reporting. But then you do have a couple of those key states where they've just said, we're not counting anymore tonight, like Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. So those we will have to wait on. But you heard from the president there say, I'm the winner in North Carolina, I'm the winner in Georgia. He believes he'll be the winner in Arizona. He thinks he's the winner in Michigan and Wisconsin. If he picks all those up by tomorrow midday, yes, he in fact will be our next president. Guys, your thoughts on what the president had to say?
Well, for our viewers, let's look at these numbers that we're showing. You heard President Trump there say North Carolina, but it's close. Georgia, he's got a bigger margin of a lead here. 99% of precincts are reporting, but like we've been telling our viewers tonight, a lot of those votes that have yet to be counted are in pretty heavily Democrat areas of Georgia, which is why election officials are cautious to call the state of Georgia for President Trump. Michigan, our latest numbers coming in here, 68% of precincts reporting, 53% President Trump, 45% Joe Biden. It's a much larger lead there than a lot of people expected, even to see on election day, with election day voters that do lean toward Republicans. Let's look at the next state that we have tonight, Wisconsin, also another pretty heavy lead for President Trump, 51% to 47%, 95% of precincts reporting. But again,
Yeah, I just watched I watched him talk.
is that these states are not all counting at the same. They're not all counting election day first and then mailing. Some are doing mailing first then election day. Like Arizona is doing mailing first then election day. So we're getting, this back and forth on what matters. Pennsylvania, the latest numbers, even President Trump called this out.
Lay down.
Because we were leading by 690,000 votes. That's big. So 73% of precincts reporting, 56% to 42%. Most of the counties in Pennsylvania have said, we're done for the night. We'll start counting again tomorrow. I'm sorry, we should have a shift going all night. This matters. We're not an overnight shift. But whatever.
Well, President Trump did say in that speech, and I just want to bring that point home because it's a pretty big one in my opinion. He said, President Trump said something goes to the U.S. Supreme Court to stop all vote counting across the country, saying as far as I'm concerned, we already won. So, I mean, it's a big statement from the president saying, starting tomorrow, we're going to be going to the Supreme Court to see if these votes are counted or not. I mean, that's quite a statement to say, as, for example, we're looking at Arizona, a state that has 83% of the precincts reported, and that gap is closed now, guys. We were talking about a 220 to 230 gap. Now, look at that now. When we were saying 220 to 230, it was 75% of the vote in. That's only gone up 8% for the precincts reporting at 83% now, and it is, look at that margin now. It's not 230. That's a lot less. That's 100 and change. And to what I think either Jen or Greg had said like an hour or so ago,
He was pissed.
we had a tweet from that lady who had spoken to the governor of Arizona.
Because he's clearly won. But they're failing to call it because they said that they mailed out votes that haven't come in yet. And it's too late for anybody to come in with a vote, mailed or not.
Pennsylvania, North Carolina definitely winning. Georgia, the gap got even bigger than North Carolina one, and the Arizona.
So he'll be going to court tomorrow, Supreme Court, to get the votes that they're going to try to slip in there, thrown out.
As we're wrapping up here,
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Minnesota, we did see some Republican superstars kind of come into the scene and flip a lot of these, Democratic safe districts across the country and stateside. They were not projected to flip, so that's pretty big for the Republican Party. The other big story that we've been following is the fact that they did not lose control of the Senate. And starting tonight, they were pretty vulnerable, some of these Republican senators, and it looks like they're keeping their majority. They didn't really lose anything. Of course, we're still waiting for what to happen in January, but nonetheless, it's been a pretty good night for Republicans.
And I was going to say, Jennifer, building on that point too, we came into this night being told that President Trump had a 10% chance of winning the presidential election. The Trump campaign did not even believe that. They've been sending out lawyers to Philadelphia, for example, parts of Michigan as well over this past week, anticipating exactly what we're looking at right now too. So if you are part of the Trump campaign, I don't think you're just thinking, wow, you did really well tonight. I think you're saying this was part of the game plan. We are now in a position where we have to win the states we're expected to win, and then only take 2 of 3 toss-ups. That's best case scenario if they're coming into today with a 10% chance.
And I want to point out too, because the president said something that I'm sure in the morning, and it always starts tonight, all the pundits and the crazy left-wingers and whatnot will come out and scream, he was talking about voter suppression, stopping the vote, and not counting every vote should count. No, it's not what he said. It's not always clear when the president says something because he is off the cuff, when he wings it. The bottom line is he's talking about the vote count. If your votes aren't in by the end of when your state says the votes must be in, they don't get counted. Now, if the ballots are turned in, those mail-in or whatever, are in the possession of those local election boards, then yes, they will be counted. It's not like those ballots are going to be thrown out and not counted. It means that they were turned in well after the election polls and things stopped. And that's what he was discussing. And that's what potentially you're seeing in Pennsylvania, where if you're telling people the polls are closed, and then for 3-4 hours, you let tens of thousands of more mail-in ballots get dropped off, and you count them, that's illegal. They didn't make it in by the end of the election. And that's what he's talking about. I'm sorry, but we have had weeks, months, to get your mail-in ballots turned in because of COVID, if you were one of the folks worried about that, right? Mm-hmm. You have no excuse on November 4th, 5th, or 6th to go, can I please drop mine off? Can you still count this? No. You have weeks. Most states set this up. How long ago? Plenty of that. Yeah, just had to point that out. Guys, I guess we're going to wrap things up for today. We've been on this now for 4 hours and 38 minutes. We do not, is that about right? 4 or 5? No, how many? 7. 7. Sorry. See? Wow. I guess the 7 hours felt like 4 days. You guys missed those. See, we're in the middle of the night, so 7 hours and 38 minutes later. Wow. We can say with all facts and certainty, like Jeff pointed out, the Senate going to stay in Republican control. The House, no Democrats. We do not have a big blue wave come through. And the presidency, I will, as an independent opinion type guy, throw this out there. By late tomorrow, maybe it'll take 2-3 days, we will have a President Trump. I don't see these other states, specifically Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, flipping back to Biden whatsoever. And I think we will see a win by President Trump.
Well, I think I'll bring up pull these numbers.
Hold it up.
Sure.
What do you got?
But I think if I go by, since 1968, every time Florida has gone red, Pennsylvania has gone red, and Michigan has gone red. Every single time since 1968.
And you got to Ohio.
And the number, and you got Ohio. The number in Florida, we're looking at 51% President Trump, 47.8% Biden. He won quite a bit.
Gotta thank the team, Chanel, John, Richard, Jen, Caitlin, Christina, Jen, Greta, Alex, thank you guys all for
Good night. Sleep tight. I'm going to go to the news is going off, so we won't know anything till tomorrow or maybe even later. So everybody get some rest. Thanks for coming.